Konoha's Love Master. Chapter 1 Breaking up with Kushina at the beginning. Uie, I like you. Standing on the 100-meter-high Hokage Rock, the entire Konoha village, which is dozens of miles in radius, is in full view. With such a scale, it is more appropriate to call it a city rather than a village. Hinata Uie stepped on the rock statue of the third Hokage and looked down at Konoha, feeling pleasing to the eye. The scenery is secondary, the main thing is that he was stepping on the head of the third Hokage, which made him feel particularly relaxed and happy. But the girl's voice suddenly came into his ears, which made his mood fall rapidly. I thought this day would not come so soon, but I didn't expect that this child would self-destruct in a year. Hinata Uie's eyes were withdrawn from Konoha village, and he turned to look at the girl who was half a head shorter than him. She had a fiery red waist-length hair, and the breeze lifted her hair, bringing a faint fragrance. The light yellow coat was tightly tied to her body by a black belt, outlining her slender waist. The black leggings covered her knees, outlining her slender legs. A very attractive girl. Hinata Uie turned his gaze back to her red face. Her eyes were erratic, her hands were tangled together, and she was obviously very nervous. Kushina, do you like me? His voice was very calm. Kushina raised her eyes quietly, but she met the boy's bright eyes. She was like a frightened. He turned his eyes away like a little rabbit. I. Hinata Uie said nothing, just looked at this cute girl, his eyes so calm. I like you. Please date me. Kushina closed her eyes, tilted her head back, clenched her fists and shouted with a red face. Hinata Uie heard it, and there was a moment of joy in his heart, but it soon turned into bitterness. I like you too. I like you very much. He said it softly, as if he was afraid of scaring the girl. Really, really? Kushina looked up in surprise. Hinata Uie shook his head slowly at this time. Kushina, I agree to date you, but, at the same time, I plan to break up with you now. The first stage, passive confession, is achieved. The second stage, confirming the relationship, is achieved. It seems that there is feedback from the body into his mind, which makes him dazed. What? The redness on Kushina's face faded, leaving only a puzzled look. Are you kidding? Hinata Uie came back to her senses and looked very calm. No. Then you don't like me. The girl's pretty face turned pale, and tears were also swirling in her eyes. No, Hinata Uie shook her head again. I like you, so I am willing to date you, but I also decided to break up with you right now. We broke up. He added. The third stage, the active breakup, is achieved, and the pupil power awakens. Hinata Uie felt a burning sensation in his pupils. Only then did he confirm that the awakening of the pupil power after the breakup was actually true. You. Kushina clenched her little fists, and a blazing flame seemed to be burning on her long red hair. You are kidding me. The name of the blood red pepper in the ninja school is not just talk, and the furious Kushina punched him in the chest. Bang! In the dull sound, Hyuga Uie did not retreat a step, but turned his arm, and a kunai appeared in his hand. He deliberately put on a bit of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. You want to hurt me with this little strength? You can't do it even if I give you a kunai. You bastard! Kushina was furious, grabbed the kunai in his hand, and stabbed it into his hand. A flash of relief flashed in Hyuga Uie's eyes. But the kunai was stopped by Kushina halfway. She didn't really want to hurt him, but the action looked scary. In a flash, Hyuga Uie raised his palm, squeezed her wrist, and pushed his body forward. Puff! The sharp kunai instantly sank into his chest, tearing the muscles, leaving a diamond-shaped wound, bringing extreme pain. I think this is what Yahiko will do in the future. It's a bit sadistic. When the pain stimulated his nerves, Hyuga Uie was still thinking about all sorts of things. Injury degree 10%, cell division accelerated 100 times, life consumed 20 seconds. Ah! Kushina screamed and pulled out the kunao, which fell on the rock statue with a clang, and then slid down, staining the nose of the third Hokage with a little red, which looked quite funny. Hinata Uie actually leaned over and looked down, falling objects from high altitude. Don't let it fall on anyone. The blood stained his clothes red, and Kushina cried out, You! What are you doing? She stepped forward to grab Hinata Uie's wrist and said anxiously, Quick! Come with me to the ninja hospital. But Hinata Uie turned aside to avoid her hand and smiled indifferently, It will be fine soon, don't worry. As he said, he tore open his clothes on his chest, revealing the bloody wound. Look, the bleeding has stopped. Kushina was stunned and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? If there was not a bloodline on Hinata Uie's chest, she almost thought she was in an illusion. Maybe it's because my cells divide faster. Hinata Uie said. Kushina watched the bloodline fade away in a few minutes, and gradually disappeared, and couldn't help asking, will there be any side effects? In her understanding, this healing speed is abnormal. Nothing, just consume some vitality, Hinata Uie said, pulling up his clothes. My wound consumes life, probably about the same as the third-generation old man smoking a pipe of cigarette. Consume life. Big tears slid from the corners of Kushina's eyes, and the salty taste flowed into her mouth. Don't cry, this little bit of life is nothing. Hinata Uie shook his hand. Many people know that smoking a cigarette will reduce their lifespan by 5 seconds, but they still smoke it. The third-generation old man's pipe of cigarettes is at most 20 seconds. Well, it's okay. Kushina rubbed her eyes and cried a little, Why did you do this? Hinata Uie paused, because of guilt. I have to find a reason. I can't tell her that if I don't break up, my body will collapse when I am 10 years old. That will only drag her down. He thought. Guilt. Kushina looked up at him with tears in her eyes. Hinata Uie nodded, I don't like to confirm the relationship. I only like the ambiguity and heartbeat before dating. So, although I like you very much, if you confess, I can't continue to be ambiguous with you. I only like ambiguity. Although my character is not good, every one-on-one, I don't cheat money or cheat my body. At least it's better than the scumbag of the Sea King. He thought. You only like ambiguity, not a confirmed relationship. Kushina glared, Why would you like this? Hinata Uie smiled, Kushina. Think about the past year, we slowly got closer, guessed each other's feelings, quietly hid our inner throbbing and tossed and turned because of a little ambiguity. How good is this feeling? Kushina clenched her fists as she listened. So, you pretended not to understand my hints again and again, and kept being distant to me, just for ambiguity. Yes, it's like this. Hinata Uie lowered his head. You bastard! The girl turned around angrily. Hinata Uie subconsciously reached out to pull her, but heard a bang, and his hand pulled nothing. A piece of broken wood appeared at Kushina's position and fell on the rock statue, while she herself was several steps away from him. Don't touch me! Kushina turned back, her eyes like spitting fire. Hinata Uie scratched his head, substitution technique. Hinata Uie, let me ask you, Kushina took a deep breath, after you break up with me, are you going to find ambiguity with other people? Hinata Uie put down his hand that was scratching his head, and his eyes fell again, looking at his toes. Some information popped up in his mind again. The options are Kagaya Otsutsuki, Konan, and Tsunade. This is no room for negotiation, either the body collapses, or continue to die and wait for the hatchet. Yes. His low voice spread in the breeze, making the girl's eyes redder. You're a bad guy. The moment her tears burst out again, Kushina jumped off the Hokage rock. Be careful. Hinata Uie reached out, but failed to grab the corner of the girl's clothes. Then he saw Kushina jumping back to the Hokage rock, crying and running away. This is the Hokage world, and I'm actually worried that she'll get hurt if she jumps down. Hinata Uie laughed at himself, then slowly squatted down, holding his chest with tears in his eyes. Wow! Kunao hurts so much. It's more heartache than physical pain. Because in this year, he invested no less affection than Kushina. It's good that they can break up immediately after confirming the relationship. If they break up after a real relationship, it would be really torture. It's not that he didn't think about finding loopholes, but this seemingly systematic thing has no shortcuts. It feels like a system, but it's not. It won't issue tasks, it just transmits information. Hinata Uie rubbed the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand and stood up. Just like drinking water when thirsty, it's the instinctive need that my body tells me. He was silent for a while, and said to himself, I'm such a good person, but I was reborn with a body that will collapse at a certain time. It's too much. If it weren't for the crisis of the body's service life, he might have gone to worship Otsutsuki Ichiraku as his master. After all, he wouldn't have to bear the torture of conscience. So what's going on with this body? He clenched his fists and asked in his heart, I broke up with Kushina, so it should be a successful awakening. The pupil power has awakened, and the chakra can be used to stimulate the eyes. Hinata Uie just thought about it, and instinctive information came into his mind. I always feel like this body is stolen, and I need to slowly explore it. He looked at his hands. The question is, although I have opened my eyes, how can I stimulate my pupil power? My pupil power has awakened, and can analyze the abilities of the person I'm breaking up with, including the blood limit. My mental power recalls the moment when Uzumaki Kushina performed the substitute technique, and performs the first analysis. Hinata Uie closed his eyes according to the information and recalled that moment. To his surprise, his mental power directly depicted Kushina's body, and a pair of perspective chakra meridians emerged in the girl's body. Then he clearly saw that Kushina's physical energy and mental energy combined, chakra surged out, and in an instant, it was output through the hand seals of the substitute technique, and the body quickly dodged, leaving a piece of broken wood to block the eyes. Is this the analyzed principle of the substitute technique? Hinata Uie just thought in his heart, and his mental energy suddenly imitated Kushina's operation, combined with the physical energy extracted from the cells, and gathered into a light blue chakra. At the same time, he subconsciously pointed his left hand upward, and held his left index and middle fingers with his right hand to form a child seal. Bang! The next moment, his body moved at a high speed, leaving behind a broken piece of wood that blocked his eyes. Ah! Hinata Uie was unstable and finally stood up. I actually copied Kushina's substitute technique like this. He looked at his hands. Is this the magical ability after awakening the pupil power? Next, try my awakened pupil technique. Hinata Uie finally had some expectations. I am a member of the Hyuga clan, but I don't have cataracts. I have been looked down upon by my clan members. The day of my turn has come. He couldn't wait to extract chakra and gather them to the eyeball through the meridians. Byun, open. In the world of Naruto that has not been fast-forwarded to the tattoo era, it is undoubted how important it is to have a pair of beautiful contact lenses. Hinata Uie has already begun to imagine opening the reincarnation eye in the future to fight against the sky, the earth, and the air. Hey? Why did the world turn red for a moment? Hinata Uie touched his forehead, but could not feel the veins popping out. The vision was not black and white, but a very light red flashed by. An extremely bad feeling surged into his heart. Swish! At this moment, his eyes caught a blurry figure, which shot in front of him at high speed. Instant body technique. Seeing the opponent's hooded outfit and the animal mask on his face, Hinata Uie immediately determined that this was an Anbu ninja. I can actually see the movement trajectory of the Anbu's instant body technique. Why? The Byakugan is for reconnaissance, but it has no motion capture ability. Successfully opened the single Megatama Sharingan. The answer emerged in his mind. I'm going to die. Sharingan. At the same time, the Anbu who appeared in front of him at that moment said in surprise, "How did you awaken the Sharingan?" Hinata Mie almost cursed. "How do I know why I awakened the Sharingan? I am a branch of the Hyuga family, how can I awaken the Sharingan?" Awakened the Sharingan of the Ping Pong family. And was caught by the Anbu beside the Hokage? At this moment, Hyuga Mie wanted to strangle the Anbu ninja in front of him. Do you have to show up at this time? Chapter 2 The Uchiha illegitimate son of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Mie, I am here to inform you by the order of the Hokage. The Anbu's surprised expression was quickly put away, and he said indifferently. You did a great job breaking up with Uzumaki Kushina. The Hokage will remember your name. Hyuga Mie had already withdrawn his eye chakra, and his eyes returned to a clear black and white appearance. As a member of Konoha, the instructions of Lord Hokage are supreme. He said something high-sounding, and then blinked. What you saw just now was not the Sharingan, but the beautiful contact lenses I made when I was free. This kind of childish naughty thing, the ninja brother will not tell Lord Hokage, right? If he could see the expression under the mask of the Anbu ninja, he would definitely find that the other party's face twitched fiercely. Any Konoha ninja would not believe this. That is the symbol of the beautiful contact lenses of the largest clan in Konoha. Swish! Seeing that the Anbu directly disappeared with the instant body technique, Hinata Mie's face suddenly sank. My handsome and perfect body. He spoke in a low voice. If you are a system, then please tell me why the so-called awakening of the pupil power actually awakened the Sharingan. No feedback was received. Obviously, this is not a conscious thing. It seems that this body can't be opened like this. Hinata Mie frowned and thought, and then tried to think, then, as a member of the Hyuga clan, why can I awaken the Sharingan? I have both Hyuga and Uchiha blood in my body, and my physique is special, so I have the possibility of awakening the most extreme pupil power. Uchiha blood. Hinata Mie was dumbfounded. So, my father is actually from the Uchiha clan? No wonder I have always been excluded in the clan, I am actually a bastard. The Uchiha bastard born in the Hyuga clan also awakened the Sharingan, this start is unique. There is also the possibility of awakening the most extreme pupil power. Hinata Mie took a deep breath. Does this mean that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Is it just around the corner to open Gundam? Higher. The body feedback told him that the eternal Mangekyo was not the limit. That's the Samsara Eye. Hinata Mie was very surprised. Evolving to the Samsara Eye requires not only Uchiha blood, but also a sage body, right? The body meets the requirements for opening the eyes. You mean you have a sage body? The surprise came so suddenly that his first reaction was that he was deceived. But this thing is not a system, but the instinctive feedback of his body under his exploration, which doesn't seem fake. If it evolves further, will it be a 6 Magadama purple Samsara Eye? A golden Samsara Eye? Or a 9 Magadama Samsara Sharingan? Hinata Mie thought. When the number of breakups reaches the requirement, the limit of the pupil power will appear. If it weren't for the requirement of this breakup, and the other party must be willing to confess, I would have broken up with all of them in 1 year. Hinata Mie folded his arms, and for a moment he was confused by the beautiful future of stepping on the Ninja World Dance King. Be careful. Mie. He thought of the next person. Tsunade? More than 10 years older than him. Conan? I don't know where in the Rain Country, and I'm only 4 years old now. Kagaya Otsutsuki? What the hell, that guy is in the moon, is he going to have a love affair with the moon? Thinking about the personalities of these people, he suddenly understood what the sense of crisis reflected by his body was. Breaking up with all these people. He really won't be stabbed by a hatchet. He seemed to see the scene of himself being pierced by thousands of kunai. Hyuga Mie was horrified. Swish! At this moment, another figure appeared silently in front of him. Hyagam subconsciously took a half step back and saw the figure of the middle-aged man in front of him. He wore the symbol of the Hokage, a big pipe, and opened his mouth to spit out a puff of smoke. Mui was very glad that he was a head shorter than him at the age of 7, so he didn't get sprayed in the face. Hokage. He raised his eyes slightly, looking at the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with 3 parts of awe and 7 parts of respect. The third generation nodded slightly, quite satisfied. Under the illumination of the will of fire, the boy should show such an expression. Uie, he touched Hinata Uie's head in a pretentious manner, and said gently, "Don't blame me for asking you to keep a distance from Kushina. You are a member of the Hyuga clan, and it is your clan rule to prohibit intermarriage." "Yes, I know that Lord Hokage is doing this for my own good," Hinata Uie said sincerely. "Haha, I don't believe you. Isn't it just that I am worried that the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will have a connection with the Hyuga clan, typical ruler's thinking." The third generation had no doubts about his words. After all, he was just an ordinary Hyuga boy, so he naturally didn't know that Kushina would soon be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. "Uie, you just..." His tone was very gentle, and it was easy to let people down. "Did you awaken the Sharingan? Here comes the main topic." Hinata Uie's heart trembled, but a trace of panic flashed across his face. I. It is not advisable to force a denial. Not to mention that the Anbu can't make trouble out of nothing. Just look at the old man's telescope technique, maybe he was just peeping. Unless this old man was peeping at the female bathhouse just now, he and Kushina's breakup would definitely be monitored. The timely appearance of the Anbu shows that the third generation attaches great importance to this matter. "Hokage, I don't know," Hinata Uie said in panic. "Don't be afraid," the third generation narrowed his eyes, but his hand continued to stroke Uie's head. "You are a member of Konoha, and as the Hokage, I will protect you." Uie looked relieved. "Hokage, look." Chakra gathered in the eyes again, a burst of heat stimulated, and a pair of blood-red Sharingan with a rotating single Megatama appeared. The third generation looked deeply at the eyes, and various thoughts flashed through his mind, awakening the Sharingan at the age of 7, and being a member of the Hyuga clan. Such an existence is both the eye of the storm and an opportunity, so it must be in the hands of the Hokage. "Wu Yet," he smiled kindly, "you awakened the Sharingan at the age of 7, even in the Uchiha clan, you are a rare genius." Hinata Uie cooperated with a reserved and proud expression. The third generation said again, "But your identity is too embarrassing. Once exposed, the Uchiha clan will not let you, an outsider, have the Sharingan, but as a branch of the Hyuga clan, you will not get enough support in your own clan." He stopped talking suddenly here. Hinata Uie asked in a panic, "Hokage-sama, what should I do?" The third generation showed a kind smile and continued to pat his head and said, "Good boy. You must learn to hide your eyes and don't tell the family. After you graduate from the ninja school, I will arrange for you to join the Anbu, and then everything will be fine. To sum it up, hide your strength, leave the family, and work for the Hokage." Hinata Uie thought to himself, with a joyful look on his face, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, I will work hard." The third generation took back his hand and showed a satisfied smile. "I believe you will inherit the will of fire, protect Konoha, protect the village, and become a partner that everyone trusts." Seeing Hinata Uie's yearning look, he left with satisfaction. At this time, Uie's face was still excited, but a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, winning people's hearts is a necessary skill for politicians. The performance just now should be okay. As long as I don't show my talent in the future, the Hokage will pay less attention to me. I hope I can hide it and don't expose it. Hinata Uie jumped down from the Hokage rock, looked back and saw the third generation rock statue under the sunset, and suddenly curled his lips. I really want to draw colorful graffiti on the rock statue of the third-generation old man. I finally understand Naruto's fun. Chapter 3 Where did the little maid come from? Kushina, what's wrong with you? In the luxurious mansion, the spacious bedroom, the dim light. The old woman lay on the big bed, her face was haggard but kind. Mito grandma, we have you. Kushina's originally suppressed emotions quickly collapsed under her soft voice. She knelt beside Uzumaki Mito's bed, leaned on the bedside and cried, I failed to confess, woo. Uzumaki Mito raised his hand with difficulty, put it on her head, and gently stroked, doesn't the boy you like you? Kushina shook her head vigorously, choking, no. He likes me. Then why did the confession fail? Uzumaki Mito asked confusedly. Kushina raised her head and said with tears in her eyes, he. She choked for a long time before saying, he only likes ambiguity and doesn't want to confirm the relationship woo. Even at the age of Uzumaki Mito, who had half a foot in the coffin, his brain stopped for a moment when he heard her words. Only like ambiguity. She was silent for a long time before she slowly spoke, Kushina, what's the name of the boy you like? He. Kushina was about to speak, but suddenly stopped and a worried look appeared on her face, Grandma Mito, please don't take your anger out on him. Uzumaki Mito slowly shook her head, and her cracked lips curved up, how could Grandma hurt the boy you like? Oh. Kushina was relieved, his name is Hinata Muya. Hinata. Muya? The Hyuga clan. Uzumaki Mito's eyes suddenly became deep, I see. Kushina rubbed the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand, Grandma, do you know anything? Kushina, Uzumaki Mito touched her head, Nine-tail Jinchuriki is the strategic weapon of the village. Hiruzen will not allow Jinchuriki to be too deeply involved with a big family like Hyuga. Compared with Hyuga Uie, maybe he hopes that you like a civilian ninja with outstanding talents. But I just like him. Kushina called out subconsciously, but suddenly froze, you mean, Uie broke up with me not voluntarily, but at the request of Lord Hokage. Uzumaki Mito nodded, it is very likely that this is the case. Kushina's little face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, I want to go find him. As soon as she stood up and turned around, her hand was grabbed by Uzumaki Mito. Kushina looked back in confusion, Grandma Mito. Uzumaki Mito smiled kindly, it's late, are you sure you want to go find him now? Ah! Kushina's cheeks flushed. Uzumaki Mito looked at her like this, as if he saw himself when he was young. Such a passionate love is the only past worth remembering in the days of war. Kushina, are you really determined to be with him for the rest of your life? Even if Hiruzen stops you? She said softly. For a lifetime. Kushina blinked her big crystal eyes, I haven't thought about it for that long. Uzumaki Mito pulled her to sit on the edge of her bed, and reached out to touch her delicate little hand, in 3 days, you will become the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. By then, you will be protected by the village and will no longer have the freedom you have now. Kushina's eyes turned red, and she grabbed her old hand, Grandma Mito, are you going to leave me too? Uzumaki Mito looked at her thin little body, as if he saw her lonely days in the future, and a trace of bitterness appeared in his turbid eyes. Kushina. She spoke softly, there will be a hole in the heart of the Jinchuriki, you have to find something to fill it, so that you can be happy. The hole in the heart, find happiness. Kushina covered her heart. When she thought of her future as a Jinchuriki, she felt as if a huge stone was pressing on her heart, making it hard to breathe. Grandma, what should I do? She hesitated. The first generation of Hokage seemed to be reflected in Uzumaki Mito's turbid eyes, Kushina, find the person who makes you feel at ease, he will help you fill the hole in your heart. Kushina was flustered and her mind was erratic. Uie, will you be the one to fill me? I'm so scared. The next evening. Ninja after school, Hyuga Uie, as usual, carried the vegetables he had just bought across the street and walked back to the family residence alone. As the second largest clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan occupies a vast area. Of course, a clan member like him who does not have the white eyes was naturally arranged at the edge of the clan, and had no chance to get into the core area. He himself did not care. The Hyuga clan was neither good nor bad to him. They did not disown him as a clan member, but they could not stop the clan members from looking at him strangely. After all, I am the only normal person in the clan with cataracts. It is normal to be envied, jealous and hated. He often comforted himself like this. Crack! Pushing open the gate, Hyuga walked into the familiar small courtyard. Even the marginal houses occupy more than 100 square meters, which is the style of a large clan. Although Hyuga often feels that it is empty. Living in such a house alone is very lonely. I'm back, hey. He was just about to welcome himself home, but was attracted by the figure of the girl in front of the hallway. She was wearing a snow-white kimono, kneeling on the wooden corridor with a gentle face, and said softly, "Master, welcome back." Hinata Wie. He looked back at the gate. Didn't I lock the door? Soon he put aside this ridiculous doubt. In a world where ninjas jump around, is the lock useful? Master, the family elders sent me to take care of you. The girl bowed her head and said respectfully. Hinata Wie looked at her up and down. Oh, from weaning to 6 years old, my mother was away from home all year round as a guard of the main family. No one in the family took care of me except sending me 3 meals a day. Now I can take care of myself, but a maid was sent. The girl was shocked, raised her head, and showed a surprised face. Has no one taken care of you all this time? Hinata Wie looked at her strangely, especially her every move from just now to now. Slowly, an interesting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Get up, he smiled, what can you do? The girl got up from the floor, her pretty face bright. I can cook for the young master, wash dishes, mop the floor, and clean the house. Okay, go and help me stew this fish first. Hinata Wie handed over the bag in his hand. The girl stepped on wooden clogs, kicked and stepped over with small steps, and took the bag from him. Crack! Suddenly, the tail of the fish hit the bag, making a light sound. Live fish! The girl's hand trembled, and she almost threw the bag out. Hinata Wie expressionless, the fish used to stew soup must be fresh. Oh! The girl's sad face made him laugh secretly. Any questions? He pretended to be surprised. No, master, wait a moment, it will be ready in a while. Seeing her hurriedly carrying the bag and running into the kitchen, Hinata Wie shook his head and smiled, slowly changed into wooden clogs, and stomped to the kitchen door. Wait! He took a look and couldn't help but say, are you going to throw the live fish directly into the pot to cook? Chapter 4 Analysis of Transformation Technique. Master, aren't you going to stew soup? The girl stood in front of the stove and looked back at him blankly. Hinata Wie looked at the fish swimming around in the pot, speechless. Are you boiling fish in warm water? Then, how do you do it? The girl asked hesitantly. Hinata Wie expressionless. Kill the fish, shave the scales, remove the internal organs, and finally put it in the pot. Don't you know these? The girl bowed her head, ashamed and silent. Go wipe the floor. Hinata Wie didn't make things difficult for her, rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand. Yes. The girl stepped aside in response, and when she walked to the kitchen door, she subconsciously looked back. The boy stood in front of the stove, took out the fish, picked up the back of the knife and slapped it, then shaved the scales and removed the internal organs in one go, which made the girl starry-eyed. So amazing she couldn't help but say. Hinata Wie turned around, expressionless, why don't you go and wipe the floor? Oh, I'll go right away. The girl ran out again. Hinata Wie smiled at her back, turned around and took out the wooden basket to wash rice and cook. When he finished and returned to the living room, he didn't see the classic scene of the kimono girl sticking her butt out and pushing the rag. What a pity! How did you turn the living room into a puddle? He leaned against the door and said with a headache. The girl stood in the middle of the water stain with shame. Yes, the bucket spilled. Hinata Uie put his hands on his hips and sighed. He could only find a dry rag, kneel on the floor, and wipe it bit by bit. After it got wet, he wrung it out on the bucket and continued to wipe. The girl watched and followed suit, wrung out the rag, and knelt down to help. Ah! As a result, in the posture of sticking her butt, the floor under her hands was slippery, and she lost her balance and bumped into Hinata Uie. Hinata Uie, who was wiping the water, didn't expect that she would suddenly bump into her head. There was a close contact. With a bang, he felt his whole head buzzing. Sure enough, the saying that falling over and touching mouth to mouth is just a lie written in books, whoever believes it is a fool. Sorry, sorry. The girl didn't care about her forehead that was red from the collision and apologized repeatedly. Don't make things worse. Hinata Uie covered her forehead and pointed to the kitchen. Go turn off the fire, serve the rice, and bring the fish soup to the table. Yes. The girl was obviously relieved to see that he didn't blame her. She hurriedly got up and ran into the kitchen. Be careful, don't burn yourself. Hinata Uie suddenly raised his voice. Yes. The girl's voice came from afar. Hinata Uie shook his head and continued to wipe the floor. Fortunately, the girl didn't make any mistakes in serving the rice and the bowls. When she put the bowls and chopsticks on the table, he also wiped the floor dry. Add another set of bowls and chopsticks and serve the rice. Hinata Uie glanced at the low table and said. Seeing the girl run into the kitchen again with a red forehead, he thought for a moment, walked over to take out ice cubes from the freezer, and found a towel in the bathroom to wrap them. Come. Back in the restaurant, he sat down and waved to the girl. Is there anything else you want, master? The girl came close to him, not knowing why. Hinata Uie put the cold towel on her forehead. Take it and apply it for a while. Ah, yes, thank you, master. The girl blushed and pressed the towel. Hinata Uie withdrew his hand, opened the lid of the casserole, and a strong fishy smell wafted out. The girl subconsciously sniffed. Hinata Uie divided the fish soup into 2 bowls and said, Okay, put it down, eat first. Ah, is there anything else for me? The girl said in surprise. Hinata Uie glanced at her. You can't abuse child labor. Oh. The girl knelt down as if she understood, and carefully picked up the spoon to drink the soup. Wait. Hinata Uie suddenly grabbed her wrist and sighed, why don't you blow it? Aren't you afraid of getting burned? The girl's face turned red again. She usually wouldn't cause so much trouble, but she couldn't stay calm when facing Uie. Seeing her puffing up her cheeks to blow air and drinking soup in small sips, Hinata Uie couldn't help but look at her twice more. I've never seen this guy look so ladylike, it's very novel. The fish was not too big or too small, and the fish soup was not too much or too little. The two of them quickly shared the food. Master, I'll clean up. Seeing Hinata Uie cleaning up the dishes, the girl hurriedly stood up to help. No need, Hinata Uie said without raising his head, you go back. Go back. The girl was stunned, as the young master's maid, I have to live with you. Go back quickly, Hinata Uie raised his head with a smile, Kushina. The girl was stunned as if she had been electrocuted. What can I? She was still struggling. Hinata Uie put down the bowl and chopsticks, looked at her with a smile, Kushina, when you do something wrong, you always reach out and touch your earlobe. Every time you blush, half of the area below your ear will be red, and there are many more. Although the transformation technique is difficult to see through, I am too familiar with you, he affirmed, you are Kushina, Don't pretend. Bang! The white mist rose, the girl's appearance disappeared, and Kushina appeared in front of him with her head lowered. We captured Uzumaki Kushina performing the transformation technique, which can be analyzed. Hinata Ue's expression moved. Kushina's long hair in front of him was still so red, like a ball of flame draped behind her, and like her fiery heart, she would not easily retreat in the face of his rejection. Ue, I know there is a reason why you broke up with me. Kushina raised her head, her eyes burning, but I don't want to be dominated, I just want to be with you. Hinata Ue turned away her eyes, avoiding the burning eyes that seemed to burn him, and said, I have told you the reason. I am such a person, only enjoying ambiguity and not taking responsibility. No. Kushina suddenly grabbed his wrist and squeezed it very tightly. It's the third-generation grandfather, right? He stopped us from being together. Hinata Ue's hand was pinched so hard that it hurt, but he didn't pull it back. Theoretically, I have awakened the single Megatama Sharingan, can I reunite with Kushina? He thought. Sharingan, the eye that reflects the soul, cannot be awakened because of love, and now reunited, the pupil power disappears. We need to wait for the next Megatama to appear before this one can be stable. Sure enough, there is no loophole to exploit, and isn't love something that is meant to be sad and fun? Tangled, uncomfortable, torturing little girls, just thinking about it makes me so happy. So happy that I almost cried. Hinata Ue slowly exhaled and gently opened her hands. Kushina, I didn't lie to you. But no matter what the process is, the final result will be good, I promise. He didn't say this, but secretly swore in his heart, to bring a happy ending to the girl who really likes him. Kushina's hands fell weakly, looking at her toes. Can I make one last request? Hinata Ue took a deep breath, and didn't even ask the content of the request, and said, okay. The day after tomorrow is a rest day, can you? Kushina clenched her palms, can you accompany me for a day? Just like a real couple. Hinata Ue stood up and saw that her eyes were empty and blank, and he couldn't help but twitch his heart and blurted out, no matter how long. Kushina looked up suddenly. Hinata Ue suddenly paused, I promise you. Kushina rushed out before her tears flowed, leaving only a weak voice echoing, thank you. Hinata Ue stood in front of the door, watching her back disappear into the night. He did not move for a long time. Chapter 5 Fireproof, Theft-Proof and Waterproof Door. The next day, shinobu life in the school is still as boring as ever. Hyuga Ue and Kushina were enrolled at the same time. In this year, in addition to the messy theoretical knowledge and political education, they were taught chakra extraction and the simplest three-body technique. Before analyzing Kushina's substitute technique, Hyuga Ue couldn't even extract chakra, let alone learn the three-body technique. Fortunately, there was no ninja battle in the first academic year, otherwise he would be a dead end. This body is simply in conflict with the ninja profession. Except for physical skills, nothing else can be learned, even the ninja tool throwing is a mess. Others practice shuriken throwing at most can't hit the target, he can even bounce back and stab himself. It's really hard. Ue, what happened between you and Kushina? After class, Hyuga Ue silently looked at Kushina's back and watched her walk out of the school alone. At this time, a yellow-haired boy suddenly appeared beside him, with a pure and natural gentle smile on his face. Nothing, just like before. Hinata Ue glanced at Minato Namikaze. The three of them sat at the same table in the class. Originally, Kushina sat in the middle, but later, Hinata Ue firmly switched seats with her. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and the door is fireproof, theft-proof and waterproof. This guy is Kushina's super popular official match. However, he and Minato Namikaze did not develop any rival relationship. Instead, they became close friends due to each other's super affinity. In the end, the way Hyuga Ue looked at Minato Namikaze was a love rival, and the way Kushina looked at Minato Namikaze was also a love rival. "Don't lie to me, you two didn't talk for a whole day." Minato Namikaze pushed his non-existent glasses, and Kudo Shinichi possessed him. "If it were usual, you wouldn't be so quiet. It's common for you to be called up by the teacher and punished for whispering." Hyagamiye had a blank expression. "You've talked too much, take a day off." Also, Minato Namikaze said, "Since you praised her beautiful red hair, she doesn't care if others call her tomato or blood red pepper, but the classmate who called her that today was beaten up. Girls have a few days of bad mood every month." Hyagamiye gathered his sleeves and continued to talk nonsense. "Nonsense, Kushina is only a few years old, and she hasn't come yet," Minato Namikaze said unhappily. Hinata Uie turned around in surprise. "Minato, you also understand?" "Also." Namikaze Minato punched him casually. "Don't try to change the subject. What happened between you and Kushina? You obviously like each other, don't hurt each other." Hinata Uie suddenly fell silent, raised his head slightly, and the sunset in the sky came into view. He whispered, "Maybe being with me is really not a good choice. It was destined to break up from the beginning. Even if we get back together, it will become a sure field of multi-party game. Being with someone like him who got the script of a scumbag, the future can't be considered good no matter how you look at it." "How could it be?" Namikaze Minato smiled into warm squinting eyes. "Although you often talk out of tune, you are a gentler person than me. Let's not talk about this, let's go fencing." Hinata Uie hooked Namikaze Minato's shoulders and said, "What fencing? Throw shuriken if you want to throw shuriken. I always feel that your expression is very wrong when you say this word." Namikaze Minato was hooked up and taken away from the school. The shuriken throwing in the evening ended with Hyagamiye's complete defeat again. The next day, a sunny morning. Kushina wore a knee-length orange dress and stood at the intersection of Konohas downtown. The breeze was cool, lifting a few strands of hair, with a bit of fragrance. Tap tap. There were hurried footsteps coming from behind, as if someone was approaching. But Kushina not only did not turn around, but stepped aside, intending to let the other person pass. Because she was too familiar with Hyagamiye's footsteps, she knew that he would not step out such a messy rhythm. "Brother! It was her who beat me yesterday." But when the boy's sharp cry came, Kushina frowned, as if she had heard it somewhere. She turned around and saw a boy with a pig-like face. "Is it you?" She raised her eyebrows and remembered the classmate who was beaten up by her yesterday. "You're the one who beat my brother." A sturdy boy who was a head taller than her stood in front of her, casting a shadow. Kushina raised her head and said impatiently, "He scolded me first, and he deserved to be beaten. I have something else to do, and I don't want to fight today." But her eyes fell on the other person's forehead and she was stunned. It was a forehead protector engraved with the Konoha logo. "See, my brother has graduated and become a genin." The boy looked at Kushina proudly, "Kneel down and apologize, or my brother will beat you." The brother also took out a kunao and waved it in front of Kushina. "See, this is a weapon that only ninjas can use. Do you believe me? I'll scratch your face a few times." If Kushina hadn't seen Uie throwing a kunao casually, she might have believed it. The so-called ninjas can only use it, but it is only for civilians. Ninjas cannot attack ordinary people at will. Do you want to be arrested by the Uchiha Guard? If it was in a remote place, Kushina might still be worried, but in such a busy city, no ninja would dare to offend the guard. "You reminded me," the brother took off the forehead protector and put it in his pocket. "As long as you don't wear the forehead protector, the Uchiha guys who are arrogant will definitely not be interested in watching two children fighting. You are shameless." Kushina didn't want to let Uie see her embarrassed appearance, so she turned around and ran. "Want to run?" The brother sneered with a sound. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Kushina's long red hair. "Ah! Kushina was stopped by her hair when she was running halfway, and she almost burst into tears in pain. So, in the Naruto world, people with long hair are generally very strong, and the longer the hair, the stronger the strength, such as Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otherwise, the consequence of long hair is like Kushina, who was directly pulled out. Let go of my hair. She didn't even care about the pain in her scalp, and she couldn't wait to save her long hair. Because she knew that Wei liked her long red hair the most, so she washed her hair fragrantly early in the morning before going out, and how could she bear to be destroyed by others? I won't let go, what can you do? The more anxious Kushina was, the more excited the boy became, and he grabbed it even tighter. Hey! Seeing Kushina turn around and punch her in the face without hesitation, the sturdy boy's eyes condensed. He turned his head to avoid the punch, and at the same time he backed away, and the hand that was pulling her hair increased its strength, causing Kushina to cry out in pain. Then he kicked the back of Kushina's knee, trying to make her kneel down. Don't even think about making me kneel. Kushina's eyes were full of anger, and she was about to resist the kick. Bang! But at this moment, a figure suddenly inserted itself between the two of them. The young ninja felt as if his foot had kicked against a pillar, and at the same time, the wrist that was pulling her hair was grabbed by a white hand. Let go! The voice of the person who came was not loud, but the chill made the two brothers shiver. Wu Yat! Kushina shouted in surprise. Yat! Hyaga Wu Ye responded, staring at the young man in front of him and his hand that was pulling Kushina's hair. When the elder brother saw that Wu Ye was a boy shorter than him, his nervous heart relaxed at once, and then he became furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me? Chapter 6 We must love each other. Ah! Before the elder brother finished speaking, he screamed, it hurts. What kind of strength do you have? Wu Ye snorted coldly, and the strength of grabbing his wrist was still increasing. This body is not good at ninjutsu, so he can only train physical skills. After years of push-ups and handstands, his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary teenagers. Why don't you let go? He said coldly. If you let me loose, then what face do I have? This boy deserves to be the title of genin. Not only did he not surrender, but he was even more ruthless in his heart. He simply raised the kunao and stabbed at Hinata Wie's hand. Shh! He thought Hinata Wie would dodge, but he didn't expect that hand to come up directly and grab the sharp blade of the kunao head-on. Blood flowed from between his fingers, and Hinata Wie bent his knees and pushed. 1% injury, cell division accelerated 10 times. The body's energy suddenly increased, and the chakra extracted from the body also increased instantly. Bang! The boy was hit in the abdomen, and subconsciously let go of Kushina's long hair and the hand holding the kunao in pain. Before the other party could react, Hinata Wie kicked him to the ground, and at the same time pounced on him, sitting on his stomach, pressing his chest with his left hand, and turning the kunao with his right hand against his face. Now I'm going to scratch your face a few times, is that okay? His expressionless face and bloody palms scared the two children. The elder brother swallowed his saliva and stammered, don't. The younger brother fled in fear, it's so scary. Help, help. Hinata Wie almost laughed out loud, it's really brotherly love. The elder brother was pale, you let me go. What can you do if I don't let you go? Hinata Wie returned his words verbatim. The police, the guards will not let you go. The new ninja said in a timid manner. Hinata Wie laughed, guess, are those Uchiha people interested in the fight between children? What do you want? The kunao was dangling in front of his eyes, and blood was dripping on his face. The young ninja who had never experienced blood was about to cry. Hinata Wie stood up and wanted to learn from Ant Snake to lick the blood on the kunao, but the bloody smell was really unbearable for normal people, so he finally gave up this intimidating approach. Get up, kneel down and apologize. He said lightly. The boy finally breathed a sigh of relief without the threat of the kunao, and slowly got up, saying unconvincedly, "If my hand hadn't grabbed her hair and I couldn't seal it just now, you wouldn't have been able to hit me. I could easily avoid your attack with the substitute technique. Hey! Do you dare to fight me again?" He raised his head and challenged. "Shameless!" Kushina cursed inwardly and quietly tugged at Wie's clothes. "He is 5 years older than us and has become a genin, so, let's just forget it." The genin boy had sharp ears and raised his head when he heard her say that. Hinata Wie pouted, "I didn't intend to accept it. If it was on the battlefield, he would be dead now. Would the enemy be afraid of him not using ninjutsu and start a new battle?" The boy who had just regained his pride changed his face and opened his mouth to refute. But he knew in his heart that what Hinata Wie said was right, so he closed his mouth again, and his face flushed for a while. "We don't have time to waste with you, hurry up and apologize," Hinata Wie said expressionlessly. The boy's face was flushed and swollen purple-red, just like constipation. "What, are you going to cheat?" Hinata Wie raised the kunao he had just snatched in his hand again and placed it across his neck. "I'll fight you." The young genin still couldn't stand such humiliation and decided to shamelessly use ninjutsu. "Stop!" Just then, a young figure came in. One hand grabbed Hinata Wie's wrist and the other hand pushed the sturdy genin away. "Wie, we are all companions in the village, how can you use a kunao?" Hinata Wie was helpless when he heard this voice full of positive energy. "Shenshu, you come to be a messenger of justice again." As the grandson of the first generation, Shenshu, who aims to be the Hokage, has the same saintly character as Naruto. "Brother Shenshu, this is not a ninja school, can you just leave it alone?" Kushina popped up and said. As the school's peace messenger, Shenshu and Kushina both have a deep understanding of how difficult it is. Kunao should not be used against partners from the same village. Shenshu's face was full of justice. Hinata Wie's eyes turned. "He is a newly graduated genin, he came to bully us. Shenshu, I think you should help me get justice." "Genin?" Shenshu looked back in surprise. "You actually defeated the genin?" "He attacked and grabbed my hand. I can't substitute." The boy's face flushed. "Can a ninja sneak attack be called a sneak attack? That's called a tactic." Shenshu held it in for a long time, and showed a warm smile to the young ninja. "Try harder next time." The boy was ashamed and angry. "Wie, no matter what, he has learned a lesson. Can't everyone reconcile?" Shenshu looked at Hinata Wie expectantly. "Good guy, it's basically a copy of Naruto. No wonder he died at a young age. If he lived, what would Naruto have done?" "Shenshu, not everything can be easily reconciled. Although this incident is not very harmful, it is extremely insulting." Wie quietly pinched Kushina's wrist and stepped forward to block Shenshu's sight. "He wants Kushina to kneel down, and I want him to kneel down. We are all companions in the village, and we should love each other. I believe that as long as everyone thinks so, we can understand each other. If people on earth do the same, we can get real peace." Shenshu's face was full of sacred brilliance. A true idealist can let go of the hatred of killing his father and mother, the hatred of killing his teacher, and the pain of killing his friends, such as the future Naruto. Shenshu is exactly the same as him. Hinata Wie put on a fake smile. "You are worthy of being the grandson of the first Hokage. Shenshu, you will definitely inherit his legacy and carry forward the will of fire." "That's right." Shenshu raised his head. "I am destined to be a man who is destined to become a Hokage." Classic quotes. Hinata Wie gave him a thumbs up without hesitation. Bang! Ah! Just then, there was a muffled sound, and the previous genin boy screamed miserably. Shenshu stared at the back of Hinata Wie, only to see that Kushina had knocked the boy to the ground at some point, and hit him on the head with bangs. "I told you to pull my hair. I told you to kneel down. Asshole, asshole, asshole." Seeing Kushina's long red hair bursting like flames, Noeke was stunned. Kushina, you! Stop it! After a while, he finally reacted and tried to rush up to stop her, but was grabbed by Hinata's wrists. Don't worry, we haven't finished talking yet, he said with a smile. Tap. But Noeke didn't have time to pay attention to him. The moment his wrist was grabbed, he stomped his feet, bounced up, stepped on Hinata's chest, and used the recoil to break free of his hands. Then he turned over and landed, jumped out, and grabbed Kushina. At this time, Hinata swept his leg across and hit Noeke's arms crossed on his chest. Bang! A piece of broken wood was kicked away by Hyagawa, and the figure of rope tree appeared on the other side. Substitution technique. After learning it, when facing the substitution technique again, Uie could find the obvious flaws of this ninjutsu. No wonder no one used it in the later period of Naruto. Whether it is the delay of the seal or the restriction of the transfer, it means that it is restrained by physical skills. It is a sharp weapon in the battle of Genin, but it is useless in the battle of Jonin. However, Uie is not even a Genin at the moment, so the substitution technique is still very useful. Stop! At this time, Rope Tree had appeared in front of Kushina and forced her back with a punch. Okay, no more fighting. Hyagawa grabbed Kushina's wrist and said generously, it's wrong to be aggressive. We should love each other. The Rope Tree looked at the teenager who was beaten into a pig's head on the ground, and felt that he had 3 points bigger. This was called a blind date? Seeing the expression on the face of the Rope Tree, he couldn't help but laugh at the night. The Rope Tree, you have to persuade this tolerance. Suddenly, a woman's voice came. The sun was looking up subconsciously. I saw at the intersection, the young woman's one-handed hips, and the pale yellow ponytail jumped behind. She was, the young Tsunade's sister. I came immediately. Yes, we are. I know it is the companion of the village. Kushina put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, as a senior, it's fine if you don't help us, but if Uie and I do it ourselves, do we need to be punished by you? Nosuke lowered his head sadly, I was supposed to mediate, but I made things worse. Uie, you, He looked up and wanted to persuade her, but saw that Hinata Uie's eyes were always looking at the other side. Why are you looking at my sister? He asked curiously. Curious? Hinata Uie said as a matter of course. Tsunade, who had just reached adulthood, had not yet developed into the future universal breast power, and her face still had a bit of girlish immaturity. But her future, just thinking about it, there are countless books floating through Uie's mind. The smile gradually became perverted. JPG. Uie. Kushina's white and tender little hand waved in front of his eyes. Why are you staring at Sister Tsunade? Ahem, Hinata Uie retracted his gaze and covered up casually, I'm thinking about medical ninjutsu, maybe it can solve the problem of vitality. Hey! At this point, he suddenly paused. Whether it is the first generation Hokage or Tsunade, their passive or active recovery ability does not consume vitality. Maybe it is really related to medical ninjutsu? If he can do it, wouldn't it become infinite passive recovery like Senju Hashirama? It seems that the second object must be her? But this age gap, Hinata Uie glanced at his 7-year-old body. It will probably take a few more years to get in the car. Let's go. Hinata Uie bypassed the Rope Tree and left the crime scene. Kushina grabbed his sleeve and whispered, couples are not like this. Uie paused, then took her little hand as if nothing had happened, and walked hand in hand. Kushina walked beside him, smiling like a flower. I don't know if it was the tenderness of a young girl, or if she had beaten someone too hard just now, which made her blood flow. Kushina's little hands were soft and warm, just like holding a lotus flower blooming in the summer night, smooth and tempting, making people want to put it to their lips, kiss it, and smell it. Behind him, Noeke looked at the boy lying at his feet, and then looked at Wei and the other person who left on their own, dejected. "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, a warm hand touched his forehead. "Sister." Noeka looked up, and it turned out that Tsunade walked in front of him. A trademark A°C registered trademark EuroSci A° AI 1/4 OC degree superscript 2 AE per thousand AA 3/4 A. AA with diaresis. CI 1/4 A with diaresis degree A registered trademark A yen 1/2 A. A registered trademark superscript 1 AE. C A° AA. I 1/4 OEA 1/2 A. EAAC A° superscript 2 CC plus or minus I 1/4 OEA degree CCE pound I 1/4 Y. C superscript 3 AEE per thousand superscript 2 A euro E I 1/4 A with ring above A I 1/4 OEA 1/2 AEAOE CAEAE cent superscript 3 A I 1/4 Y. C superscript 3 AEA 1/4 OEA trademark C. A° A cent I 1/4 OEA OEAE. AEOE. AA degree C euro A 1/4 OC degree superscript 2 AE per thousand C AAAEAE cent I 1/4 OEA. CE degree AA 3/4 EA with ring above I 1/4 Y. A, EAE. AEOE. I 1/4 Y. C superscript 3 AE yen AEOE per thousand euro AE euro I 1/4 A euro AEA superscript 1 C degree A with ring above AEOE AEA 1/2 A with ring above superscript 1 C degree AEA. AEA. AA yen 1/2. A 1/2 A. AEA AE per thousand E yen A degree AA. AI 1/4 A registered trademark A with ring above A. 1/2 A yen A superscript 1 C degree AE yen AAA I 1/4 E degree superscript 2 AE per thousand A 1/2 CE registered trademark EI 1/4 A with diaresis AA euro A superscript 1 A. AI 1/4 E 3/4 A yen A plus or minus, CAOEA AOEA euro EI 1/4 OEA yen superscript 1 A AEA yen CAE per thousand E euro, A euro. AEAOEI 1/4 OEA yen AEAOEA euro C superscript 3 AEEA euro. AE yen AA euro AEI 1/4 Y. C degree superscript 2 AE per thousand co per thousand AA 1/2 CA euro plus or minus I 1/4 OEE per thousand superscript 2 A 3/4 registered trademark AA euro. AAI 1/4 Y. C superscript 3 AEA euro AE pound I 1/4 A with diaresis 1/2 A. A 1/4 AA degree AE yen AA registered trademark AA with ring above I 1/4 OEA per thousand euro A yen A. AOEA cent AEA yen AA euro AEA I 1/4 Y. A 1/4 I 1/4 OEA yen AE 3/4 per thousand AA registered trademark AEA euro A with diaresis superscript 1 A 1/2 A 1/4 degree co 1/4 A euro C degree superscript 2 AE per thousand A OEA per thousand plus or minus AE euro A euro. Sister, you are wrong to do this, Noeka said excitedly, although the head of the Hyuga family is your opponent, isn't she doing you a favor? And we are all companions in the village. Tsunade's face darkened 3 times, and she slapped him on the head with a snap. Don't preach to my sister. Noeka's head was buzzing. He finally understood why he had to beat him up first and then preach. At least he wouldn't be interrupted by violence. On the other side, Kushina's face also darkened 3 times. Wei, come. Uncle will treat you to barbecue. Before they walked far, Hyuga Wei was led into the barbecue restaurant by an uncle who was obviously of the Akimichi family size and had a big food written on his body. This is Uncle Kyufeng. Hyuga Wei explained. Oh. Kushina nodded listlessly. Seeing this, Hinata Wei whispered, Uncle Kyufeng has taken good care of me since I was a child. He also let me eat as much as I want at his barbecue restaurant and never charged me. Ah! Kushina exclaimed a little, and hurriedly said, Uncle Kyufeng, thank you for being so nice to Wei. Thank me for him. Chudao Kyufeng bent down to look at her and smiled, are you Wei's girlfriend? Kushina blushed and held Wei's arm tightly with both hands, yet. Ha ha ha, Chudao Kyufeng laughed heartily, hooked Wei's neck and pulled the two into the barbecue restaurant together. Come on. Eat as much as you want today. No, no need, I still have to eat with Kushina today. Hinata Wei didn't even have room to refuse, and was pushed into the booth by Chudao Qifeng. Why are you being polite to me? He waved his hand and patted the table heroically. It's our own restaurant, eat as much as you want. Hinata Wei looked at Kushina's drooping face and spread his hands to express his helplessness. Sizzle, sizzle. Soon, the fragrant barbecue was placed on the grill. Perhaps because of their boss, there was a special waiter standing by to help them grill. Hinata Wei kept picking up meat for Kushina. Uncle Qifeng is rich and powerful, it's a waste not to eat it, don't be polite. Kushina's cheeks were stuffed by him, and she looked very cute when she swallowed. If you kid hadn't refused to use the family subsidy to open a store with me, now it wouldn't be just me who is rich and powerful, but both of us. Akimichi Qifeng said unhappily. Kushina finally swallowed the barbecue in her mouth, turned around cutely, and wanted to ask something, but was filled by Wei again. MMM. Two little hands gently patted his chest, as if complaining. Hinata Wei put down his chopsticks and smiled. I know what you want to ask, but I was only 4 years old at that time. Uncle Qifeng insisted on doing business with me. How could I not be careful? Stinky boy, are you afraid that I will cheat you of your money? Chudao Qifeng rolled his eyes. I will be 40 next year. How can I cheat a child? While talking, he moved his chopsticks like flying, faster than Wei and Kushina combined. It took 2 hours to eat a barbecue meal, and Chudao Qifeng reluctantly sent them out. Hey, Wei, remember to come to uncle when you want to make some money, he said loudly, shaking his hand. I'm not interested in anything now, except eating and making money. Got it. Wu Ye waved his hand and pulled Kushina away. Chapter 8 Meeting the Parents. Burp, Wu Ye, why is Uncle Qifeng so good to you? Kushina asked after a burp. Are you full? Hinata Wu Ye subconsciously reached out to rub her. When the warm and soft belly was under his palm, he reacted and pulled his hand back. At this time, Kushina had already turned her head away in embarrassment, blushing, and dared not look at him. Cough, Wu Ye covered his mouth with his hand and coughed lightly. You can see it too, Uncle Qifeng asked me to do business together, but he just wanted to give me money. I don't know why he is so good to me. I used to suspect that he was my biological father, he laughed self-deprecatingly, but it's a pity. It's really a pity, because Chudao Qifeng was really good to him. The first time I met Uncle Qifeng was when I was 3 years old, Hinata Wei recalled. Konoha is like spring all year round, and it rarely snows as heavily as that year. Maybe for this reason, no one in the family brought me food for the whole day. I was so hungry that I had to go out alone to find something to eat. So pitiful. Kushina murmured. Wei shook his head with a faint smile. As a result, I met Uncle Qifeng as soon as I went out, and then I was fed by him, probably the same as you are now. He looked up at the endless stream of people around him and whispered, I still can't figure out why he happened to be outside the door, as if he was waiting for me. Maybe it's fate, Kushina whispered, just like us. We are really not fate, Hinata Wei thought to himself, but still nodded, well, just like us, it's fate. Kushina quietly put her little hand into his hand and glanced to the other side. What are we doing in the afternoon? Hinata Wei pinched her soft hand, inserted his fingers, and interlocked their fingers. How about, let's go to the practice field to fight? He said after a moment of hesitation. In this way, he can analyze more of Kushina's ninjutsu. Cough, it seems a bit inhuman, such a good opportunity should take her home, first this and then that, and finally, well. What? How can you fight on a date? Kushina's red hair seemed to burst into flames. Dating is for fighting, the only difference is where you fight. Wei laughed softly. Kushina clenched her fists. Alarm, alarm, the hot pepper's temper can no longer be suppressed. Just kidding, Hinata Wei said softly, Do whatever you want, go wherever you want. Really? Kushina raised her head, her eyes sparkling. Wei felt a little wrong, but the words had already been said, so he could only nod, yet. Then you accompany me home, I want to take you to meet Grandma. Kushina grabbed his hand and ran. Hey! Hinata Wei said in a lost voice, meet the parents. It's not really meeting the parents. Kushina's face was flushed, but the strength of her hand holding him did not decrease at all, and she quickly shuttled through the streets and alleys. Grandma Mito. Wei followed passively and rushed into a Japanese-style mansion with her that covered at least 1,000 square meters. As the widow of the first Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito's status and treatment were comparable to the mother of the country. Hey? Where's Grandma? Kushina stared at the empty bedroom in a daze. Look there. Hinata Wei stood at the door and pointed to the 5-story attic on the right. Kushina ran out and looked up, and saw Uzumaki Mito sitting on the top of the attic, smiling at her kindly. 2 Anbu ninjas wearing fox and bear masks stood behind her, carefully protecting her. Swish swish. I don't know what Uzumaki Mito said, but the 2 Anbu helped her down with the instant body technique, let her sit on the prepared wheelchair, and then disappeared again. Grandma, why did you run to the attic? Kushina hurriedly let go of Wei's hand and walked behind the wheelchair to support it. Grandma wants to see Hashirama's hard work for the last time, so that she can tell him what Konoha is like now. Uzumaki Mito smiled. Kushina's eyes turned red. Grandma. Uzumaki Mito reached out and patted her little hand, then looked up at Hinata Wei. Is he the boy you like? Greetings, Mito-sama. Wei hurriedly saluted. He had enough respect for this woman who had followed the first-generation Hokage since the Warring States period and suppressed the complete Nine-Tails with her own strength. Come, give me your hand. Uzumaki Mito suddenly said. Although Wei felt strange, he still handed his hand over as he was told. And was grabbed by the old hand. There seemed to be a flash of dark red chakra in her turbid eyes, and soon, she let go of Wei's hand again. The little guy is not very old, but his mind is very heavy, and he hides a lot of evil thoughts. Uzumaki Mito said slowly. Hinata Wei's heart was shocked. Is it the ability of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to perceive evil thoughts? But where did the evil thoughts come from in his heart? Was it towards the old man of the 3rd generation? Actually, it was okay, because he knew that the nuclear weapon Kushina must stay away from the big family, and whoever became the Hokage would subconsciously want to control it. Grandma. Kushina called out with some worry. Don't be nervous, Uzumaki Mito's wrinkled brows relaxed. Everyone has malice in their hearts, just the difference is more or less. Kushina, when you control the power of the Nine-Tails, you will find that people around you will exude evil. You have to learn to be tolerant of this, because people are like this. She said kindly. Yes, I know. Kushina was relieved. Uzumaki Mito slowed down, looked at Wei again and said, this child's chakra is like a flame, hot and warm. Kushina, you have a good vision. If you like it, leave room for each other and don't regret it in the future. She advised. There are many people in the Naruto world who talk about marriage at the age of 13 or 14, and it is normal for children to fall in love at the age of 8 or 9. So Uzumaki Mito's attitude did not surprise Hinata Wei. He nodded solemnly, yes, Mito-sama. Don't call me Sama, just call me Grandma like Kushina. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly. Hinata Wei was stunned. Grandma? Grandma? He seems to be of the same generation as Tsunade? Isn't Grandma Mito too considerate? Good boy, Uzumaki Mito nodded kindly, then turned to Kushina. How is your practice of the diamond seal going? Kushina glanced at Hinata Wei secretly, her face a little red. I can only use one chakra chain. One Uzumaki Mito pondered for a moment. It should be enough, you show it to Grandma. Hinata Mui's ears pricked up. The Uzumaki clan has a unique sealing technique, I wonder if it can be analyzed. If this can be analyzed, then his body has a mysterious talent that is amazing. Chapter 9. Why is there no caged bird engraved? Grandma, look! Kushina stood in front of Uzumaki Mito, forming seals with both hands, and a faint golden glow gradually covered her body. Ka ka ka! A light golden chakra chain slowly stretched out from her back, and stopped when it was 10 meters long. She stood there, the chain swaying behind her, like a long tail. The image of Kushina performing the diamond seal was captured, and it can be analyzed. The message transmitted by the body surprised Hinata Uie. Although he himself has no talent for ninjutsu, he can analyze the power of his wives. The amount of chakra is enough, and you can divide more when you become more proficient. Uzumaki Mito nodded with relief, but the requirements are not high this time, as long as you can master the key. Kushina took back the chakra chain, feeling uneasy. What do I need to do? Uzumaki Mito said, it will be in your body in the future, so you must complete the last seal yourself. Kushina's little face was pale. Hinata Uie was stunned, and had some guesses in his heart. They should be talking about sealing the 9 tails. And Kushina is about to become the new generation of the 9 tails Jinchuriki. But he wisely did not interrupt. After all, this was not something he should know. Kushina, accompany Grandma to walk around the village. Grandma wants to see Konoha again. Uzumaki Mito suddenly said. Okay. Kushina wanted to help her push the wheelchair, but was stopped by her. Let boys do this kind of hard work. She looked at Hinata Uie gently. How about, can you push this old woman around Konoha? It's my honor. Hinata Uie took the wheelchair handle without hesitation. With Uzumaki Mito's status, there are countless ninjas who want to push her wheelchair. What's more, she was clearly warning the 3rd generation Hokage and adding a talisman to him. How could he be so stupid as to refuse? Crack, crack. The productivity of the Naruto world is used in ninjutsu, and it is obviously not invested enough in the field of people's livelihood. Even a wheelchair is made with bumps and bruises. Hinata Uie pushed the groaning wheelchair, and accompanied Uzumaki Mito slowly on the streets of Konoha with Kushina. Mito-sama! Mito-sama! No one noticed at first, but when the first person recognized him, the villagers on the whole street stopped to salute. Their eyes were full of respect and admiration, which was moving. Uzumaki Mito said nothing, but smiled kindly and looked carefully one by one. Every blade of grass, every building, and every person in Konoha were taken in by her eyes with deep attachment. Is this the peace that their generation is trying to achieve? Do you think true peace will come? She suddenly murmured. Kushina walked beside her and was stunned when she heard it. Isn't it peace now? Uzumaki Mito shook his head regretfully. It's just from the Warring States period of family fighting to the era of village fighting. Not long after the First Ninja World War, the smoke of the Second Ninja World War is approaching. Kushina had no idea about this and didn't know how to respond. Uzumaki Mito smiled again. The future is yours. I hope you can see the day of true peace. Yes, Hinata Uie couldn't help but said, peace will definitely come. This old man was still worried about the future of the village when he was dying. He subconsciously didn't want such a lovely person to leave with regrets and worries. Even if Konoha still has problems now, it is much better than the Warring States period. The predecessors ended the Warring States period, and we will end the village period in the future, enter the new era, and get real peace. He said so. Uzumaki Mito smiled with relief. You are right, the new generation will sooner or later surpass the old generation and do what we want to do but can't do. I don't have to worry about the future. In fact, the generations that followed were worse than the previous ones, Hinata Uie thought helplessly, but his face remained calm, and he nodded vigorously, looking ambitious. The three spent most of the afternoon, and then he roughly circled the whole village, and finally came to the cliff behind the Hokage rock at dusk. Hinata Uie looked at the rock statue of the third Hokage at his feet in front of him with regret. He preferred to step on the third Hokage old man rather than standing on the cliff. Konoha is so beautiful. Uzumaki Mito looked down at Konoha, which was dozens of miles in radius, with deep emotions surging in his turbid eyes. Hinata Uie and Kushina stayed with her until the sunset completely fell. This is an old man on his deathbed, his last lingering in this world. Uie, can I go home with you tonight? In front of the Senju mansion, the girl's face was as red as a tomato. Hinata Uie opened his mouth wide, go home with me. Are you ready to be put in this posture and that posture by me, first like this and then like that, and finally Aren't you afraid of being caught by the Hokage? He suddenly laughed. Kushina's face turned redder and redder, but we didn't do anything like a couple today. Just stay with Grandma Mito. Uie reached out and touched her head. Oh. Kushina responded softly and turned around in a depressed mood. But at this time, a strong hand pulled her back. Kushina fell into Uie's arms all of a sudden, her back hitting his chest. Hinata Uie hugged her from behind, hugging her arms and body together. A strange warmth wrapped her whole body. Kushina's face turned red all of a sudden, and the loss disappeared. The body seemed to be infected by that ball of heat, hot, soft, and almost melted. It turns out that being hugged by someone you like is like this. It will be fine. Hinata Uie whispered in her ear, it will be fine in the future. The delicate body of the girl in his arms was full of youthful charm and as soft as water. He hugged her small hands and waist tightly, and his nose was filled with fragrance. The night in the village was quiet, so quiet that even each other's heartbeats could be heard. The two of them were close to each other, with an extremely ambiguous posture, but the atmosphere was unusually beautiful. Go. Uie slowly loosened his hand. Well. Kushina almost ran into the courtyard and fled. Hyaga Uie laughed, and when he saw her back disappear, he turned and left. Catching an adulterer. Suddenly, a figure wearing a Hokage hat appeared in front of the courtyard. What adulterer is this? He glanced inside, smiled bitterly and said to himself, Mito-sama has given me a big problem. If the future Nine Tails Jinchuriki is held in the hands of the Hyaga clan, the ruling foundation of the Konoha high level will become a mess, alas. Your name is, Hyaga Uie. Not far away, a female figure suddenly came in front of Uie, Tsunade-ji, who was just 21 years old. Is it delivered to the door? Are you planning to be treated like this by me first, and then like that? Tsunade-sama, Hinata Uie immediately saluted, with no messy thoughts on his face, this is my name. You are from the Hyaga clan, why don't you have the Byakugan? Tsunade took 2 steps forward, looking at his distinct black and white eyes, very curious. As she spoke, she suddenly stretched out her hand to measure his height. 4 years younger than Naoki, but as tall as him. Tsunade muttered again when she found that Hinata Uie's head had reached her chest. Hinata Uie's head was full of question marks, what on earth was she waiting for here? I don't know why I don't have the Byakugan, he shook his head and asked, does Tsunade-sama have something to do with me? I heard from Naoki that you are from the Hyaga branch family. Tsunade continued to ask on her own. Hinata Uie nodded. Don't branch families carve a caged bird at the age of 3? She bent down and glanced at Uie's smooth forehead, bringing a fragrance of a young woman. Because I don't have the white eyes. Hinata Uie said as a matter of course. As he said that, he took a step back to avoid seeing the scenery that he shouldn't see through the loose neckline. Tsunade choked obviously, and then murmured, interesting. Hinata Uie. I'm here to express my gratitude. Finally noticed Hinata Uie's confusion, Tsunade restrained her expression and said solemnly, thank you for accompanying Grandma for an afternoon. Hinata Uie blinked, this is what I should do. Go home early. Tsunade nodded and then waved. Good guy, I thought he would give some benefits to express his gratitude, but it turned out to be just one sentence. Hinata Uie directly walked back around her. Forget it, I'll get the benefits myself later. Tsunade turned around and watched his back disappear around the corner. The brat from the Hyuga branch family didn't roll his eyes. If I... Humph, Kaguya will be so angry, maybe she can get back the bet I lost, humph. She crossed her arms, muttering something to herself. Then she looked back at the Senju mansion and sighed softly. Grandma only left Kushina with her now, even Nawaki and I are gone. Is it really the last minute? Chapter 10 Transferring the Nine Tails. Based on the information transmitted by the body before, I can already analyze Kushina's diamond seal. After returning home, Hyuga Uie stood in the yard, closed his eyes and replayed the process of performing the diamond seal in his mind. This kind of family inheritance secret technique is different from the 5 elements escape technique that can be copied by the Sharingan. They often require yin and yang attribute chakra to perform, and cannot be copied. Hyuga Uie reviewed the process of Kushina's performance and could clearly distinguish the seals she formed and the chakra circulation route. But the chakra she extracted was not ordinary blue, but was output after incorporating dark purple attributes. Is this yin attribute chakra? Wu Ye thought, it seems that the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is likely to be limited by the chakra attribute, then can I still learn it? Opening his eyes, his body seemed to remember Kushina's way of performing it, forming seals, and circulating chakra. At the moment of output, he felt the sluggishness of chakra, and was terrified. But the next moment, a dark purple attribute that seemed to exist naturally in his body merged into it, turning it into yin attribute chakra. Sealing technique Vajra seal. Crack, crack. A light golden chakra chain slowly stretched out from behind. But before he could get excited, he found that his chakra was emptied. At this time, the chakra chain was just half a meter long. Hinata. So, Kushina can stretch out 10 meters, he can only stretch out half a meter, Kushina's chakra is 20 times his. Considering that Kushina is at ease, this multiple can continue to expand. Convert it, 12-year-old Naruto equals 100 ka, 7-year-old Kushina is about 1/2 Naruto, Kushina equals 50 ka, Kushina equals 20 Muya, so Hinata Muya equals 2.5 Kakashi. So it seems that although my chakra amount is not as good as those beasts of the Uzumaki clan, it is still much stronger than Uchiha Kakashi, and. He murmured to himself, the mental power has increased a lot with the awakening of the Sharingan, or the body energy limits the amount of chakra, then can I use the explosive seed to improve to the level of the Uzumaki clan in a short time? It's theoretically feasible, hey. Hinata Uie opened his eyes and focused on the chakra chain behind him. So, what can a half-meter diamond blockade do? The light golden chain swayed back and forth, looking like a little tail. Maybe it can be used to be cute? If Kushina lies on the bed and shakes her little chakra tail, cough. Hinata Uie quickly collected his messy thoughts and took out a shuriken from his ninja tool bag. Try to see if you can block it. He threw it casually, and with a clang, the shuriken hit the courtyard wall, bounced to the other wall, bounced back, and shot straight at his face. Sure enough, as long as the conditions allow, the shuriken I threw will fly back. The angle is tricky, it won't stop until it kills itself. The chain behind him swung, barely blocking the shuriken in front of his face. With a snap, the shuriken broke into pieces. Inferior product. The pale gold chain behind Uie slowly disappeared. This is the family standard shuriken, there should be no quality problem, so it's just that the diamond blocking power is too strong. There was no joy on his face. Use all your chakra just to break a shuriken? Useless. At least wait until I have 100 cards of chakra before it's useful. The next day was still a rest day. It was already noon when Hinata Uie broke free from the seal of the bed. Walking on the streets of Konoha to find something to eat, people were coming and going, and it was still as lively as before. Something is wrong. Hinata Mie always felt that something was wrong. It was obviously no different from before, but the atmosphere felt a little tense. What happened? He thought about it, but couldn't grasp the key points. He could only shake his head and continue to look for food. Now Konoha has only barbecue and meatballs, and he has long been tired of them. I don't know when Otsutsuki Ichiraku's ramen restaurant will open. These ramen restaurants are really lame now. Kushina. Concentrate. Don't be afraid. Deep in the unknown cave, in the empty space, the pale golden chakra chains are like cages, completely sealing the inside. Several people stood outside the diamond blockade, staring at the inside closely. At the critical moment of transferring the 9 tails, they were here to prevent accidents. The third Hokage. Shimura Danzo. Mito Kato. Utane Koharu. The Konoha United Government, the 4 major gangsters are all here. Not only them, the entire Konoha was loose on the outside and tight on the inside that day, and the protection warning level was raised to S level. But transferring and sealing the 9 tails is nothing for them, because Uzumaki Mito is a professional. The diamond blockade sealed the cave, and not even a trace of the 9 tails chakra could leak out. Kushina lay beside her, her snow-white and slender waist was exposed, and you could see the black hemisphere of her abdomen bulging, and scarlet chakra emanated from time to time, as if she was struggling. Her forehead was sweating, her eyebrows were tightly locked, as if she was in great pain. Ka 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 ka. Uzumaki Mito also closed his eyes, with countless pale gold chains extending from his body, some of which sank into the body of the girl next to him. In the sealed space inside Kushina's body, the 9-tailed fox, which was 70 or 80 meters tall, was bound by pale gold chakra with its limbs and 9 tails. Roar! Dash! The fierce roar accompanied by the scarlet chakra surged in the space. Uzumaki Mito. Don't even think about sealing me in this little devil's body. She will be corrupted by evil. She will destroy Konoha. Ah! Roar! Dash! The chakra image of Uzumaki Mito half knelt on the ground, with his hands pressed on the pale gold water surface, and countless chains extended from his back, binding the 9-tailed fox firmly to the ground. Kushina won't, she will inherit my will and lock you here forever. Uzumaki Mito's words caused the 9-tailed fox to sneer and grin. Don't you notice that there is a hole in her heart? Kushina's spiritual projection stood not far in front of the huge 9 tails, and a long chakra chain swayed slightly behind her. Kushina. Concentrate. Don't be afraid. Uzumaki Mito shouted, use your diamond seal to complete the final seal, so that you can hope to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Ka ka ka. The chains on Kushina's body slowly extended and gradually connected with Uzumaki Mito's chakra chains. As long as you lock its neck. Kushina's eyes were filled with fear that could not be concealed, her hands were shaking, and she was sweating profusely. Faced with such a huge monster and extremely evil chakra, the cracks in her heart became bigger and bigger. And the 9 tails accurately captured this. Chi. Suddenly, dark red chakra rose from the water and wrapped Kushina in it. Ah! Dash dash! Kushina suddenly screamed. Kushina! Don't lose consciousness! Uzumaki Mito was very anxious. But at this moment, Kushina only felt that an invisible hand was pulling her, dragging her deeper, deeper, and deeper. Chapter 11 Bring Hyagamuya. Not good. Kushina lost her mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 4 saw the fox coat coming out of Kushina and immediately determined the situation. According to Lord Mito's ability, it should be easy to seal the 9 tails, right? Udaten Koharu frowned and said, why did this happen? The 3rd generation looked worried, because Lord Mito intends to let Kushina complete the final seal by herself, so that she can control the 9 tails in the future. She is only 7 years old. Even if she can perform the diamond seal, she is far from being able to seal the 9 tails. It's too dangerous. Mito Kato-en said worriedly. The diamond seal is too strong. If Kushina doesn't have the key to open it, she won't be able to use the power of the 9 tails, Shimura Danzo said in a low voice. For the future deterrence of the village's tailed beasts, it's worth taking the risk. For the village. These 4 words made the worried people fall silent. Hiruzen. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's eyes suddenly opened and said, "Bring Hyagamuya." What? Who? Danzo and the other 3 were surprised. The 3rd generation frowned. Mr. Mito, how can he be involved in this matter with his identity as a member of the Hyaga branch family? Danzo glanced at him with an inexplicable look. A person from the Hyaga branch family would be mentioned at this time, and the 3rd generation obviously knew him, which is interesting. He can fill the void in Kushina's heart, Uzumaki Mito shouted. Would you choose a puppet that is fully controlled but cannot use the power of the 9 tails, or a Jinchuriki that cannot be controlled but can protect the village? The 3rd generation's face changed, and after only a pause, it disappeared from the spot with a swish. Konoha cannot lose the deterrence of the tailed beast, even if she is not completely controlled. Swish swish swish. The 3rd generation jumped out of the cave like a monkey, and appeared high above Konoha with several instant body techniques. Sensing secret technique. He suddenly took a deep breath and searched for the breath of Hinata Mie throughout Konoha. His scent should be found. Hinata Mie had almost no time to react before he was grabbed by the shoulder by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who suddenly appeared, and then moved at high speed, the world spinning. When he stopped, he found himself standing in a cave, and Danzo's creepy eyes were scanning him up and down. Here. Before Wie could speak, the diamond blockade in front of him suddenly cracked. Wie, come in, Kushina needs you. Uzumaki Mito said hurriedly. Kushina. Hinata Wie didn't even figure out what was going on. He rushed in through the crack, came to Kushina and squatted down, and asked anxiously, Mito grandma, what do you need me to do? Wake her up. Tell her you won't leave. You will always be by her side to protect her. Uzumaki Mito said, fill the void in her heart, so that she can get rid of the influence of the evil thoughts of the 9 tails. At this time, Wie had seen Kushina clearly, and saw the terrifying appearance of her body with a stream of scarlet chakra coming out. Was it eroded by the 9 tails chakra? The emptiness in my heart, is it because of the breakup? Kushina. Hinata Mie gently took the soft and delicate little hand and whispered in her ear, Kushina, I'm here, I will always be by your side. Who? Who is calling me? Inside Kushina, the space is sealed. The little man wrapped in the 9 tails chakra slowly opened his eyes, and the scarlet eyes were confused. I seem to hear Mie's voice. Uzumaki Mito was happy, he is here, and he is by your side now. Really? The 9 tails chakra on Kushina dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the 4 people outside the diamond seal had different expressions. The 3rd generation was surprised, it really works. The relationship between this child and the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Yuta Eni Komura and Mito Kato-en were happy and worried. Danzo had a blank expression, the 9 tails Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of the Hyaga clan. Roar! Dash! The 9 tails in Kushina's body sensed that its influence was being rejected, and could not help but roar angrily, stinky brat! You're looking for death! The remaining 9 tails chakra in Kushina's body suddenly gathered in her eyes, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Kushina, Hinata Mie's surprised cry had just come out, and the demon fox's pupils that shot towards his eyes came into his eyes, occupying his entire field of vision. The evil mental power instantly invaded his mind, like being hit on the head by a sledgehammer, causing his mental power to collapse rapidly. Not good. The 9 tails mental power backfires. This child will become an idiot under the impact. The third generation frowned and shouted, "Mito-sama, let me save him." Uzumaki Mito saw that Hinata Muie's face was dull and confused, and could not help but sigh. The blockade in front of the third generation gradually opened, and he was about to step in, but his wrist was suddenly pulled. Wait! Danzo's eyes were deep. If this child dies, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? The third generation frowned and said slowly, "You want to use his death to stimulate Kushina. Such pain will definitely stimulate her greatest potential," Danzo said calmly, "and it can also keep her away from the Hyuga clan." For a moment, the cave fell into silence. Mito Kato and Enyutane Komura struggled for a moment, and gradually became indifferent. Danzo is right. Uzumaki Mito noticed their actions, and there was obvious disappointment in his eyes. Hashirama. Tobirama. Is this the result of your will inheritance? No. The third generation suddenly shouted, "He did nothing wrong, the village can't give up on him." Danzo frowned, "Hiruzen, now is not the time for you to be indecisive." Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and said, "He is first of all a member of the village, and secondly, a member of the Hyuga branch. Burning oneself to protect the new green leaves is the duty of the Hokage and the will of fire." Seeing him walk in, Danzo sneered, "Pedantic. Stupid." But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stamped his feet again. "What? Change your mind again?" Just as Danzo was about to taunt, he found that Mito Kato and Enyutane Koharu's faces were not right. The eyes were wide open, as if they were shocked to see the third generation running naked. Danzo immediately looked back, and then his eyes widened slightly, writing Sharingan. When the evil mental power crushed into his mind, Hyuga Muie's own mental power subconsciously resisted, but was quickly defeated. Under this pressure, the Sharingan almost operated spontaneously, feeding back a cool and strange mental power into the mind. Not only did it quickly quell the mental power riot, but even the evil thoughts of the Nine Tails were bounced back in an instant. The power of Uchiha has always been the nemesis of the tailed beasts. Hoo-hoo! Hyuga Muie panted rapidly, and the scarlet Sharingan stared at Kushina's demon eyes. Gradually, the Megatama began to rotate. "Give Kushina back." Chapter 12 Mito Grandma, let me try. Buzz. The world spun for a moment. Hinata Muie instinctively activated his pupil power, and the chakra projection entered Kushina's body. This is just like what future Sasuke did. He entered Kushina's sealed space that looked like Naruto. But the Nine Tails was not as comfortable as future. It was trapped here with its belly facing up. The ground was lifted from the water, like an island, and the limbs and nine tails of the Nine Tails were bound to the ground by chakra chains. Except for the head, which could be twisted a few times, other parts could not move. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito and Kushina were both standing behind the Nine Tails' huge head, and Hinata Muie also appeared here. These cursed eyes! The Nine Tails howled angrily, "I will tear you apart." I don't know if it thought of the fear of being dominated by Uchiha Madara. There was a little subtle fear in its roar. "It's Muie." The Nine Tails chakra on Kushina's body melted like ice and snow, and she got out of trouble in an instant. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but glance at them. At this time, Hinata Muie had already rushed over and helped up Kushina's soft body. Has this child's influence on Kushina been so great? As soon as he appeared, Kushina's heart became perfect. "Muie." Kushina hugged Hinata Muie's waist tightly, and her little head rubbed against his chest, with a kind of lovable softness. Muie gently stroked her fiery red hair, but his eyes couldn't help looking up. The behemoth like the Nine Tails filled her vision, full of oppression. "Hurry up!" Uzumaki Mito reminded helplessly, "After the Nine Tails is sealed, you will have plenty of time to be intimate." The Nine Tails has left her body. As her vitality faded, she could feel that her strength was continuously declining. Even if she was a member of the Uzumaki clan, she couldn't hold on any longer. "Ah, Yes. Kushina finally remembered the important matter, and hurriedly let go of Hinata Mie, half knelt on the ground again, and supported the water with both hands. Kachakaka. The chakra chain extended out, connected with Uzumaki Mito, and then wrapped around the neck of the Nine Tails, locking it tightly. Roar! Dash! Nine Tails would naturally not surrender, and under the fierce struggle, Kushina's chakra chain actually broke with a snap. No. My power is declining, and now one is not enough, at least three. Uzumaki Mito said. Kushina's face was pale, but my current chakra can only be one at most. Tisk. The Nine Tails seemed to snort in disdain. Uzumaki Mito said quickly, Kushina, the key to the multiple branches of the diamond seal is not the amount of chakra, but your control. Imagine it is a part of you. As she spoke, not to mention how Kushina felt, the most strange thing was Hinata Mie. He recalled the process of performing the diamond seal over and over in his mind, and his understanding became more and more profound. Could it be that the so-called analysis can not only copy this secret technique, but also understand the essence? He thought to himself. I'll try again. Kushina raised her pretty face and pressed her hands on the lake again. No. In Hinata Mie's eyes, the process of Kushina's performing the diamond seal was clearly visible, and the problem could be seen at a glance. Sure enough, there was still only one chakra chain stretched out from her back. Tisk. The Nine Tails, who had been paying close attention to Kushina's movements, breathed a sigh of relief quietly, then raised his head and snorted, That's it. Kushina's face turned pale. Hinata Mie hesitated, then stepped forward and said, Kushina, Mito-san doesn't mean you can just imagine it. It is to divide the chakra into the desired amount at the moment of output, right here. His hand gently pressed on Kushina's smooth vest and tapped a certain chakra point. Kushina was still a little confused, but Uzumaki Mito looked at him in surprise. Without rolling his eyes, how did he see the flow of chakra clearly? And he also pointed out Kushina's mistakes accurately. Is that so? Kushina performed it again. No, it's too early to divide it, it's here, the amount of chakra is determined in an instant. Hinata Mie touched her vest again. I understand. Kushina's eyes were bright, and she clapped her hands on the lake, Vatra blockade. Kakaka. Finally, 3 chakra chains stretched out, each with a length of 20 meters, and connected with Uzumaki Mito's. Hinata Mie breathed a sigh of relief, but was a little depressed. Is this the amount of chakra that Kushina outputs at full power? Then, Kushina equals 100 chakras, Kushina equals 120 muis, Mie 1 chakra, beast. No, Kakashi's chakra volume should not be as good as mine when he was 7 years old, Hinata Mie thought to himself, but he was already a chunin at the age of 6. This beast graduated at the age of 5, chunin at the age of 6, jonin at the age of 12. Kakashi's record before his decadence was invincible. Roar! A euro! Just when he was thinking about all kinds of things, Kushina's chakra chain was already wrestling with the 9 tails. Kushina, lock its neck, form a closed loop with my chain, and the seal is complete. Uzumaki Mito said. Roar! However, at this moment, the 9 tails bent its right arm, clenched its right claw into a fist, and with a loud bang, it set off a chakra storm in the sealed space. Crack! With a crisp sound, the chakra chain that bound the right claw broke. It has been accumulating power. Seeing the sharp claws grab Kushina's thin body without hesitation, Uzumaki Mito's face tightened. Plop! Hinata Mie suddenly pounced on it, and rolled several circles on the water with Kushina. Boom! The claws of the 9 tails slapped thousands of waves. Hoo! Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief, and the prepared chain trapped the 9 tails' right claw again. Kushina, can you continue? She asked. Kushina turned over, her face pale, I have consumed most of my chakra, and I can't complete the final seal. Uzumaki Mito was silent for a moment, but still gave her a comforting smile. It's okay, I'll seal it completely. Wait a minute. Hinata Uie suddenly interrupted, Mito grandma, what will happen if Kushina can't do it herself? Then she will lose the key to unlock the seal and will never be able to use the Nine Tails chakra, Uzumaki Mito whispered, that is to say, the village can only protect Kushina and not let her leave the village. At the same time, if there is a situation where the tailed beast must be used, then... Uie understood what she meant. Originally, I should wait until Kushina is an adult before transferring the Nine Tails, but it is different to contact the tailed beast after the tailed beast grows up and forms its values. Because of your appearance, I wanted to. Uzumaki Mito sighed helplessly. You guys step back. 3 chains stretched out from her back again, aiming directly at the Nine Tails. But Hinata Uie's figure suddenly blocked her. Mito grandma, let me try. Chapter 13 Participating in the Sealing of the Nine Tails. You want to try? The chain stopped, and Uzumaki Mito looked at him strangely. You are only 7 years old. Even if you have awakened the Sharingan and your chakra volume exceeds that of a Chunin, you still cannot interfere with sealing the Nine Tails. Hinata Uie did not speak, but quickly formed a seal. This seal is the Diamond Seal. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina were stunned. Ka ka ka. Under the surprised eyes of the two, a half-meter-long chakra chain stretched out from behind him. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina looked at each other, then raised their hands at the same time and rubbed their eyes. Does this guy have the blood of the Uzumaki clan? The blood of the Uchiha, Hyuga and Uzumaki? But Uie blushed a little at this time. This half-meter is really short. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. In the outside world, he opened his eyes, and a pair of blood-red pupils rotated faintly. Swish! A kunao appeared in his hand, attracting the attention of 5 people. What is he going to do? The third generation asked curiously. Puff! The next moment, blood splashed everywhere. Wuye! Uzumaki Mito said in surprise. Hyuga Wuye inserted the kunao into his chest, then loosened his hands and began to seal regardless of anything. Avoided the vital points. Danzo said lightly. Mito Kato and Yutane Koharu frowned and said nothing. But Uzumaki Mito was surprised to find that the amount of Wuye's chakra she sensed was skyrocketing at a rapid speed, almost 100 times in an instant. The degree of injury is 10%, cell division is accelerated by 100 times, and life is consumed for 20 seconds. The body is continuously injured and cannot be repaired, cell division is accelerated, and vitality consumption is accelerated. This is the special physique of Hyuga Wuye. I exchange my vitality for the energy of my body, and I am the Kryptonian immortal. He laughed at himself, ignoring the strange looks from the third generation Danzo and the others, and quickly completed the seals on his hands. Vajra seal. 3 chakra chains stretched out, and merged into the black ball in Kushina's abdomen with a click. Then, he closed his eyes again. Behind him, the 3 third-generation Danzo and the other 4 had their eyes wide open. The unique secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Hiruzen, how on earth did he do this? What's going on? The Sandai's face trembled. I don't know. Judging from your reaction just now, you have known this child for a long time. Why do you say you don't know now? Danzo narrowed his eyes. We are the elders, and this is related to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. We have the right to know the truth. I really don't know. The third Hokage had no expression on his face, but he silently raised Hyuga Wuye's status several levels in his heart. In addition to the Hyuga and Uchiha bloodlines, could this child also have Uzumaki bloodline? He has integrated the talents of many races, but is not integrated into any race. What kind of changes will this existence bring to Konoha? He fell into deep thought. Danzo and Udaten Koharu and Mitaman looked at each other and frowned together. In the past 10 years since the third Hokage took office, they have never been hidden anything by him as consultants and elders. What is the matter with this child? Not to mention the different thoughts of the 4 people in the outside world, in Kushina's sealed space, Hyagamwie opened his eyes and 3 20-meter-long chakra chains stretched out. Ka ka ka. Instantly connected with Kushina's chakra, the 2 chains circled the Nine-Tails' neck several times, and then flew down, easily stuck in the exact sealing position. Good. Uzumaki Mito was refreshed and clapped his hands fiercely. The chains behind him flowed like water at a high speed, connecting the entire sealed space into one. Asshole! Asshole! Damn! 2 stinky brats! Seeing the seal gradually taking shape, the Nine-Tails let out a series of shrill roars, and was simply extremely angry. Bang! 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 A series of orange-red wooden doors closed in front of them, isolating the Nine-Tails. Ka ka ka! In the middle of the last door, it rotated like a lock, and finally closed completely. Swish! 2 chakra chains stretched out from the lock core and connected to the palms of Kushina and Hinatamuya. Buzz! The chains disappeared, and a golden vortex mark appeared on the palm of Wie's right hand and Kushina's left hand. Then, it slowly disappeared. This is good. Uzumaki Mito smiled with relief, and his figure gradually disappeared from the sealed space. At this time, Hinata Wie felt that his spiritual power was as if it had been drained, and his head was throbbing and painful. Kushina, I'm going out too, you should wake up soon. He said in a low voice and was about to disappear. Wie. But Kushina grabbed his hand and stared at his palm in a daze. The mark there had disappeared, but she smiled with her lips pursed. Her smile was pure and satisfied. This is good. Ka ka ka. Outside, the diamond blockade completely disappeared. The 3 generations looked at each other and immediately rushed in. Lord Mito, how is the situation? The 3rd generation asked anxiously. Uzumaki Mito slowly opened his cloudy eyes, a smile appeared on his lips. It's done, perfect. Hey! Several people breathed a sigh of relief together. No matter how different their political views are, they all have the same heart for Konoha, even Danzo, who has no other thoughts at this time. Cough, cough cough. Just then, a cough came. Several people looked down and saw Hinata Wie holding his chest and coughing violently, and then his eyes went black and he fell down. Fortunately, before he fell down, he remembered to pull out the kunao in his chest to avoid further consumption of vitality. Wie! Kushina saw him fall down as soon as she opened her eyes, and she flashed to support him, and asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" "Mito grandma, what's wrong with him?" Seeing Kushina's wholehearted attention on Hinata Wie, Danzo and the others had different expressions. "Help him lie down, he just fainted because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy, and there is also a wound on his chest, bandage him." Uzumaki Mito said slowly. "Yes." Kushina was relieved and hurriedly took out a simple bandage from her ninja tool bag. But when she started to tear open the clothes on Wie's chest, she suddenly stopped. The little eyes rolled around, and she covered it with her hands. She didn't expose Wie's wound, but directly wrapped it with a bandage, so that others couldn't see the specific situation. So, they didn't discover Hinata Wie's magical recovery ability. Who would have thought that a 7-year-old girl would have so many petty thoughts? This Hinata Wie knows Jinchuriki, has the Sharingan, and can also learn the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Danzo said in a low voice. How to deal with it? Kushina pricked up her ears. The 3rd generation glanced at Danzo. I have an agreement with this child. He will not expose his Sharingan and will directly join the Anbu after graduation. Will he join the Hokage or the root? Danzo asked immediately. Of course, the Hokage. The 3rd generation said as a matter of course. Danzo glanced at Hyagamuya and said slowly, Hiruzen, the Anbu directly under your side will still carry out some open affairs. If there are too many intersections with other ninjas, the route can better cover him. Chapter 14 If you refuse me. Danzo, you can't touch this child. The third generation said his catchphrase without hesitation. People who Danzo specifically asked for are often not touched. Danzo's face darkened, he is involved too much. If he is discovered by Hyuga or Uchiha, it will inevitably cause an uproar. After he joins the Anbu, I will try to assign him missions outside the village, and he can also perform spy missions when he is strong enough. The third generation seemed to have thought it over. In this way, we can reduce contact with other ninjas. Danzo frowned and turned to the two consultants. What do you think? Udaten Koharu pondered for a moment. It doesn't matter which Anbu he joins, but the boy's mind is not mature yet. If it is exposed in a battle at the ninja school, it will be troublesome. The third generation thought for a while and said, then arrange for him to challenge senior students and apply for graduation early. That's fine. Mitoke nodded. Danzo hummed. Hiruzen, you are going to train him to be your own sword. Such a good chess piece, whether it is pretending to be Hyuga or Uchiha in the future, there is a lot of room for operation, so don't give up easily. Hiruzen. At this time, Uzumaki Mito looked over, saw the different expressions of several of them, and sighed in his heart. Mito-sama, I'm here, do you have anything else to say? The third generation immediately squatted down beside Uzumaki Mito. He knew that the old man was on his deathbed. Danzo and the other two hurriedly followed and half knelt down. Mito-sama, please give me your orders. The life of a ninja is not determined by what he did in his lifetime. It depends on how he decides his own death. Uzumaki Mito looked at the empty rock top and murmured. I could have waited until Kushina came of age to transfer the 9 tails. In this way, maybe she could have survived for a few more years. But what's the point of that? Kushina has already found a destination to fill the emptiness in her heart. If you delay it any longer, she will just be an old man, with the last attachment to life. The 3 generations couldn't help but show sadness. The ancestors who founded the village passed away one by one, just like the pillars in their hearts disappeared, making people feel lost. Hinatamuya, this child, has no evil thoughts in his heart. He is the most suitable person to accompany Kushina to grow up. Kushina listened to her words and suddenly looked up in surprise. Yesterday, he clearly said that he also had evil thoughts in his heart. At this time, Uzumaki Mito winked at her quietly, looking a little playful like an old child. The 3 generations and 4 people lowered their heads and didn't see the scene. Kushina couldn't help wanting to laugh, but her nose was sore and tears slid down her face. She knew that this was the last gift from Grandma Mito. Hiruzen. I decided to move the 9 tails ahead of time, and successfully left the key to Kushina. It is to preserve the possibility of Konoha having a perfect Jinchuriki in the future. And Hyagamuya is the most crucial existence. You don't make things difficult for him. Uzumaki Mito took a breath. The third generation immediately agreed. We all have seen the bond between him and Kushina. I will arrange for him to join the Anbu later and will no longer prevent him from interacting with Kushina. Hiruzen. Uzumaki Mito's speech speed became slower and slower. If he doesn't do what you think, be more tolerant and trustful. Just like Hashirama Tobirama and I believe in you. Just like life gradually withdrew from the body. Goodbye, little ones. Goodbye, Konoha. The soul left, taking away all the memories and attachments of this life. Grandma. Dash. Kushina suddenly fell beside her, tears streaming down her face, unable to stop. Mito-sama. Have a good journey. The third generation spoke in a low voice, his eyes full of grief. Danzo and the other 2 remained silent, quietly sending the old man off for the last time. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire will also continue. The shadow of the fire illuminates the village. New leaves will sprout. The black-clothed figures filled the sight, and Hyagawa could not see the back of the third generation in the front, but could only hear his solemn eulogy spreading throughout the venue. It was already 3 days later, and most of the ninjas had returned to the village to participate in the memorial service, including the head of the Hyagawa family who was elusive. Ue's mother was the guardian branch of the head of the family, and had been following him on missions. It was strange that the head of the Hyagawa family did not stay in the village properly, but was actually away for many years. But Hinata Ue had no intention to explore. He had never even met this person. He only cared about whether his mother came back this time. That gentle, but always absent mother. Not back. After the festival ended and he returned home, Hinata Ue shook his head, not knowing what he felt. So many messed up things happened, but there was no one who cared. It was a bit disappointing. Hinata Ue, what have you thought about? At this time, a figure with a bandage covering his right eye suddenly appeared beside him. Danzo, this is Hyagawa after all. Ue had a headache. He had been troubled for the past 3 days. Not only Danzo, but also the third generation, kept urging him to challenge the senior students and apply for early graduation after his reputation rose. And Danzo was good at coercion and inducement, which were all his specialties. Hinata doesn't value you as much as I do. Danzo's eyes were sharp, but his expression seemed very gentle. If you join the route, one day the Hinata will look at you with new eyes. But I have promised the Hokage that I will apply for graduation in advance and join the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Hinata Ue said. As long as you are willing, I promise that Hiruzen will not make things difficult. Danzo said indifferently. The route is also part of the Anbu, and you can get more comprehensive training here. There are many things that Hiruzen will not give you, but I can, for example. He lowered his voice. The awakening records and experience of the Uchiha Sharingan, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and even the secrets of the physical techniques of the Hyagawa clan, these things are not allowed to be seen in the light. Hiruzen can't take them out. Even if he can't take them out, but I can. Seeing this fellow's thief-like appearance, Hinata Ue became more vigilant. What kind of person is Danzo? He is really the only one in Naruto who can't be washed. He said such words and showed such an expression. If you really believe it, you don't know how miserable you will be in the future. Just talking about the seal of eradicating tongue troubles, it is the seal of Hyagawa definitely doesn't want to be defeated. Danzo, I know you are doing this for my own good, but if I disobey Hokage, I will. Hinata Ue showed a bitter face. Danzo snorted coldly, if you want to get benefits, you must pay a price. You awakened the Sharingan at the age of 7, and learned the Uzumaki secret technique with just one look. You are gifted. It is not impossible to surpass Hiruzen in the future, but if you really become Hiruzen's subordinate, he may not devote all his efforts to training you. After all, a subordinate who can be controlled is a good subordinate, not to mention the factor of Uzumaki Kushina. Only I won't restrict you. I'm not afraid that you will surpass me. I just need you to do a few things for me before that. This guy spared no effort to fool the child, if Hinata Ue is really a child. A few things? Haha, I don't know if he framed Hinata or harmed Uchiha. Anyway, it's not good, maybe I have to take the blame. Danzo, I will think about it carefully. Please give me a little more time. Hinata Ue said sincerely. You should know that the route I lead has always dealt with matters that are not allowed to see the light of day. Danzo suddenly showed a gloomy smile. If you refuse me. Before he finished speaking, the figure had disappeared. Chapter 15 Arrangements for Ue. Danzo the old thief actually threatened me. Hinata Ue's anger rose for only a second, and then his hands drooped, his expression dejected, but I can't ignore this threat. It's like this when you don't have a backer, it's wrong to stand on either side. If it's politically correct, he should join the Hokage directly, but Danzo will use dirty tricks. The pot shadow pits his own people, that's professional. But if he jumps to the root, let alone the disgusting technique of the tongue disaster, just a note in the Hokage's little notebook will be enough for him to drink a pot. The future is bleak. Logically speaking, it is the best choice to follow the third Hokage obediently. Hinata Uie squatted on the steps and drew circles. Now he is in his prime, he should not rely too much on Danzo's roots, nor will he indulge him too much. It is not a problem to protect me. But do I really have to hide my Sharingan and identity to join the Anbu? He rubbed his face, wearing a mask all day, isn't this appearance in vain? You can obviously make a living with your face, but you insist on relying on your talent? You can't learn from Kakashi to squander natural resources. What's more troublesome is that the identity of the Anbu is hidden, and you live in the dark all day and night. Let's not talk about whether you will have a mental illness after a long time, just say my breakup plan. How can I implement it? The Anbu work is elusive, and it is normal not to be in the village, so how can he have time to fall in love? This is the real business, okay? I can't join the Anbu or the root, what should I do? Wu Ye drew circles on the ground, cursing Danzo and the third Hokage. No matter how you look at it, it can only explode. Good or bad luck is hard to predict. He suddenly stood up and smiled carefreely. At worst, I will be disabled, then I will find Otsutsuki Ichiraku and become his apprentice. Traveling to the world of Naruto, either become strong enough to make Kaguya take maternity leave, or follow Ichiraku and get stuck, there is no third way to go. Wu Ye, I heard from Kushina that you were injured 2 days ago. The next day, as soon as he sat down in the middle of the third row in the classroom, the yellow-haired boy Minato Namikaze came close to him. Are you okay? With a spring breeze-like expression and a warm and sunny image, he deserves to be the fourth Hokage. Ah, nothing, Wu Ye shrugged, you know, when I throw shuriken, I won't stop until I kill myself, and this time it pierced my chest. After hearing this, Minato Namikaze had a bean-sized bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Wu Ye, actually you don't have to be obsessed with shuriken, your taijutsu is very good, and your strength is strong enough. He thought for a while and said, if you take advantage of taijutsu and practice 1 or 2 special techniques, you can become a genin. Hinata Uie glanced at him and said, taijutsu is okay against others, but it's useless against you. You're really too fast. This fast doesn't mean that Minato Namikaze can learn Flying Thunder God now, but that his nerve reflexes are too fast, and his body's instinctive reaction far exceeds the speed of thinking. He is not fast because he learned Flying Thunder God, but Flying Thunder God has brought his talent to the extreme. We are companions, why are you against me? Namikaze Minato smiled warmly, although I am fast, I am not strong. You can compliment me. You two complement each other, what about me? The fiery man rushed in and dragged Wu Ye who was with Minato away without saying a word. Wu Ye, are you completely fine? Kushina's charming smile made Hinata Wu Ye slightly dazed. After becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she seemed to have not changed at all. Not only did she not change, but she also returned to her cheerful and generous appearance before the breakup, and no longer had the little appearance of being timid and worried about gains and losses during that period. I am responsible for speed, Wu Ye represents strength, and Kushina can contain and defend. This is a good team composition. Minato clapped his hands. Wu Ye glanced at him. Let alone whether the three of them can become a group, it is a question whether Kushina can leave the village in the future. But Minato was right. Kushina's sealing technique is indeed suitable for containment and defense. Moreover, he will soon become like this, well, slowly become the shape of the person he breaks up with. Class. This class is Konoha's unique ninja theory, everyone open your books. The Chunin teacher came to the stage and started teaching as usual. Hinata Muya sat between Kushina and Minato, drifting away in the same rhythm. At present, he has mastered the substitution technique, transformation technique and the whirlpool secret technique diamond seal, and through continuous analysis, his understanding of them is still deepening. But just as his thoughts drifted away, suddenly a soft, gentle little hand reached out from under the cover of the table and grasped his hand with ease. Hyagawa instantly regained his consciousness. Based on the touch and size of the hand, it can be distinguished that this is not Minato's. Fortunately. He secretly glanced at Kushina from the corner of his eye, but saw that she was sitting upright, looking straight ahead, and listening to the class seriously. So what is the situation now? Clearly breaking up, she seemed to have forgotten it. Is it because of what happened when sealing the 9 tails that gave her confidence? At that time, Hyagawa was in a coma, so naturally he did not hear Uzumaki Mito's instructions to the 3rd generation, and he did not know why Kushina was not entangled at all. Because, they have already been recognized. There is no sign of decline in the pupil power, which means that this is okay. Hyagawa was relieved, and gradually, his mind began to shift. The girl's warm palm rubbed between his fingers, and the indescribable intimacy and excitement made him unable to help but grab it with both hands, play with it carefully, and couldn't let it go. Ahem! Suddenly, Minato coughed lightly. Kushina's little hand was pulled back suddenly. Uie glared at Minato unhappily. Listen carefully, the teacher said that the first actual combat training will be held in the afternoon. Minato reminded in a low voice. Hyagawa nodded. What was coming finally came. You are very lucky, today the whole school will practice fighting, and the Hokage will be there to watch in person. The words of the Chunin teacher made the classroom noisy, and the students whispered to each other. Those who perform well can even apply for early graduation. He said again. This sentence caused even more noise. Teacher, what is considered excellent performance? A student couldn't help asking. The Chunin smiled and said, you are only in the 2nd year, so don't think about it. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the Hokage. That's what you should consider now. As for excellent performance, if you can successfully challenge the graduating class, then it should be considered excellent performance. He added. The boys and girls who were eager to try lost interest immediately after hearing this. The graduating class is 4 years older than us, how can they succeed in the challenge? Someone said unhappily, it's just embarrassing. The Chunin teacher said meaningfully, genius is not restricted by age. Hinata Uie raised his head and looked out the window, where a fallen leaf was floating down. He knew that this was the arrangement of the Sandame, an arrangement specifically for him. Chapter 16 Konoha Yellow Gambling and Drug Trio. A group of students lined up and followed the teacher to the training ground. 6 grades and 6 classes, hundreds of students surrounded them, making a lot of noise. Under the scolding of several Chunin teachers, they slowly quieted down. In the crowd, Hyagawa stood with Kushina and Minato on his left and right. He looked around. There weren't many people in the ninja school, and there were only a few who would have names in the future, but he had basically recognized them all. For example, the 3 members of the same generation as Inoshikajo, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. Nara Yoshino and Inyazuka Tsumuji, who were 1 year younger than him, were the mothers of Shikamaru and Kaiba in the future. Other people of the same generation, Uchiha Mikoto and Abarame Shiwei, graduated in the first 2 years, and the brothers Hyaga Hayashi and Hisashi, who were 5 years older than him, had already graduated. Hey? That's... A familiar figure appeared at the edge of the training ground, and Hyagawa finally perked up. Why is she here? Who? Kushina asked curiously. Mie pointed to the side of the field. Hey? That's the disciple of Lord Hokage. Minato suddenly realized, it's Jiraiya. Yes, that's right, Mie continued, it's the legendary Konoha's Yellow Gambling and Drug Trio. Minato. It can also be said to be the immortal, and immortal trio. They are still wearing 3 green vests when they are young. Tsunade with golden braids, Orochimaru with long black hair, and Jiraiya with snow-white needle hair. It is said that a team must have these 3 hair colors, otherwise it will not be awesome. The future Minato team and the future Team 7 have verified this. Shouldn't Tsunade be holding a memorial ceremony now? Why is she here? Hinata Uie thought in confusion. Tsunade, why are you pulling us to the ninja school instead of guarding Lord Mito? And over there, Orochimaru happened to ask gloomily. Grandma said that it is a happy thing for ninjas to choose their own death, so we should not be sad about it. Tsunade said slowly. Just looking at her appearance that is very different from usual, how can she not look sad? Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other and tacitly stopped talking about this matter. I heard that the old man decided to let the students with outstanding performance graduate early. Jiraiya pretended to be relaxed and said, "Are these little brats really good? When you graduate, you may not be as good as them." Orochimaru said coldly. Jiraiya snorted, "I am a genius." Orochimaru silently argued, "You are indeed a genius, but you may be a genius in the customs street." Orochimaru. Jiraiya raised his fist, "Do you want to fight?" Orochimaru was still gloomy, "You can't let it go. You." Jiraiya was about to get angry, but Tsunade slapped him on the shoulder with a bang, and the whole person was embedded in the ground. "You two, stop it, I don't need your comfort." She pointed to the graduating class and said, "My brother Nawaki is also in it. I called you here to find a master for him." "Me? Let me teach your brother." Jiraiya pulled himself out of the ground. "Orochimaru, take a look. If it's suitable, I'll leave it to you." Tsunade seemed not to see Jiraiya's self-recommendation. Orochimaru asked curiously, "Isn't it best for you to teach yourself?" Tsunade shook her head, "I can't bear it." "What about Jiraiya? Although his strength is average, he is still good enough to teach Nawaki." Orochimaru obviously didn't want to teach a child. "Him? If Nawaki learns to peek into the women's bathhouse, I'll go crazy." Tsunade pouted. Jiraiya's head was full of black lines, "Am I so unreliable?" Tsunade and Orochimaru looked at each other, "Yes. Jiraiya. Then I'll observe. If he performs well and meets the standards, I can accept him as a disciple." Orochimaru said helplessly. Tsunade smiled, "You won't be disappointed. There is no opponent for Nawaki in the ninja school." A mouthful of poisonous milk gushed out, but Rope Tree still knew nothing. At this time, a large group of teachers came over with the 3rd generation. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. The 3rd generation smiled at his 3 disciples, "Are you here to watch the game too?" Tsunade asked Orochimaru to teach her brother. Jiraiya said in a very unhappy tone. The 3rd generation smiled, "You can also consider taking a disciple. When the time comes, defeating Rope Tree will prove that you are stronger than Orochimaru, right?" Good idea, old man." Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Bang! The next moment, his head made friendly contact with the 3rd generation's hand. "Respect the teacher." The 3rd generation withdrew his hand, still smiling. With his arrival, the entire training ground became dead silent, and a tense atmosphere began to spread. "Let's start." The 3rd generation Hokage waved his hand and said, "Let me see the strength of the new generation." "Yes." The teachers nodded and then walked to their respective classes. The training ground will be divided into 6 areas, leaving the central area empty. The 6 grades will go on the field one by one for battle drills. "We are in this area." The Chunin teacher came over and said, "Next. I will arrange for you to go on the field one by one. If anyone wants to challenge the senior students, they can go to the central area." Everyone ignored the second half of the sentence tacitly. Soon, the 6 groups started fighting. The battle between the lower grades was just physical skills and shuriken throwing, which was nothing to watch. The Chunin teacher swished around the field to prevent the shuriken from accidentally hurting other people. The battle between the seniors used a lot of three-body techniques, which was much more beautiful, but there was still no eye-catching battle. Except for the trio of pig, deer, and butterfly who possessed the family's secret technique, the third generation did not find anything else to watch, so that look drifted towards Hinata Uie intentionally or unintentionally. "Minato, do you want to challenge the seniors?" Uie suddenly said, "With your strength, you can easily win against the graduating class." "Ah?" Minato scratched his head, "I haven't thought about graduating early." "Are you going to challenge anyone?" Uie nodded slightly, "I want to find a graduating class to test my strength." "Uie, are you going to graduate early?" Kushina suddenly grabbed his hand, "Then I want to challenge too." "Well, I may not be able to stay in the ninja school any longer," Uie whispered. Minato turned his head and looked at him, and suddenly said, "Then I will challenge too. If we graduate early together, maybe we can be assigned to the same team." Hinata Uie glanced at him, not knowing what to say. In fact, he had no idea what he would encounter next. "Then I'll go first." Kushina didn't care about anything and jumped into the central venue, "I want to challenge the graduating class." The battles of the 6 groups around him stopped abruptly, and then there was an uproar. "No way, someone really challenged the graduating class. She seems to have jumped out of the 2nd grade class? How dare she do that? Don't tell me, if it was Blood Red Pepper, she might really dare." The teacher of the graduating class came out, "Who are you going to challenge?" Kushina's eyes swept over the graduating class, skipped Nawaki and pointed to the boy next to him, "Him." The graduating class suddenly fell silent. Chapter 17 Minato's Talent. Didn't she even ask for information? She actually chose Mitsui, but he only lost to Nawaki, the real 2nd place in our class. Is Blood Red Pepper inflated? The contemptuous discussion came, and Kushina's face turned red with anger. "Come up quickly, I want to fight you." She pointed at Mitsui and said unceremoniously. The boy walked out from Nawaki and frowned, "Uzumaki Kushina, although everyone in school calls you Blood Red Pepper, you are still far from being able to fight me. I suggest you make a new choice, so there is still hope." Kushina put her hands on her hips, "Are you a man or not? Don't be so fussy." Mitsui's face darkened, and he jumped into the field in an instant and stood opposite her. "Make the seal of opposition." Under the teacher's instructions, the two made an opposing seal. "You will pay the price for what you just said." The young Mitsui took out 3 shurikens and shot them at Kushina, while stamping his feet and rushing forward. It was a very standard start of a battle between ninja school students. Toot toot. 3 shurikens shot at a piece of broken wood, and Kushina used the substitute technique to avoid it, and at the same time split into 3 clones to fight together. Kushina was caught performing the clone technique, which can be analyzed. No one uses the clone technique in a formal battle, which wastes chakra. Mitsui laughed sarcastically, and fought back casually, easily breaking the 3 clones. Bang bang bang! But the next moment, Kushina split into 3 more clones. XXXX! Bang, bang, bang! The next moment, 3 more clones appeared. Mitsui was forced to use the substitution technique to avoid it. After finally breaking it up again, 3 more clones came towards him. "Are you done yet? Chakra is free." Mitsui wanted to find the real body, but he couldn't see through it at a glance without his colored contact lenses. Although he knew that the clones had no shadows, he had no time to distinguish them during the beating. What's more, Kushina's clones were endless, making him overwhelmed. Kushina won. On the sidelines, Hyagawa chuckled. That Mitsui is just an ordinary ninja, who studied and grew up in accordance with the rules. It's good to have the strength of a genin, Minato said with a smile, but Kushina is too special. Her chakra is simply endless. If you were facing Kushina, even if she had more chakra, you would lose, Wei said. Your nerve reaction speed is too terrible. You can definitely recognize the clones in an instant and then attack the real body. In a sense, this is also a terrible talent. Minato scratched the back of his head, but Kushina is unbeatable, she will always get up and fight again. Wei spread his hands, this is why she is difficult to deal with. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, plus the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, Kushina is qualified to rush. Bang! Bang bang bang! The first sound was the sound of Kushina knocking someone over, and the following bangs were the result of her continuous punches. Stop! 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 The Chunin teacher flashed into the field to stop Kushina's attack. You won! Wow! As expected, there was a noise from the training ground. The second grade cheered. Although they were beaten badly by Kushina before, they should sympathize with Mitsui at this time, but people are animals with a sense of belonging. When Kushina won glory for the whole class, how could they remember the past? They would only feel proud of it. Kushina, you hit too hard, right? We are all classmates in school. When they heard this familiar voice, many people covered their faces at the same time. Sure enough, the peacemaker Rope Tree ran out to help Mitsui up, sent him to the sidelines, and gave him a simple bandage. Kushina, as partners of the same generation, we should love each other and understand each other. Rope Tree walked back again, and Kushina decisively turned around and ran away. Hey! I haven't finished yet. His shouting was useless. Kushina quickly ran back behind Wei, making a slight face. Rope Tree! Tsunade, he is your brother? The little guy you plan to let me take as a disciple. Orochimaru's expression almost twisted. Don't you think it's more appropriate for a fool like Jiraiya to teach a fool? Tsunade was embarrassed. Rope Tree, his talent is still good. Ah ha ha ha, Tsunade, he is very suitable to be my disciple. Jiraiya came to spirits. Tsunade punched him without hesitation. Go away. Don't do it, we can talk it out. Jiraiya habitually hugged his head, squatted to defend, and begged for mercy, all in one go. Anyone else wants to challenge the graduating class? The teacher was very considerate and helped Naoki out. But Naoki didn't appreciate it. He just stood in the middle of the field and looked over here and said, Wei, Kushina, we haven't made it clear about the fact that you teamed up to bully Genin a few days ago. Teamed up to bully Genin. There were too many explosive points in this sentence, and everyone had a weird expression. In this day and age, are the second graders so powerful? Since you don't agree with my reason, let's fight first. If I win, you will listen to my reason, how about it? Naoki said loudly. The training ground began to make noise. This is quite interesting. Orochimaru became interested, the so-called convincing people with reason, the premise is that your fist is bigger than the other party. Tsunade hesitated for a while, I taught him. Orochimaru choked, it's your style. Facing Naoki's challenge, Hyagawa took a step forward. What he was going to do was really beyond the reach of ordinary people, so from the beginning his target was Naoki. Wait! Minato suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. What's wrong, Minato? Wei turned back and asked curiously. Minato pressed his hand, he's very strong, I'll go first. Before Wei shook his head, he ran out. This guy. Wei smiled helplessly and could only look at Minato's back. I'll be your opponent. The sunny smile on his face warmed the whole world at once. You also plan to challenge the graduating class, and challenge me? Rope Tree asked curiously. Minato nodded, originally, I can challenge anyone, but Wei and Kushina are my best friends. Best friends? Rope Tree nodded, I understand, please. Please. The two made a seal of opposition. Swish! The next moment, Minato rushed forward, approached Rope Tree, and stabbed out with a kunai in his right hand. So fast! Rope Tree was shocked, and he didn't have time to perform the substitute technique, so he could only barely block the attack with a kunai. But the next moment Minato's figure moved from in front of him to behind him, and swept across with a kick. This reaction speed! Amazing! Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Talent, the talent of nerve reflex and body coordination. Orochimaru licked his lips. Tsunade glanced at the scene on the field and was very depressed. She originally wanted Orochimaru and Jiraiya to see her brother's talent, but in the end, he was shown off by an inexplicable yellow-haired boy. Swish, swish, swish. On the field, Minato Namikaze kept changing his position around Noeki and attacked him from all blind spots. If Noeki hadn't had a solid foundation, he would have been unable to resist by now. Even so, it looked like he was being suppressed on the scene. The friends around him were all stunned. Chapter 18 Idiot's Ninja Method Water Style, Water Clone. Finally, Noeki resisted Minato's kick and barely used his first ninjutsu. Water Clone is a sea-level ninjutsu that can only be learned by ordinary chunin. This jutsu is more powerful than the clone jutsu because it has a shadow. Even if Minato's nerves react quickly, he can't tell it by eyesight, and can only break it through real attacks. Water Style, Water Clone. Water Style, Water Clone. Water Style, Water Clone. Noeki used the Water Clone to distance himself, and then, used the same jutsu over and over again. Wow! Noeki, you are shameless! Kushina couldn't help but curse with her hands on her hips. Noeki looked embarrassed and replied, I learned it from you. Relying on the amount of chakra to act like a hooligan, the unique skills of Senju and Uzumaki. What do you think? Tsunade held her forehead. Jiraiya rarely spoke seriously, this kid reacts quickly, has a solid foundation and a lot of ideas. He uses the simple three-body jutsu in a variety of ways. More importantly, his nerve reflex speed and body coordination ability can definitely be said to be a genius. It's really good. Orochimaru nodded. Tsunade's face was dark. I'm asking what you think of Rope Tree. Orochimaru was silent. Jiraiya scratched his head. Ha, ha ha, the chakra is huge, at least at the level of a jonin, the rest, ha, ha ha. Tsunade wanted to punch him again. Hey, I lost. Just then, Minato dispersed the last water clone that appeared, raised his hands helplessly, panting. My chakra is exhausted. The blue bar bottomed out, a fatal flaw. Rope Tree made a reconciliation seal with him very shyly, I'm sorry. It's nothing, Rope Tree's chakra is bottomless, I'm far worse than you. Minato smiled without any grudges, but Rope Tree couldn't raise his head even more. When fighting, it's right to use your strengths to the fullest. Minato's sunny smile warmed people's hearts again. Compared to the impetuous peacemaker Rope Tree, his kind personality is undoubtedly more likable. Wei. When walking down, Minato quietly pulled Wei's wrist. Don't choose Rope Tree as your opponent, his chakra is too much, and his skills don't work at all. This is why he wanted to go on the field first just now, to help his best friend get some water. After all, he was challenging me to a fight just now, and it's embarrassing to avoid it. Hinata Wei said. Although it seems that he consumed a lot of chakra in the fight with me, the field is now full of water left by the water clones, and he is good at water escape, which means that the training ground has become his home ground. Minato said anxiously, in this way, the Rope Tree you face will be more difficult than before. I know, Wei pulled his hand away, but I have reasons to fight. Seeing Hinata Wei walking towards the field, Minato sighed. At worst, the three of us will stay together and continue to study in school. Minato, actually. Kushina stood beside him and hesitated, in fact, you have never seen Wie's true strength, his strength outside of physical skills. Besides physical skills, Minato didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it his so-called self-created shuriken technique? Kushina's cheeks trembled 3 times. I'm not talking about that. Side of the field. Tsunade, your rope tree has a stepping stone, this time we will definitely see his potential. Jiraiya said. But Orochimaru looked up and down at Hyuga. Isn't this child dressed like a Hyuga? Why doesn't he have Byakugan? Isn't he from the Hyuga clan? He is from the Hyuga branch, but he was born without Byakugan. Tsunade said. Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan is a dominant trait, but the Byakugan is a recessive trait, Orochimaru quickly concluded. It seems that this child is an illegitimate child of the Hyuga clan, and the mixed bloodline caused him to not be born with Byakugan. What do you mean recessive or dominant? Jiraiya circled his eyes. Orochimaru glanced at him, and then turned back to observe Hyuga silently. For people who don't have a spirit of scientific exploration, he usually doesn't bother to explain. Hyuga had just stood opposite the rope tree, and suddenly shuddered. What's the feeling of being stared at? Chilly. At this time, the 3rd generation suddenly turned sideways and said something to the Chunin teacher beside him. The teacher immediately trotted over. Wait a minute, rope tree just had a battle, it's not fair to continue the battle. Hyuga, teacher suggests you choose a new opponent. Hyuga glanced at the Sandai, and saw him nod slightly. It seems that the Sandai thinks that he is not a match for rope tree, and is worried that there is no reason for him to join the Anbu if he loses. Well, he can't even beat Minato in his normal state, and the Sandai's concerns are correct. But he didn't intend to do what the Sandai thought. I still have 90% of my chakra, and the venue is all water, which is my home court. It can be a fair fight. Rope tree said. Hyuga spread his hands to the Sandai to express his helplessness, and then got what he wanted and made a seal of opposition with rope tree. Come on, Wie, I won't show mercy. Rope tree has a Kuroko in hand and is ready. That's great. Hinata Wie reached into the bag of ninja tools with his right hand. I have a self-created ninjutsu, please teach me. It can't be that. Kushina's eyes widened. Nangshu saw Hinata Wie's serious look and couldn't help but be alert. Ninjutsu. Wie shouted with full energy, then opened his hands and scattered flowers like a fairy. Throw all the shurikens. Seeing more than a dozen shurikens flying in all directions, the audience was stunned. Minato couldn't bear to watch. He covered his eyes. Wie is really. Jiraiya, Tsunade said in a very strange tone, what do you think of this homemade ninjutsu? Jiraiya kept his expression calm and his heart not beating. This ninjutsu may seem simple and crude, but it is actually very sophisticated and has my style. He threw a lot of shuriken at random angles, which had an unexpected effect. This ninjutsu has a low learning threshold, significant effects, does not consume much chakra, and has no cooldown time. The only drawback is that it charges iron. Tsunade, what do you think of this evaluation? Tsunade fell silent. In terms of shamelessness, no one can compare with you. Orochimaru said quietly. This ninjutsu, Tsunade said expressionlessly, was created by a low-level ninja and is extremely practical. People often refer to such magical ninjutsu as the idiot's ninjutsu. Jiraiya was not convinced. How can you say it's a fool's ninja technique? Didn't you even look at the rope tree and was forced to retreat? He was not forced to retreat, he retreated in shock because he had never seen this kind of fighting before, Orochimaru said calmly. After all, not everyone is like us and has seen it a long time ago. Jiraiya continued to be unconvinced. A jutsu that can achieve results is a good ninjutsu. Look at Hinata Muya who took the lead. Orochimaru and Tsunade fell into silence. Chapter 19 Acting School. Well, barely can be considered a tactic. Minato lowered his hand covering his eyes. Of course this is a tactic. Kushina said indifferently, what Muya is least good at is throwing shurikens, so he threw them all at once. Not only did he catch him by surprise, he also reduced his weight and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Minato was a little confused. What you said seems to make sense. Kushina continued to dismantle. After Muya threw all the shurikens, he immediately rushed forward and entangled the rope tree with his physical skills. He was completely using his strengths to avoid weaknesses. Maybe that's really the case. Minato paid attention to the fierce taijutsu battle in the field and said worriedly, Muya must defeat him directly with taijutsu. He cannot be given time to use ninjutsu, otherwise he will definitely lose. That's normal. Kushina murmured a little, her eyes following the figure of Muya fighting, her eyes so bright that they seemed to be glowing. The girl's charming appearance was enough to melt any heart of stone. Bang bang! At this moment, the rope tree in the fight suddenly leaned back to avoid Muya's sweep, and at the same time formed 2 seals to separate into 2 clones. What has no shadow is. And when he discerned its true form, the rope tree formed a seal again and turned into a broken piece of wood. He himself appeared 3 meters away. Finally we have distanced ourselves. After escaping from the high-intensity physical martial arts duel, Naisha finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he kept forming seals on his hands. Water escapee water incarnation. The indistinguishable water body attacked together with the main body, forcing Hinata Uie to panic for a while. The advantage has turned into a disadvantage. Jiraiya on the sidelines was a little worried, because Hinata Uie used the same fool's technique as before, and now he subconsciously sided with Hinata Uie. There is a difference of 4 years and a huge difference in chakra. As expected, this child loses. The probing look in Orochimaru's eyes extinguished, it seems like he is just an ordinary Hyuga bastard. So. Tsunade's voice cut in, you don't care about Naoki's performance at all, do you? Orochimaru closed his mouth. Jiraiya touched the back of his head and smiled, ha, the rope tree has a huge amount of chakra, and the water escape ninjutsu is used very skillfully. In other words, it has no characteristics. A big number appeared on Tsunade's forehead. And then she silently clenched her fists. Bang bang! In the middle of the field, after a period of fussing around, Hinata Uie finally found an opportunity to distance himself, and started to form the seal in mid-air, Wei Wu Chen Yin. This seal sequence is. Rope tree retreated almost subconsciously, along with all the water clones. First of all, it is common sense that 2K Shui. Secondly, this seal sequence is clearly a B-level ninjutsu Earth Dragon Bullet. This means that as long as there is enough chakra, Hinata Uie can take him away in one wave. Earth escapee Earth. Sure enough, Hinata Uie puffed up her mouth, hey, wait. Shenshu was a little confused, it's not a fire dragon bomb or a water dragon bomb. The Earth Dragon Bomb is blasted out of the earth. What is he talking about? Earth release, exhalation technique. Hinata Uie blew lightly, then smiled, and suddenly rushed forward while Naisha was dumbfounded. He attacked with a punch and a kick, hitting the 2 water bodies. There were 2 bangs, and the water spray flew away, blocking the sight of the rope tree. Everyone! You lied to me! The rope tree rushed forward angrily and passed through the water curtain where the water body exploded. But just as he was walking out, he saw a tall figure appearing in front of him. Teacher! Shenshu's brain shut down for a moment, and his pace subconsciously slowed down. He's over there, you're going in the wrong direction. The Chunin teacher frowned and pointed to the other side. The rope tree followed his finger, but the sound of rapid wind suddenly sounded from in front of him. He turned his head back again, and a huge fist quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bang! The Chunin teacher disappeared, and Hinata Uie was revealed. Transformation! At this time, he punched the rope tree right in the forehead, and there was a crash. To his surprise, the rope tree scattered into water splashes again. Sure enough, it's not his true form. Although this guy is a bit silly, he's not stupid. He retreated calmly, and sure enough, another rope tree rushed in front of him, and the Kunao passed from his original position. The next moment, Wei rushed back, holding the rope tree with one hand and grabbing Kunao's wrist, while hitting his chest with his knee. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. It's still water. Courtside there were exclamations, and it was obvious that this sudden and abrupt move was beyond their expectations. Water escape. At this moment, behind Wei, a shuriken on the ground suddenly popped, and white mist rose. The figure of Shenchu appeared, and at the same time, he quickly formed a seal. Water escape, water wave. Just 3 meters behind Hinata Wei, a fierce water flow rolled up from the ground and rushed towards him. Interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips unconsciously. When the water clone was separated, the main body turned into a shuriken and fell to the ground, and then accumulated chakra to attack with a water wave. The most interesting thing is that he calculated the shuriken thrown by the Hyuga kid before. Jiraiya's expression was also more serious. He improved the water wave, right? Use the water flow to wrap the shuriken on the ground and attack the enemy together. At such a close distance, the water wave cannot be avoided, not to mention that there are more than a dozen shurikens in the water. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. I am interested in students who can use ninjutsu. Tsunade was slightly relieved when she heard him say this. She knew that in terms of ninjutsu, Orochimaru's teaching was definitely much better than her own. In addition to her proud gambling skills, she was only good at medical ninjutsu and hitting people. Splash! The water wave gradually subsided, and all eyes focused on it, wanting to see the result as soon as possible. In the center, Rope Tree was panting slightly. Opposite him, Hinata Wei half knelt on the ground, his legs trembling, unable to stand up. Wei! Kushina exclaimed. This was really something she didn't expect. Minato said in a low voice, there were shurikens in the water wave just now. Look at Wei's knee, it was pierced by the shuriken, so he couldn't stand up. He lost. Kushina's pretty face changed color. Wei hasn't used his full strength yet. How did he lose? Full strength. Minato was confused. Bang! But Rope Tree in the field didn't intend to give them time to talk. He stepped on his feet and shot forward, with the kunao pointing directly at Wei. As long as he put the kunao across Wei's neck, the battle would be over. Outside the field, the third generation shook his head helplessly. It seems that he has to think of a new way to let Hinata Wei graduate. I won't lose. At this moment, Hinata Wei suddenly roared, as if he was unwilling to fail. But no one thought he could still turn the tables. After all, he couldn't stand up. This roar was just the whine of a loser, right? A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in the vision of many people, and several screams came out. Sharingan. Chapter 20 The Anatomy of Orochimaru. It's the Sharingan. The screams seemed to be contagious, and continued to sound on the sidelines opposite to Hyuga Wei. But at this time he was making a seal, and with the support of the chakra that burst out instantly due to the injury, a golden chain suddenly stretched out from his back. Under the dynamic capture of the Sharingan, the figure of Rope Tree was captured accurately by him like slow motion. Ka ka ka! In a flash, Rope Tree was wrapped in the chakra chain like gluten, rolling in front of him. The kunao fell to the ground with a clang, and Hyuga Wei picked it up and slowly placed it across Rope Tree's neck. All around, there was a dead silence. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like only a few seconds had passed, and the world finally changed from extreme silence to noise. What is that? Golden chakra chains. Sharingan, it's really Sharingan. Isn't he from the Hyuga clan? In the midst of the noise, the third generation's face darkened 3 times. He knew that this time he couldn't hide Hyuga Wei in the Anbu. Originally, he only needed to guard against Danzo's interception, but now, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan will definitely join in. These two clans are the clans with the lowest assimilation degree in Konoha, and they are also the clans that the third generation least wants the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to be involved with. But the reality is that the bond between Kushina and Hyuga is inseparable, and Hyuga's Sharingan is exposed again. For the Uchiha, the clan members who awakened the Sharingan at the age of 7 will never give up, and for the Hyuga clan, even for the sake of face, they will not let go easily. But for Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter which side Hyuga falls into, it means Kushina is also kidnapped. In an instant, countless thoughts floated through his mind, and the third generation's face darkened 10 times. Tsunade, this child is in big trouble. Jiraiya suddenly glanced at Orochimaru and said. Tsunade also glanced at Orochimaru, nodded in understanding, with sympathy in her eyes. When was the last time we saw this look in his eyes, the look that wanted to dig out all the secrets of others? Jiraiya pinched his chin and recalled heavily, it seems that this is the first time he is interested in snakes. He cut the snake into pieces, from bones to teeth, from blood to poison, every part was stripped out and studied many times. You say, Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded, his pair of snake eyes flashed faintly, I accept this child as my apprentice, how about it? Following the third generation, Tsunade's face also darkened 3 times. Originally he was investigating Rope Tree, but his opponent was chosen. Orochimaru, you'd better not get involved with him, especially now. Jiraiya's expression rarely became serious, there will be a big storm next, and we don't know what the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan will do. If you get involved, all the spearheads will point to you. Orochimaru remained silent, his eyes drifted across the figure of the third generation not far away, and a sense of enlightenment came to his mind. It seems that the old man knew about this a long time ago, and originally planned to find a reason to recruit him into the Anbu, and the result was exposed. Forget it, I will take Rope Tree as my apprentice. The desire for exploration in his eyes suddenly subsided and was buried deep in his eyes. The future 3 powerful ninjas are now just young people who have just been promoted to Jonin, and they are not qualified to intervene in such a whirlpool. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes turned around Hyuga, wondering what she was thinking. Orochimaru has accepted a disciple, so I want to accept one for fun. Jiraiya's eyes drifted past Hyuga in the center of the whirlpool, and turned around Namikaze Minato on the sidelines. Can you still make a seal of reconciliation? When the students' noise subsided a bit, the Chunin teachers also came back to their senses. At this time, Hyuga had already untied the diamond seal, pulled out the shuriken on his knee, and wrapped it with a simple bandage. The bandage may accompany him for a long time, just pretending. When he stood up, Noeki also climbed up. One of them had a gloomy expression, and the other had dull eyes. Wei was naturally pretending. You win. Noeki slowly stretched out his hand, and Hyuga made a seal of reconciliation with him. Originally, I shouldn't have exposed the Sharingan and the diamond seal, he said in a low voice. Noeki shook his head, just like my chakra, it is your talent. He turned around silently, quite a bit lost. Noeki. Tsunade couldn't help but walk over and pulled him aside, if you lose, and you can win it back next time. Rope Tree raised his head and looked at the person closest to him, his eyes gradually covered by mist. Sister, I promised Grandma, I promised her that I would graduate with the first place, become Hokage, and lead the village to peace, but I failed. Besides, Grandma, can't see any more. Can't see my efforts, can't see my failures, can't see anything. Tsunade listened, her nose was sour. Grandma always said that I was too idealistic. I really want to prove that such an ideal can be realized. Rope Tree choked and said, but she will never look at me again. Rope Tree. Tsunade buried all her emotions in her heart. Sister will always support your ideals, but first, you have to learn to be a ninja. Rope Tree was stunned. Learn to be a ninja. Tsunade said slowly, the sadness of a ninja is restrained and restrained. A ninja is an existence that bears pain and shoulders tasks and responsibilities. Ninja, that's the profession. Shenshu was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and let the mist in his eyes dissipate. He turned around and came to Hyuga. Wei, you won this time, but the future is not certain. Oh. Hyuga Wei looked very upset. Shenshu, you should survive the Second Ninja World War first. Wei, Shenshu gritted his teeth and whispered, Grandma likes you very much, Kushina also likes you, you have the blood of Hyuga and Uchiha, but I hope you can put the village before the family. Hyuga Wei looked up in surprise, but found that Shenshu had turned and left. Children in Naruto, thinking about problems from the perspective of the entire village, is also a traditional art, right? But why should we stand on the side of the village? Why not stand on the side of a big country, the side of the ninja world, and the side of the world? Then can we destroy Konoha, which has the best resources, for the sake of world peace? However, we can do as much as we can, even a family. If you can't even protect your clan, but you want to protect the village, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Of course, the clan that gave up the Senju surname and integrated into Konoha is indeed qualified to say this. Because, they themselves are Konoha. Hyuga Wei shook his head. Forget it, the glory of idealists can only be seen from a distance and not up close. He looked around, but saw that the third generation was gone. I don't know if he was angry. The surrounding eyes lingered on him vaguely, with a sense of surprise. In the past, as a member of the Hyuga clan without the Byakugan, he had endured countless strange looks. 3 years have passed, and he has awakened the Sharingan. But there are more strange looks. Life is so dramatic. He himself doesn't know where to go next. Chapter 21, Carrying the Ambiguity to the End. Bang! In the dark room, Danzo listened to the report of his subordinates and couldn't help but slam the table hard. Damn it! Originally, he had made arrangements. As long as Hyuga Wei graduated, he would use a combination of threats and inducements to make him have nowhere to go except the route. As a result, all his calculations were shattered by this exposure. Is this Hyuga Wei a young man who is unwilling to fail and is exposed, or is it a deliberate arrangement and intentional exposure? He sat alone in the shadows, his eyes dim and dull. The third generation has succeeded for more than 10 years, and the regime has stabilized. He also began to consciously accumulate his own strength to pave the way for his ambition to become the Hokage. And the existence of Hyuga Wei could have been an extremely useful chess piece, but now it's all gone. Let's not talk about his own thoughts. There is a lot of room for maneuver in this matter alone. Provoke Hyuga and Uchiha to oppose each other? Or provoke Hyuga and Uchiha to rebel against the Hokage together? What should we do to maximize the interests of the root? Danzo fell into deep thought. What will the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan react to? In the Hokage's office, the third generation stood in front of the French window, looking at Konoha in the sun. It was thriving and intoxicating. The masked Anbu knelt on one knee behind him and quickly reported, the elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yushin, came in person and asked the Hyuga clan to let Hyuga Wei return to his ancestral home. What was the Hyuga's reaction? The third generation asked. The Anbu replied, the elder of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Naya, sternly refused and sent Uchiha Yushin to please leave the Hyuga station. The proud Uchiha clan can't swallow this breath, right? The third generation said lightly. The Anbu nodded and said, more than a dozen Uchiha clan ninjas blocked the Hyuga clan's gate, and the Hyuga clan ninjas are confronting them. The third generation's eyes suddenly became cold. These two families still didn't take him, the Hokage, seriously, especially the Uchiha. He turned around slowly with a Hokage cloak on his face calm, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Did the Hyuga clan leader come out? Hyuga clan leader. The Anbu shook his head. Like Uchiha Fugaku, they were still young when they took over the position of clan leader, and the family affairs seemed to be decided by the great elders. Uchiha Fugaku hasn't grown up yet, but Hyuga Kagaya has been. The third generation looked at the ninja information on the table, especially the eye-catching words of 20s level missions, and fell into deep thought. A 14-year-old Jonin completed 168 missions in 5 years, including 20s level missions and 92 A-level missions. A genius. Add to that the future Hyuga. Will the Hyuga clan have thoughts that they shouldn't have? So, will they help Uchiha this time? He pondered for a moment. What's the situation in the village? What do you think of this matter? The Anbu seemed to have a plan in mind, and immediately answered, the other ninjas in the village are mostly watching the fun, and there is no sign of intervening for the time being. Yet. The third generation nodded and ordered, prepare for a high-level meeting and notify Hyuga and Uchiha to participate. Yes. The Anbu stood up and prepared to go out to execute. But the Sandai suddenly added, please ask the great elder, not the clan leader. Yes. Watching the Anbu leave, the Sandai's eyes deepened a little. It's so lively. Across the street from the main entrance of the Hyuga station, Hyuga Uie supported his head with his left hand, holding a skewer in his right hand, and eating a meatball. Uie, the Uchiha clan is here to take you, are you just watching the fun? Kushina sat next to him, looking amazed. What else? Hyuga Uie turned around, besides watching the show, what else can I do? I can. Kushina said I can several times, and finally took it back. Well, it seems that I can't do anything. Uie flicked the bamboo stick into the trash can. The big clans are competing, the top leaders are interfering, and my fate is not in my own hands. What will happen? Kushina said worriedly. Uie picked up a bunch of new meatballs. You won't die, at most your eyes will be gouged out. Goug. Gouged out your eyes. Kushina screamed, and Hinata Uie quickly covered her mouth. The atmosphere over there is tense, don't attract attention. He whispered. Oh, then what will you do? Kushina's face turned red with anxiety. Hinata can protect me, and the third generation may also protect me. Finally, Uie let go of his hand and smiled. Public opinion is also my amulet. Public opinion. Kushina tilted her head. Uie handed over the half-bitten meatball in his hand. Public opinion is the opinion of the ninjas. After all, this news is explosive enough. Hinata and Uchiha, who don't like each other, have an illegitimate child. Kushina subconsciously bit off half of the meatball and chewed, then what? Uye looked at her bulging cheeks and couldn't help laughing. Uchiha digging out eyes is the last resort, but if this matter is known to passers-by, it will also put a lot of pressure on them. After all, I am innocent. That's right, they will be hated even more if they do that. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, and her consciousness returned to her taste. What am I eating? Half a meatball? Half. She suddenly stopped chewing and glanced over with a pair of big eyes. What's wrong? Hinata Uye pretended to be confused. No. Nothing. Kushina's eyes turned away, and her little mouth moved redly. Chew, chew, chew. Slowly swallowed it, and her face was burning. Hey! Uye watched her swallow it, reached out his hand, and put a meatball next to her mouth. The rosy little lips opened, bit it slightly, and wanted to drag the meatball down. Wait, don't, eat half first. Uye suddenly said. Kushina didn't think about it for a moment, so she bit half of it as she was told. But the next moment, Hinata Uye took it back without any fireworks and bit the other half into her mouth. Kushina's little face was red from her chin to her forehead, and she almost turned into a steam princess. Plop, plop, plop. The heartbeat accelerated and couldn't stop for a moment, as if it was going to jump out of her throat. Hinata Uye supported her head with her hands, admiring the most moving look of the girl. You can't get back together after breaking up, but you can still flirt with her. Before confirming the relationship, it's called an ambiguous relationship, so what's it called after breaking up? Rekindled old love? No, if it can't be ignited, then it's still ambiguous. Okay, let's carry on the ambiguity to the end. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 3 black-robed masked figures flashed out. Hokage-sama convened a high-level meeting and invited the great elders of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to attend. In addition, please invite Hinata Uie to listen. The crowd immediately quieted down. They knew that the outcome of this matter would depend on this meeting. Go and call out Hinata Uie. Hinata Naya ordered calmly. Grand Elder, I'm here. Hinata Uie stood up and waved. The confronting Hinata and Uchiha were both stunned. So the protagonist at the center of the vortex was actually watching the fun? Chapter 22 My opinion meaningful? Kifeng, why are you here? Aren't you too lazy to take care of things? In the meeting room of the Hokage building, the third generation saw Akimichi Kifeng sitting in the audience seat and looked surprised. I like that little guy Hyuga, so I came to see him, don't let anyone bully him. Akimichi Kifeng laughed heartily. Hiruzen, you won't even give me the qualification to be an audience, right? How could that be? The third generation shook his head and smiled. If you didn't dislike taking care of things, you would have been a high-level consultant. Kifeng. The door was pushed open, and Utane Koharu and Mito Kato came in together. The few of them exchanged a few simple greetings, and then Danzo, who had a cold effect, walked in. Hiruzen, how are you going to deal with Hyuga? He got straight to the point. The third generation held a big pipe. It depends on the opinions of Hyuga and Uchiha. As the Hokage, I will mediate. Didn't you plan to hide him in the Anbu before? Danzo questioned. That was before his Sharingan was exposed, the third Hokage said nonchalantly. Now, how to settle the conflict between Hyuga and Uchiha is the key. Danzo sneered, is it really necessary to reconcile this conflict? Do you really want to reconcile? The 5 people present were all disciples of the second Hokage, so they naturally had no scruples when speaking. Must reconcile. The third Hokage was beyond Danzo's expectation and said, now is definitely not the time to target Hyuga and Uchiha. Although they are outside the village system, they are still important combat forces, and the ninja world. He narrowed his eyes, the ninja world has been peaceful for too long. Are you worried about a new ninja world war? In that case, there have indeed been a lot of border frictions recently, and conflicts between major powers are also intensifying. Danzo frowned, and strange thoughts gradually buried in his heart. One rises and all rises, one falls and all fall, he is not yet so crazy as to ignore the safety of the village. It's hard for either of them to give up, especially the Uchiha. They can't let go of a genius who awakened the Sharingan at the age of 7, Mizuto Kato said, but the Hyuga won't let go either. Even for the sake of the family's reputation, they can't easily send their people away. Udaten Koharu nodded, it's very troublesome, and it involves the 9 tails Jinchuriki, there are too many things to consider. Is it really impossible to separate Uzumaki Kushina and Hyuga? Danzo frowned and said, how can it be so difficult to sever the ties? The third generation smiled bitterly, Hyuga has left Kushina once at my request, and you have seen the result. If it weren't for him, Kushina would have problems even sealing the 9 tails, and now she relies on him to fill the inner void. Udaten Koharu and Mizuto Kato held their foreheads together, it's really troublesome. Why not let me accept him as a disciple? With some root means, I can ensure that he is under control. Danzo suddenly proposed. Akimichi Takofun couldn't stand it any longer. Danzo, you can't abuse your means to deal with Uie. Danzo frowned and looked at him, this is about the 9 tails Jinchuriki, the safety and future of the village, how can you be selfish? Then let me take him in as a disciple. Akimichi Takofun said. Okay, this is not that easy. The third generation waved his hand. Neither the Hyuga nor the Uchiha would like a genius to be trained by us as a direct line, which in turn affects the family. The ninja world war still needs to rely on the power of the two major clans. Unless one day the ninja world is completely stable, I can ask them to send their clan members to the Anbu and find a way to divide them. For a while, the meeting room was quiet. The difficulty of the matter made it difficult for an old bastard like Danzo to start. Knock knock. At this moment, the door of the meeting room was knocked. Come in. The third generation said loudly. 3 people walked in, Hyuga Elder Hyuga Naya, Uchiha Elder Uchiha Yuma, and Hyuga Uie. Uie, come and sit next to me. Akimichi Kyufeng waved with a smile. Uncle Kyufeng. Hinata Uie bowed to the Sandai and the others, and happily sat next to Akimichi Kyufeng. With him, at least these eyes should not be dug out. Dragging the chairs, Hinata Naya and Uchiha Yuma sat down at the end of the conference table. 2 elders, what do you think about the problem of Hinata Uie? The Sandai spoke very gently, without any sign of the headache he had before. He has awakened the Sharingan, so he is a descendant of my Uchiha clan and must recognize his ancestors. Uchiha Yuma waved his hand without hesitation. Hyuga Naya frowned and retorted, he is a member of my Hyuga clan, how can he recognize your Uchiha ancestor? He has awakened the Sharingan. Awakening the Sharingan means he is of the Uchiha bloodline? Who stipulated that? You and I talked, and the Hokage meeting room instantly turned into a vegetable market. Bang! The third generation knocked on the table with his pipe. I asked you to solve the problem, not to listen to you continue to quarrel. Sorry, Hokage. Hyuga Naya stopped talking. Humph! Uchiha Yuma showed their usual arrogant expression. Hokage, I don't mean to fight against Uchiha, but Hyuga Uie grew up in the Hyuga clan, and his mother is also a member of the Hyuga clan. How could I allow him to join Uchiha? Hyuga Naya said, turning to look at Uchiha Yuma, you say he is of Uchiha blood, then you tell me, who is his father? The conference room suddenly became quiet, and even Hyuga Uie raised his head. Only Akimichi Kyufeng sat next to him, with a strange look on his face. Uchiha Boseongjen held it in for a long time, and finally blurted out, how should I know? Hinata Naya sneered, then why do you want him to recognize his ancestors? He awakened the Sharingan. Who stipulated that the Sharingan can only be of Uchiha blood? Then tell me who else can awaken the Sharingan besides Uchiha? Isn't it Hyuga Uie? Uchiha Seongjen almost cursed. Bang! The third generation knocked on the table again, and waited until they were quiet before saying, you are all great elders of the ninja clan, why are you arguing in front of the younger generation? Uchiha Seongjen said coldly, because this matter cannot be discussed, Hyuga Uie must change his surname to Uchiha. Het! Hinata Naya folded his arms, his attitude was obvious. You can't argue with each other, so why don't I adopt him? Akimichi Kyufeng suddenly interrupted. No. Don't even think about it. Hinata Naya and Uchiha Yuma said in unison. Perhaps, we can ask the opinions of the parties involved. Sandai suddenly turned to Hinata Uie. Uie, what do you think? Ah! Hinata Uie pointed at himself, does my opinion make sense? Of course, I believe the 2 elders will respect your own ideas. Sandai affirmed. Hinata Naya and Uchiha Yuma looked at each other, frowned, and did not speak for a while. Originally, no one would care about Hinata Uie's ideas, but now that the stalemate has reached a deadlock, his own inclination has meaning. Chapter 23 Hinata Kagaya. Uie, our clan is kind to you, right? Hinata Naya suddenly said, the subsidies given to you over the years, and the special person responsible for your meals before the age of 3, for a clan member without Byakugan, the clan has done its best. You have to think clearly, stay in Hyuga, at least no one will harm you. Uchiha Yushin was unhappy when he heard it. Will we Uchiha harm our own clan members? He awakened the Sharingan at the age of 7, and he is an absolute genius. The clan will give him the best training. In the end, it's just training to be a sword, Hinata Naya sneered. He has no relatives in Uchiha, and no one will really treat him as a relative. Uchiha Yushin retorted, that's much better than staying in Hyuga. He doesn't even have Byakugan. How can your Hyuga clan really treat him as a clan member? Coming to Uchiha, at least he can be recognized because of the Sharingan. The third generation waved his hand and stopped their dispute for the third time. Wei, tell me what you think. He said gently. Hyuga Wei raised his head and said without hesitation, I want to join the Anbu. I want to be loyal to the Hokage. Hyuga Naya, Uchiha Yuma. The third generation. Akimichi Kyufeng almost burst out laughing. He was the only person present who knew Hyuga Wei a little bit, and naturally knew that his words were insincere. After you graduate, you will have the opportunity to join the Anbu, but not now. The third generation knew that they would object without asking Hyuga Naya and Uchiha Yuma, so he shook his head and said, what's more important now is which clan you want to belong to. Hyuga Wei really didn't expect this scene in advance. It can only be said that the third generation old man is really cunning and is a master at diverting conflicts. The next answer is very critical. It is not a good idea to offend either side. Great Elder, he thought for a while and looked at Hyuga Naya, can I ask my mother when she will come back? Uchiha Yuma's face changed. No child doesn't want to stay with their parents. This is the disadvantage of the Uchiha clan. Because, they really don't know which romantic bastard his father is. But Hyuga Naya's face suddenly became ugly. For a moment, the meeting room fell into silence. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Could it be, something happened to Hyuga Wei's mother? Uchiha Yuma's eyes lit up. If his mother was there, it would be impossible to snatch her, but if she wasn't there... Wei, your mother. Hyuga Naya showed a regretful expression and said slowly, she sacrificed to protect the master in the S-level mission of the master this time. Hyuga Wei's eyes suddenly widened. The woman who was away from home all year round, the woman who abandoned him at the age of 3, the woman who seemed to have never cared about him as a son, just died like this? He was at a loss and became very confused. Wei. Chudao Kyufeng took his shoulder with concern. Uncle Kyufeng. I'm fine. He closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, and his eyes became calm again. Why didn't you tell me immediately? He asked softly. Naya Hyuga frowned. The death of Mito-sama and the exposure of your Sharingan broke out almost at the same time, and I didn't have time to inform you. Is that so? Then I don't have any ties to the Hyuga clan. Wei closed his eyes. If possible, I hope to live with Uncle Kyufeng, if not, then you have the final say. Naya Hyuga frowned. He knew that what Hyuga Wei said meant that he had given up his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan, and even if he was forced to stay, he would not get his true heart. What do you say? Asked the third generation. Uchiha Yuma showed a determined smile. Join Uchiha, in our AI clan, you will find your belonging again. What about Hyuga, what do you say? The third generation acted as the host. Hinata Naya hesitated for a while, and finally spoke slowly, Hinata Wei can leave, but Uchiha must compensate Hinata. Okay. Uchiha Yuma immediately agreed, what do you want? Just tell me. Hinata Naya thought for a while, and said, we need Uchihas. Wait. At this moment, a woman's shout came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Then, there was a knock on the door. The third generation frowned. The Konoha high-level meeting, no one is allowed to enter without being summoned. Hokage, no matter what, I, the head of the Hyuga family, cannot be excluded. The woman's voice was clear and pleasant, but it was calm and indifferent. Hyaganeya's face changed slightly. The third generation immediately changed to a gentle face. It turned out to be the head of the Hyaga family. Come in. Creaky. The wooden door slowly opened, and a snow-white slender figure stepped in against the light. For a moment, Hyagawa couldn't even see her face clearly. All he could see was her bright snow-white clothes and her long snow-white hair, which fell straight down to her hips. Click! The door was gently closed by a snow-white slender hand. Wei could see her face clearly. Just like a drop of water, it suddenly fell, dripping into the depths of the heart lake, rippling waves. The face carved by ice and snow was adorned with slender willow eyebrows like crescent moons, and snow-white pupils as glittering as jade. The cheeks were whiter than snow, and the beauty was like a poem in a painting. The two petals of delicate lips were like a touch of pink rouge drawn by God with all his efforts, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. The snow-white and majestic kimono, with a belt tied around the slender waist, outlined the slightly undulating breast shape. This perfect girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old was actually the head of his Hyaga clan. Hyagawa was dumbfounded. Kagaya, why are you here? Hyaganeya seemed a little dissatisfied. Kagaya? Hyaga Kagaya? Who is this? I have never heard of such a person. Besides, shouldn't the head of the Hyaga family be the grown-up Hyaga Hayashi? Is she Hyaga Hayashi's sister? Hinata Wie's mind was in a mess. The candidate for breaking up is Kagaya Otsutsuki. At this moment, the body inexplicably conveyed such a message, almost making Wie scream. What? Kagaya Otsutsuki? Isn't this guy in the moon? If I don't come, the elder will sell the tribe members as goods. Hinata Kagaya's voice was very light, but it was as cold as the wind in the cold winter. This. Hinata Neya's face was embarrassed. I am not. But Hinata Kagaya suddenly raised his hand to stop him from talking. She just stood at the end of the table without even looking at Hinata Wie. Hokage, the elders and advisors, and the elder of Uchiha. She spoke slowly, but her tone was unquestionable and firm. I'm here, to inform you. Whether he has awakened the Sharingan, awakened the Byakugan, or learned the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. As long as his last name is Hyaga, he is a member of my clan. Hyaga Kagaya's eyes, as white as snow, turned and stared at Hyaga Wie quietly. No one can force him to leave the family. No matter who it is. At this moment, she seemed to be emitting light, illuminating Hyaga Wie's eyes. Is this the head of the family that my mother once talked about, who can be fully trusted? Maybe I can try to believe her and see if the family that my mother wants me to stay in is worth it. Chapter 24 Come, go home with me. Head of the Hyaga family. Uchiha Yuma supported the table with both hands and stood up angrily. You can't be so domineering. He has awakened the Sharingan. Didn't you understand what I said just now? Hyaga Kagaya turned back instantly, the blood vessels on her forehead bulged, and her Byakugan opened. Byakugana pressure. Cannot be analyzed. Hinata Wie. Buzz. It was as if an invisible light circle spread and enveloped the entire conference room. Bang! Uchiha Yuma suddenly fell into the chair, as if he was pressed down by force. This pupil power. Impossible. 3 Megatama rotated in his eyes. The power of the Sharingan reduced the pressure he endured, but it still could not completely eliminate the pressure. Byan! How can the Byan have such power? He roared in his heart, but at this moment he was shocked and couldn't say a word. In the eyes of the third generation, they only saw that Hinata Kagaya opened her Byakugan, and they couldn't feel any pressure. Hinata family master, this is the Hokage conference room. The third generation said lightly. Hinata Kagaya turned her head, and the blood vessels covering her temples on both sides disappeared again, and her Byakugan returned to normal. I offended you. He said the words of apology, but his face was so cold that there was no expression at all. Hokage-sama, the head of the family is still young and has no sense of propriety. Please forgive me. Hyaganeya stepped out to smooth things over. The third generation nodded and looked at Uchiha Yuma again. Great Elder Yuma, do you have any opinions? No, no. Originally, he wanted to fight for it, but when Hyagakagaya's white eyes glanced at him again, Uchiha Yuma didn't know why, he was frightened and couldn't help but admit defeat. Then this matter will remain the same. Hyagame still belongs to the Hyaga clan. Let's adjourn. The third generation waved his hand. No matter how Uchiha Yuma was suppressed, it is better to have a result as soon as possible to avoid a greater conflict between Hyaga and Uchiha. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyagakagaya reached out to Hyagame and whispered, "Come home with me." She was just a teenage girl, but she came like a goddess, suppressing the great elder of Uchiha with one glance. Her aura was so strong that Hyaganeya was speechless. Hyagame subconsciously reached out her hand, and was grabbed by the snow-white jade-like slender hand. Wrist, pulled to stand up, slowly walked out of the Hokage meeting room. He expected the beginning, expected the defeat of the third generation and Danzo, expected the competition between Hyaga and Uchiha, but did not expect the result. Is this considered a mechanical deity? How did the ancestor reincarnate into the Hyaga clan and become such a young head of the family? Hyagawe's head was a mess. For some reason, he had a hunch that this matter was related to him. Hyagakagaya let go of his wrist when she arrived outside the Hokage building, and then walked forward on her own. No words along the way. Back to the Hyaga clan's residence, Uie looked at her back, then looked at his own mansion, thought about it, and walked towards his own home. Come. But just as he turned around, the woman's clear and cold voice came over. Hyagawe had no choice but to turn again and continue to follow her. Gradually, he went deeper into the Hyaga clan's territory and came to the core area that Uie had never been to. The head of the family, the great elders and other members of the main family all live here. For thousands of years, the Hyaga has always had such clear levels. Great Elder, gather the family members and hold a clan meeting. Hinata Kagaya stopped in front of a building that covers a large area and said lightly. The head of the family wants to gather all the clan members. Hinata Naya appeared beside her at some point and questioned, generally speaking, holding a clan meeting involves the announcement of major events related to the whole group. But there seems to be no such thing now. I am the head of the family. Hinata Kagaya only said these 4 words. Uie saw that Hinata Naya's old face suddenly became ugly. The head of the family can also be dismissed. Hinata Naya snorted in his heart, but still turned around and left to prepare for the clan meeting. Uie was thoughtful, the power struggle between the young head of the family and the old great elder? Come. As if she noticed that Uie was in a daze, Hinata Kagaya stepped forward into the spacious conference hall and said another word. Yes. Hinata Uie followed subconsciously. He was extremely curious about Kagaya now, and also very alert. Because this was the only thing that was beyond his expectation. From this, could the direction of the Naruto world that he thought he knew be different? Sit. Hinata Kagaya walked straight to the deepest part and knelt down on the cushion in the center. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Uie looked left and right, but couldn't find a suitable position for himself. Here. Kagaya didn't even open her eyes, but stretched out her slender jade fingers and tapped the cushion behind her side. Uie was stunned. According to his understanding, the positions on both sides of the head of the family should be the positions of the elders. Sit. Kagaya seemed to guess why he hesitated, and uttered another word. Okay, you are the biggest here. Uie obediently knelt down beside her, serious and motionless. There was a refreshing fragrance, and he subconsciously wanted to take a deep breath, but stopped abruptly. What if she throws him out? Tap, tap. As time goes by, the sound of wooden clogs gradually rises. The Hyuga clan members come in one after another, find their respective positions and kneel down. The sound of light conversations is endless, but strangely controlled to a level that does not make people feel noisy. Many eyes are focused on Kaguya, who has closed her eyes. Everyone is also very curious about this head of the family who has not been home for several years after taking over. Other eyes are all on Wei. They are naturally very concerned about the dispute over his origins that has been making a lot of noise in the past 2 days. The result seems to be, is he still staying in Hyuga? Thinking of this, many clan members look at Wei with a softer look. Being able to stay in Hyuga under the pressure of Uchiha has made them feel a sense of identity, and they have less resentment towards him. Of course, they don't know that it was their young patriarch who rushed into the Hokage meeting room and snatched Wei back. Patriarch, except for the ninjas who were on missions outside, all the clan members have arrived. The great elder Hyuga Neya sat on the other side of Wei, and his frequent glances at him concealed dissatisfaction and vigilance. He knew that the previous act of negotiating the conditions to sell Wei had completely separated himself from Wei. Since that was the case, he would eliminate the hidden dangers before they happened. A cold light flashed in Hyuga Neya's eyes. "I announce 2 things." Kaguya opened her eyes were clear, and her voice like a clear spring echoed in the hall. For a moment, there was silence. First, Hyuga Wei will always belong to the Hyuga clan. If there are similar situations in the future, they will be handled in the same way. She slowly said. In order to continue the blood of the Byakugan, the clan rules require internal marriage. If someone violates it, the offender will bear the responsibility, but the child is innocent and should be accepted by the family. Yes. The Hyuga clan members nodded one after another. The proposal of the head of the family is feasible, but I have something to add. Hinata Neya suddenly interrupted. Kaguya's expression remained unchanged. Grand Elder, please speak. Hinata Neya glanced at Wei, and a cold look flashed across his face. Illegitimate children like him are considered branch families in the clan, and they should be engraved with a caged bird. The hall fell into silence. Chapter 25 Abolish the Caged Bird? Caged Bird. Hinata Wei suddenly turned his head to look at Hinata Neya, his expression gloomy. If you really want to engrave a caged bird, believe it or not, I will defect to Uchiha on the spot, bastard. Wei, do you have any objection to this? Hinata Neya smiled without warmth. You know that all branch families are engraved with a caged bird, do you want to be the special one? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many branch families in front began to change. It is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. Hinata Neya's words are to frame Wei. Roasted on the fire. If he refuses, then the branch family will naturally dislike him, and the main family will not like being uncontrolled, and Wei's situation will become worse than before. Being a small transparent person is much easier than being a thorn in the eye. But I don't have Byakugan. Wei blinked his eyes, showing a blank look. The bird in the cage, isn't it used to protect the Byakugan from being robbed? Many branch families were stunned, and then they thought about it. Isn't it that the caged bird protects the branch family from being targeted on the battlefield? Because all the ninjas in the ninja world know that once a Hyuga clan member with a caged bird dies, the Byakugan will disappear, and being captured alive can also be killed remotely with one click. So it is almost impossible to get the Byakugan of the branch family, which protects the branch family in disguise. Hinata Neya's expression remained unchanged. The bird in the cage is to protect the branch family and the Byakugan, but it is also a symbol of identity. Since you are a member of the branch family, you cannot be treated specially. So, Hinata Wei seemed to be very hesitant and said, is the bird in the cage really to protect the Byakugan? Is it also to control the branch family? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. Then, the eyes of the branch family members began to change. Don't they know that their lives and deaths are controlled by the main family? They all know it. But no one would say this openly, otherwise it would become a kind of slavery. Will the reputation of the Hyuga clan still be preserved? But now, Hinata Uie has clearly unveiled this fig leaf, at the clan meeting, in front of all the clan members. If the Hyuga still insists that the bird in the cage is for the Byakugan, then they must not insist on carving the caged bird for Uie who does not have the Byakugan. Unless they admit that the bird in the cage is to control and enslave the branch family. Hinata Naya was inexplicably angry, but he couldn't say a word. Now he is the one being roasted on the fire. That's the second thing I want to say. At this moment, Kaguya spoke calmly. As the head of the Hyuga family, I abolish the caged bird system. Abolish the main family and branch family system. The voice was not loud, but it was like a tornado sweeping through the parking lot. In an instant, the hall seemed to explode. Really? Really? The branch family members were in a dream. Absolutely not. Hyuga Naya stood up all of a sudden. My Hyuga family has survived until now, all thanks to the caged bird. How can it be abolished? If the head of the family does this, the Byakugan will be coveted more in the future. The members of the main family also spoke one after another, obviously unwilling to lose their lofty status as the main family. Shut up! At this moment, Hyuga Kaguya shook her sleeves and shouted coldly. The hall gradually became quiet. All the main family members cast their eyes on Hyuga Naya, and the meaning was self-evident. Head of the family, the elder said solemnly, you can't lead the Hyuga clan into an irretrievable situation. The Byakugan shouldn't be so weak. Kaguya slowly stood up, not looking at Hyuga Naya, but sweeping her eyes across the entire room. It is because of the conservatism of you old guys that you have locked up the largest part of the family, not only weakening the power of the Byakugan, but also restricting the upper limit. With such a powerful bloodline, there are only a few Jonin, even fewer than the 3 Megatama Sharingan of Uchiha. So, she flicked her long sleeves, until now, there has only been one me. Many clan members looked confused, not knowing why. Master, is it more important to continue the family or to become stronger? Hinata Naya obviously knew the reason and directly retorted, compared to the short-lived talented people, what we need more is the continuation of the family. For this, even if we have to restrict the talents of some members of the family, we will not hesitate. Then why don't you seal your talent? Kaguya snorted, it's ridiculous that the branch of the main family is decided by the words of the elder alone. Back then, from the moment you decided to make Hisashi a branch family, I swore that I would definitely abolish this system. For this, even if it means dismissing the elder, I will not hesitate. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Although the members of the branch family were secretly excited, they were also very nervous. Although they were numerous, they had no ability to resist and could not support Kaguya. Sister. In front of many members of the family, 12-year-old twin boys, with the caged bird mark on their foreheads, had tears in their eyes. They were Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi. Treason! Hinata Naya was so angry that his fingers were shaking. Do you think you can do whatever you want after becoming the head of the family? I will remove you from the position of head of the family and replace you with Hayashi. Ah! Hinata Hayashi shook his head repeatedly, I don't want to be the head of the family. The position of head of the family belongs to my sister. Grand Elder, I know you are dissatisfied with my decision, but do you really have a clear conscience? Kaguya remained calm. What do I have to be ashamed of? Hinata Naya waved his sleeves righteously, everything I do is for the inheritance of the family. Oh! Kaguya sneered, then let me ask you, you who do everything for the good of the family, but you ask Kainyan not to return to the village until she completes 50 A-level tasks. Is this for the good of the clan members? Hinata Uie was shocked. Hinata Kainyan is the name of his mother. She violated the clan rules, had an affair with an outsider, and gave birth to an illegitimate child. I did my best not to drive Hinata Uie out together with her. Hinata Naya's eyes were like fire. Hinata Uie's eyes became complicated. Although from a standpoint, he wanted to kill the elder, but from the perspective of violating clan rules, he was not wrong. The inheritance of the Byakugan is not like the Sharingan. Random marriage will not lead to the loss of the Sharingan, but the Byakugan must ensure that the bloodline is pure in order to be passed on. Then. But at this time, Kaguya said word by word, "You let me, who was 10 years old, go out to perform tasks. You can't return to the village until you complete the designated S-level mission. Is this also for the good of the family?" Hinata Naya's face did not change at all. Back then, the old head of the family had just passed away, and the people in the family were in panic. They had to establish a new spiritual pillar. As the new head of the family, you completed the difficult task beyond the expectations of all the tribe members and easily united the people's hearts. Didn't you see these? Many Hyuga tribe members heard this and recalled the situation at the time. They nodded in agreement. Kaguya sneered again, "But why did I hear Kainyan say that you threatened her to deal with me? As long as she kills me, you will guarantee that Hyuga Uie will never be engraved with a caged bird in his life. You promised this, right?" The hall fell into silence again. Chapter 26 I will take my life to get it back. Nonsense. This is slander. Head of the family, how can you believe the one-sided words of a sinner? Hinata Naya roared angrily, "I have worked hard for the family for decades and have never done anything to harm the family." The Hyuga clan members looked at him with confusion and suspicion. Because, if the young head of the family died again, then the elder would be able to take control of the family. Hinata Hayashi, who was mediocre, could not overwhelm him. Besides, as a guilty branch family, it seemed reasonable for Hinata Koton to attack the head of the family out of anger. I have to say that the elder is really cunning and didn't leave any handle. Kaguya sneered, as a branch family, Koton encountered such a thing again. It is difficult to resist the temptation to retaliate against the main family. And you didn't let her act recklessly, and even told her to make sure that the Byakugan would not be lost before doing it. It's really for the sake of the family. It's just that you didn't expect. Her voice suddenly became soft, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. You didn't expect that even if she was punished, she still loved the family so much. She always regarded Hinata Uie's failure to inherit the Byakugan as her own fault, and she always regretted it. She never thought of revenge on the family, never. She even rushed into the enemy camp to protect me, and finally died without a complete body. Kaguya's eyes became cold, "So, even if there is no evidence, I still want to dismiss you, even if it's just for Kainyin. Don't forget." Hinata Naya said expressionlessly, looking very calm, "If there is no major fault, the head of the family cannot dismiss the elder at will. On the contrary, under the proposal of the elder, if 80% of the members of the main family agree, the head of the family can be dismissed." Really? Kaguya was not moved by his words at all. "I know you have a strong control over the main family, and you may even secretly seduce Hayashi and promise him to be the next head of the family." I didn't think about it, no, I didn't agree." Hinata Hayashi shouted in panic. A 12-year-old child naturally couldn't keep his temper. Hinata Naya's face darkened. "Unfortunately, because Koton died in front of me, my Byakugan awakened a new ability." Kaguya's crystal-clear Byakugan looked at him. A great elder with declining strength who can barely be considered a ninja wants to overthrow a stronger and younger family head? It's ridiculous. Byakugan pressure. Before she finished speaking, blood vessels burst out on both sides of Kaguya's eyes. At the same time as the Byakugan was opened, a strong pressure suddenly fell on Hinata Naya. "I have captured the Byakugan blood ability, and I have not yet developed feelings with Kaguya Otsutsuki, so I can't analyze it." Hinata Naya was slightly stunned. Does it mean that it is not necessary to break up before it can be analyzed, but it can be analyzed after the feelings are developed? The essence of love is sharing. When the other party is willing to share their abilities, they can analyze it. I see. Wu Ye breathed a sigh of relief. This way it's not that difficult. According to his previous understanding, you have to develop feelings first and then break up, and then you can analyze the other party's abilities. Now, it has changed from a one-time payment to an installment payment, which is not bad. Bang! Hinatanaya knelt on the ground with almost no resistance, his eyes widened. No, impossible. Not only him, but everyone present felt the suppression. The kind of pupil power that made the soul tremble shocked everyone, except for Hinata Wu Ye. Do you feel the blood suppression? Kagai looked down at Hinatanaya. This is the real power of the Byakugan. Wu Ye curled his lips secretly. No, this is just the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki. She looks like she doesn't remember that she is Kagaya Otsutsuki. Grand Elder. This time she spoke, and no one dared to question her. Whether it's Koton's business or my business, I can't blame you, but this time, Kagaya pointed at Hinata Muye, you almost sold out your own people, and almost gave the future genius ninja to Uchiha. You did something wrong in this matter, and I have the right to hold you accountable. So this is why you asked me to handle it before. Did you expect it? Hinatanaya knelt there, his old face full of grief and indignation, but I did nothing wrong. His mother is dead, and there is no one in the family who can make him feel a sense of belonging. It's better to fight for the interests of the family. Pressure. Kagaya suddenly became furious and pressed Hinatanaya down in an instant. He has no sense of belonging. Let him feel belonging again. How many children have become orphans in the war? Are they all going to be sold for profit? The momentum generated by her anger made all the Hyuga clan members tremble with fear, as if they were scolded by their ancestors. No mother. No blood. Let me come and take care of him. I'll be his sister. Kagaya's voice echoed in his ears, and Wie's face suddenly became strange. Is this a mechanical sister? Wie is undoubtedly a genius. I believe that he will soon surpass you and become the pillar of the clan. Kagaya said decisively, you almost ruined the future of the family. Hinatanaya raised his head with difficulty, looking embarrassed. I don't accept. Kagaya looked down at him with a cold look. Don't accept. She looked up at the eyes of the people below and found that they were not convinced except for fear. Explaining such a reason is not as convincing as intuitive feeling. After all, people only believe what they see, and few people can believe in the future that has not happened. So, how about a few years later? Kagaya suddenly said, if he can defeat you at the age of 12, the position of the elder will be abolished. 12 years old. Hinatanaya laughed bitterly, if he has the strength of a jonin at the age of 12, then I admit my mistakes. Although he still felt that the absolute system was the key to ensuring the continuation of the family, at the same time, what a 12-year-old jonin could bring to the family was unimaginable. The family was strong, and his own interests, Hyaganaya often couldn't tell which one he cared about. That's it. Kagaya retracted her eyes, and her face became smooth as jade again. Come, follow your sister. She turned and stretched out her hand to Wie. Kainyan is your mother, and you should avenge her revenge yourself. Wie stood up, resisting the urge to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Is she really a sister? As for the revenge for his mother, he couldn't say that he had too deep feelings. After all, they had been together for too short a time, and most of the time he took care of himself. But her death, indirectly, was indeed to prevent him from being engraved as a bird in a cage. That thing can't be removed once it's engraved. In addition, this body also came from her, and the grace of giving birth to her should always be repaid. 5 years, if Tsunade and Kagaya cooperate, 1 year is enough, right? But the difficulty of their strategy. It's hard to describe. Master. Seeing Kagaya pulling Wie's wrist and stepping out of the hall, Hinatanaya couldn't help but hoarsely said, the bird in the cage, really can't be abolished. In the future, who will protect the Byakugan from being coveted? Kagaya's footsteps paused, and then continued to walk. Only the snow-white long hair was left, gently swaying in the breeze, stunning the years. If there is a ninja who dares to take the Byakugan, I will travel thousands of miles. Take it back. Chapter 27 Live with me. Sister. Walking on the spacious clan road, Kagaya let go of Wie's wrist as usual. Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi caught up from behind. Sister. Hinata Hayashi called out again nervously. Kagaya turned around, looking calm. What's wrong? I. Hyaga Hayashi stuttered for a long time. I don't want to be the head of the family, really. Kagaya looked into his eyes quietly until he couldn't bear it anymore and lowered his head. If you don't have any thoughts, then the day I come back, you should tell me about the elder. She said slowly. Hyaga Hayashi's face turned pale. Yes, I'm sorry, I understand. Kagaya remained calm. Boys of your age always fantasize about having something beyond their abilities. Hayashi, I don't want to turn my brother and sister against each other for the position of head of the family, she said coldly. I'll give you a chance. No matter when, as long as you can defeat me, the position of head of the family is yours. Hinata Hayashi's whole body was shaking slightly, not excited, but uncomfortable. Both parents died, and the eldest sister is like a mother. It was Kagaya who supported the family and prevented it from falling apart. But he himself was tempted to participate in such a thing because of a momentary thought. Sister, brother really didn't do anything. He was also very entangled and hesitant. I assure you that he didn't agree to anything, let alone do anything. Hina Hayashi couldn't help but interrupted. Kagaya nodded indifferently and looked back at him. Hayashi, the caged bird that has been engraved can only be dissipated by death, and I can't be eliminated on your forehead, even if this system has been abolished. This is already very good. Hina Hayashi was a little happy. At least, future children will no longer experience the desperate days like me. Yet, having said what she needed to say, Kagaya was frugal with words and walked towards her master's mansion. The Hyaga brothers hurriedly followed. Hinata Wie looked at the fork in the road, one leading to the mansion and the other to the edge of the area. After thinking for a while, he walked towards his own small house. Who knows if Kagaya was just putting on a show, she wouldn't really stick to him and act like a younger brother. Although she is the target, not being a bootlicker is the first rule. Come. But at this moment, Kagaya stopped and said a word without looking back. Oh. Wie turned around and followed her again. This is not bootlicking, but being invited, which is different. Master, is there anything else? He thought about it and asked. What if she plans to take him back, lock him in the room, tie him to the bed, and then step on him and whip him with a whip? I can't obey her. Live with me. The head of the Kagaya family said it briefly. Hinata Wie's expression. Is it a room? Sister, Hinata Hayashi hesitated to speak. Originally, the sister was divided into 2 parts, but now it has become 3 parts. It's fine for me to live by myself. Wie said. You can't eat soft rice by force, and a grown man must remain independent. Kagaya said lightly, Kainin, please let me take care of you. Oh. Wie followed again. Mother's arrangement must not be let down. Kagaya led the 3 teenagers into the center of the clan's spacious courtyard, and then ordered the maids to move Wie's things over. This room is close to me, you can live here. Kagaya casually pointed to the side room next to the main house. Your equipment is ready inside, go change into training clothes, and then wait for me in the training room at the back. After that, she stepped in on her own. Sister, what about us? Hinata Hayashi couldn't help asking. Seeing Wie's treatment, he was a little panicked. Kagaya paused. Well, you all come together. Yes. Hinata Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief. Sister still loves me, sister will not forget the old brother when she has a new brother, hey. He secretly clenched his fists. Brother, don't take me with you if you're upset. As soon as Kagaya disappeared, Hyaga Hayashi shouted, haven't you been beaten enough the other day? Hyaga Hayashi pointed at Uie who was walking towards the side room, isn't that because I'm afraid that I'll teach him secretly? What has blinded your eyes? Hyaga Hayashi scratched his head in annoyance, he doesn't even have the Byakugan, what can I teach him? Hyaga Hayashi, frozen. Is this guy a sister control? Uie glanced back at him and then stepped in. This side room closest to Kagaya actually occupies a larger area than his original residence. The interior is low-key and luxurious, showing the simplicity and heaviness of the thousand-year-old family everywhere. He looked around and soon found the cloakroom. A piece of white came into view. Snow-white kimono, snow-white ninja clothes, snow-white home clothes. Because the eyes are Byakugan, even the clothes have to be white? The white tofu of the clan? Fortunately, I am good-looking, otherwise I can't handle these all-white clothes at all. Uie changed into a training suit, stood in front of a full-length mirror, and nodded. Objectively speaking, if Niji's appearance is 7 points, then he is at least 9 points. Thinking of Niji, Uie almost blurted out, Ningji, you died so tragically. Oh, no, he wasn't born yet. According to the current generation, wouldn't I become Niji's uncle? He touched his cheek, I am also Hinata and Hanabi's uncle, plus Kagaya, why do I feel so bad? The future was quickly thrown behind him, and the troubles of future happiness would be dealt with in the future. As the maid walked along the wooden corridor, she finally arrived at the training room. It was still a space of several hundred square meters, the kind that would make the office workers in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou envious to death, the evil resources, the evil ninja clan. Kagaya hadn't come yet, and the Hyaga brothers sat cross-legged quietly on the cushions. Hyaga Hayashi closed his eyes and rested, as if he didn't notice him. On the contrary, Hyaga Hayashi showed a kind smile, pointed to the side and said, sit down first, my sister will be here soon. Thank you. Uye nodded politely and sat down. Tap, tap, tap. When the light and rhythmic footsteps came from outside the door, the Hyaga brothers almost straightened their backs at the same time and sat upright. No matter how Uye looked at them, he saw the word follow the heart on their faces. After changing out of the complicated family head's clothes, Kagaya's figure in the simple training clothes was slender and perfect. At the age of a girl, she exuded the charm of a young woman. As she walked, her snow-white long hair rose slightly, and Uye subconsciously held his breath. White hair is taller. Who will come first? When he came to his senses, he saw Kagaya standing in front of the three people, with her hands behind her back and a calm face. At this time, the Hyaga brothers looked at each other and pointed at Hyaga Uie at the same time, him. Uie looked back. When did you two move the cushion back a body? Sensing his gaze, Hyaga Hayashi looked up at the ceiling, and Hyaga Hayashi looked down at the floor. Is it necessary to be so sincere? Uie stood up and stood opposite Kagaya. Bang! Bang! Puff! Boom! 3 minutes later, he turned into a puddle of mud on the floor. Chapter 28 Calling Sister. Next, Uie was dragged down, and Hyaga Hayashi stood in front of Kagaya under his brother's stern eyes. 1 minute later. Next, Uie realized that Kagaya still had mercy on him. When she beat her own brother, she was really cruel, and she was flat in 1 minute. He silently dragged the soft Hyaga Hayashi back, and then admired the violent aesthetics of Kagaya beating Hyaga Hayashi. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Hey? Is Hinata Hayashi so much stronger? It's been a long time since I saw Hinata Hayashi lying down. Uie looked carefully, and then his face twitched violently. Bang! 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 Hinata Hayashi had no way to defend himself under the soft fists that were coming at him. He wanted to lie down several times, but was pulled up by Kaguya and continued to practice, and continued to beat him. Hiss! Uie felt pain just watching it. Did you practice like this before? He couldn't help but whispered. Hinata Hayashi looked dumbfounded. No, sister has never been so cruel. Pa! Hinata Hayashi turned 900 degrees in the air, turned 2.5 times in the air, and fell face down on the floor. There was no splash. My face hurts just looking at it. Uie took a breath of cold noodles. If he can't beat Kaguya, he'd better forget about getting on the car. He'll be whipped in various positions. It feels good. Kaguya sighed, and her cheeks were slightly rosy after warming up, which made her already perfect facial features more vivid. Although from a rational point of view, I shouldn't bother with your brother, she looked at the muddy Hayashi cards on the ground and said softly, but you listened to Hinata Naya's words. You hurt me, and I finally felt relieved after this beating. Yes, sister. Hinata Hayashi wiped the blood from his nose and climbed back onto the cushion pitifully. This child may need an 4, as for what kind of 4? Anyway, it's not because I miss you. Okay, your soft fists are too neutral and peaceful, without murderous intent, so you are easily intimidated when facing me. In the future, you will have the opportunity to go out of the village to perform missions and see blood. Kaguya concluded. Hayashi nodded obediently. Sister, the main family, usually does not leave the village. Hayashi said weakly. Kaguya's eyes suddenly stood up. There is no main family, Hayashi. But if my Byakugan is taken away? Hayashi stuttered. Kaguya was stern and powerful. You can't be afraid of fighting because you are afraid of having your Byakugan taken away. I have said that if anyone dares to dig out my Byakugan, I will chase him thousands of miles away and kill him before returning. Yes. Faced with such a strong sister, Hyuga Hayashi could only continue to follow his heart. As for you, Kaguya looked at Uie, you don't have the Byakugan, you haven't learned soft boxing, and your physical skills are also honed by yourself. There is no rules, but you are more fierce than Hayashi and others. The Hyuga brothers looked at each other silently. If it is a life and death battle, although you are 5 years younger than them, you will definitely win. Kaguya said again. The Hyuga brothers opened their mouths and closed them silently. They still maintained a great respect for this sister who suppressed the elders with her own strength. And your strength is beyond the limit of your age. Kaguya showed some thought on her face. This is a bit like Tsunade, but she is a woman. She shook her head. Forget it, too unreliable, don't look for her. Don't, my dear sister, just find her, just find her. Uie screamed in his heart. The other thing is your chakra. Kaguya subconsciously tilted her head slightly, seeming a little confused. Uie was immediately moved by cuteness. I've seen your fight with Noeki, and your chakra increased dozens of times in the last attack, but this time it dropped again in our sparring. She asked, what's going on? It turned out that she was also observing at the time, but I don't know if she was watching from home, and it was too convenient to spy with the Byakugan. Uie thought about it and modified the description a little. My physique is a bit special. The more serious the injury, the more physical energy will burst out, but at the same time, it will shorten my life, unless I can heal the wound myself. Hurry up, I want to learn medical ninjutsu, I want Tsunade. The more serious the injury, the more physical energy will burst out. Kaguya was shocked. This means that when you open the Sharingan, your mental energy is dozens of times the original physical energy. Chakra is extracted from the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy. When the physical energy surges, the chakra surges synchronously, which means that the spiritual energy is much more, so much that the physical energy surge cannot match it. The judgment is correct, there is no problem at all, very smart, but the focus is wrong. Wei wailed in his heart. I am indeed good at spiritual energy, but my physical body is much worse. If I don't burst out, I will be limited by my physical energy, and my chakra level is only at the level of Chunin. He explained. The Hyuga brothers rolled their eyes at him. But? Only? Who are you mocking here? At the level of Chunin, it's not much different from when I was 7 years old, Kagaya nodded, not bad talent. The Hyuga brothers, who only had the chakra level of Chunin at the age of 12, cried. Hayashi and Hayashi practice against each other, and Wei practice with me. Kagaya gave an order, looked at Wei and said, use all your strength to attack me, and I will formulate a training plan for you to reach Jonin within 5 years based on your performance. Yes, head of the family. Wu Ye rubbed his sore arms and walked to her side obediently. Call me sister. Kagaya had no expression on her face. Wu Ye shivered, sister, sister. The Hyuga brothers who had just set up their positions cast jealous eyes on him. What are you looking at? Wu Ye glared back unhappily, then smiled, you look eager, how about you fight with sister? No, no, no. The Hyuga brothers shook their heads like windmills, and without saying a word, they started fighting. Then, I'm going to attack. Wu Ye thought about it, but still didn't use Jiraiya's self-created ninjutsu, the technique of throwing all the shurikens. If the ground was full of shurikens, he felt that they would return to him. It turned out that his decision was right, because 2 minutes later he fell to the ground with a thud. Pa! 2 minutes later, the Tai character flew to the ceiling. Bang! 2 more minutes, rotate up the wall. No matter speed, strength, reaction, or chakra, he can't compete with Kagaya, and this is when she doesn't use acupuncture. No, you don't have the Byakugan, I'm not suitable to teach you. Kagaya looked at the muddy Wei brand on the floor, frowning, do I really have to go find that guy? Wei lay on the ground, sweating and breathing heavily. In fact, he wanted to say. Although I don't have the Byakugan now, as long as you like me, the Byakugan will awaken in minutes. I don't know if Kagaya will be beaten into a big shape if I use this reason to let Kagaya come to fall in love. Go back and rest. Kagaya waved her hand, get up early tomorrow, I'll take you out, don't forget. Chapter 29 Kagaya and Tsunade. After a night, Wei was full of energy again. The recovery ability of ninja is still very strong, but unfortunately his body will not accelerate cell division due to fatigue, only when there is a wound that needs to be healed, so he can't practice endlessly. The morning of Konoha is quiet and peaceful. On the street, 2 white tofu-like people walked one after the other. Sister, where are you taking me? Asked the white man who was half a head shorter. Yesterday, I was a little uncomfortable with the name of sister, but today it is much more fluent. Kagaya walked a few more steps, suddenly stopped, and stood in front of a flower shop. Pick a bunch of flowers, let's go to Konoha Cemetery. She said softly. Wei was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward silently, and at the suggestion of the clerk, he chose yellow and white chrysanthemums, matched with plain carnations and white calla lilies. Konoha Cemetery is built on a hillside at the edge of the village. When the wind blows, unknown snow-colored flowers and leaves on the hillside will be blown down, flying in the cold tombstones, bringing some vitality. Hinata Kotone's tombstone is very new, and it was clearly built just these 2 days. Wei stood silently in front of her sleeping tombstone, and a bouquet of flowers was placed on the tombstone, emitting a faint fragrance. Sometimes Wei couldn't help thinking that maybe he was destined to be an orphan. After all, for a time traveler, it was standard for parents to offer sacrifices to the gods. But sometimes he felt very lonely and had no sense of belonging. Hinata Kotone, his mother in this life, was actually very good to him. However, her kindness was silent, and it was a silent protection across the distance. Although there was no such painful sadness, his deepest bond in this world was broken, and his heart suddenly became empty. It will be fine in the future. As if sensing Wu Ye's mood, Kagaya's white and slender hand gently pressed on his shoulder. He was silent for a while, and whispered, "How did she die?" The indirect cause was Hinata, so who was the direct cause? Even if it was just for not being engraved with the caged bird, he should avenge her. What's more, there is the grace of giving birth to and raising him. During the last S-rank mission, we met the leader of the Rain Country, the ninja who has been praised as a demigod in the past 10 years, Hanzo of the Salamander. Kagaya's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. At that time, my ability had not yet awakened, and I was almost dead. Hanzo of the Salamander. Wu Ye repeated silently. He knew the weight of this name. According to the time calculation, the Second Ninja World War will break out in about 2 years. At that time, Hanzo will suppress the young trio of prostitution, gambling, and drug abuse, and give them the title of Sunin. To surpass Hanzo, it is always possible to give enough time. But it is not a small pressure to grab the head before Nagato. Compared with the plug-in, Nagato's is more useful, for the time being. Don't worry about this matter, just concentrate on defeating Hinata now within 5 years. Kagaya's eyes flashed with cold light. Wait for me to practice for another 2 years, and I may not lose when I meet him. Yes, there is also the elder sister to grab the head. This guy, if he awakens to the point where he can launch a divine air attack, the salamander will probably become a dead fish. How can he fall in love with such a fierce person? Fall. Who is it? At this moment, Kagaya suddenly blocked Wu Ye's side, and her Byakugan eyes opened instantly. In her black and white vision, a figure left at a high speed, and in a moment, it was already several kilometers away. She couldn't tell who it was, but the chakra focused on the other party's eyeballs made her react immediately. Sharingan. Uchiha clan. Did the Uchiha send someone to follow? Wu Ye asked. This was not unexpected to him. It would be strange if the Uchiha didn't react after losing such a big face. It's not tracking. The person's chakra is very large, and it is all focused on the eyes. It is obvious that he intends to use illusion. Kagaya snorted. Don't leave my side recently. She warned, this person is very strong. He directly split into many shadow clones and escaped the Byakugan vision. Wu Ye nodded. What a powerful Hyuga clan leader. A black-robed figure appeared in the corner of the street, and under the hood, a pair of 3 Magadama Sharingan quietly rotated. That's good, so his safety is guaranteed. After this time, they will be more vigilant next time. His voice came out low, with a bit of relief and regret. Qin Yin. You fool. The man's voice slowly choked up, and the bitterness melted in the slightly cool air. Isn't it good to fake my death and get away? Why do you insist on staying in Hyuga? Konoha is the home of all of us. Tsunade, what do you think? After coming down from the Konoha cemetery, Kagaya led Wu Ye to the downtown. It was almost noon, and the streets began to become busy and lively. Kagaya walked straight into a barbecue restaurant. Wu Ye looked up. Well, Qfeng barbecue. To his surprise, the young Tsunade was sitting alone drinking at the window seat. Kagaya walked straight over, without even sitting down, and got straight to the point. Tsunade, what do you think of accepting Hinata Wu Ye as your apprentice? Tsunade propped up her head, obviously drunk. She pointed at the opposite side. How arrogant are you to beg someone for help? Sit down and drink with me. Kagaya frowned. Wu Ye and I are not yet adults, so we can't drink with you. One Kagaya, one Wu Ye, your names match well, sound like siblings. Tsunade's face was flushed, and it was unknown how sober she was. Kagaya had a blank expression. I have recognized him as my brother. Hey! Tsunade's eyes flashed with moisture. You actually sent your brother to me for training? Aren't you afraid that I will play with him? Don't forget, you still owe me a favor. Kagaya looked directly at her, the dignified Princess Senju, Princess Tsunade of the Land of Fire. You won't mess around, right? You actually used that favor. Should I teach him? Tsunade picked up the bottle, raised her jade-white neck, and drank. Pa! The empty bottle fell on the table, and the blush on her face deepened. Come on, kid, look up and let me see. Suddenly, a slender finger like green jade reached out and lifted Wie's chin. Tsunade laughed, let me check the goods. Looking at the delicate little face in front of her, she was slightly stunned, and then grinned and exaggerated. The kid looks good, more sunny than Orochimaru, more serious than Jiraiya. Hinata Wie, frozen. Pa! Kagaya frowned and slapped Tsunade's fingers away, then pointed at Wie and said, his mother just died, and she is not as indulgent as you. Obviously, she had seen that Tsunade's teasing of Wie was fake, and her release of sadness was real. What do you know? Oh, yes, in fact, you also know, both parents are dead, all elders are dead. Tsunade stared at the table with numb eyes. The Senjua clan is gone. What is the Senjua princess? Kagaya was silent. Hey, kid. Tsunade suddenly looked up at Wie. As far as I know, you don't know who your father is, so your mother is your last relative. Why are you not sad? Chapter 30 Tsunade's conditions for accepting disciples. Faced with Tsunade's questioning, Wie was speechless. He couldn't tell her that he didn't spend much time with his mother, and he wanted to avenge her for gratitude, not because of pain, so he wasn't so sad? This is not what she wanted to hear. Tsunade-sama, he looked into Tsunade's eyes and spoke softly, because I am happy, she will be happy. If you lose the bond, then work hard to establish a new bond. I think she will be relieved. Kagaya glanced at him with an inexplicable look. This statement about establishing a new bond seemed to be what she said yesterday. I am happy, and my dead relatives will be happy. Tsunade was in a daze. If I lose the bond, will I establish a new one? Interesting kid. She suddenly pursed her red lips and smiled softly. Kagaya, I can accept him as an apprentice, but... Tsunade raised her eyes to look at Kagaya's snow-white and perfect face, and her expression suddenly became cunning. You have to pay back the money you owe me first. What? Who else can owe Tsunade money? Wie could hardly believe his ears. When did the big fat sheep let others owe money? When did I owe you money? Kagaya's eyebrows were raised. Tsunade still supported her head, picked up the bottle and poured herself a glass, slowly put it in her mouth and slurped it. Wine is really a good thing, second only to gambling. Speak clearly. Kagaya said coldly. Tsunade sipped her wine and said leisurely, have you forgotten? That year when you just succeeded as the head of the family, the elder secretly drained the family finances, and you had no choice but to ask me for help, and then I generously lent you 30 million taels, which not only plugged the loophole, but also consolidated your position as the head of the family. Wie blinked his eyes. Good guy, he almost borrowed Asuma's head. How do you know these things? And how could you lend me money? Hey! Kagaya was suddenly stunned. That day in the casino, you did it on purpose. Tsunade chuckled. A 10-year-old girl used transformation to sneak into the casino. I saw it at a glance. No wonder you want to gamble with me alone. Kagaya bowed her head in silence. Of course, I also know that I will lose every time I gamble, so I never gamble one-on-one, because the odds of the other party are too high. I always gamble one-on-many, lowering the odds of each of them, so that as long as I win one game, I can double my winnings, although I have never succeeded. Tsunade pouted. Kagaya was silent for a long time, and then pulled Wie up. What? You can't pay the money, so you don't plan to let him become your apprentice? Tsunade immediately raised her head. Wie suddenly had a feeling that Tsunade was going to accept him. No, Kaguya shook her head. Give me some time, I will find a way to get it together. Tsunade was surprised. Although you Hyuga have a family business, you can't let you move out 30 million taels, right? That's none of your business. Kaguya shook her snow-white hair and grabbed Wie's wrist, and was about to pull him out of the barbecue restaurant. Hey, don't forget to pay the bill, you came to me, you can't be stingy with the money for a barbecue meal, right? Tsunade suddenly raised her voice. Wie clearly felt Kaguya's hand tightening on his wrist, then he slowly exhaled and turned to pay the bill. No, count it on Wie, just think of it as his treat, ha ha ha. Akirachi Dofu, who had already discovered Wie, came out and generously wrote off the bill. Kaguya glanced at Akimichi Dofu, then at Wie, and blinked her beautiful eyes, thank you. After walking out of the barbecue restaurant, Kaguya, who had just relaxed, snorted coldly, stinky woman. Wie frequently stole glances at her. This was the first time he saw her emotionally unstable since he met her. So, what is her relationship with Tsunade? It's a bit interesting. Why are you looking at me? Kaguya suddenly said lightly, are you planning to collect the 30 million taels by yourself? Wie scratched his head, I'm not worth that much money even if I'm sold, right? That's not necessarily the case. I'm sure Uchiha is willing to pay this money. Kaguya said expressionlessly. Kaguya wisely shut his mouth. Along the way, Kaguya's expression changed from bright to dark, as if he had encountered something very difficult to decide. If I embezzle the clan's money, the elder will definitely hold on to it. If such a good situation is formed, it will be ruined. This stinky woman. If she were a member of my Hyuga clan, I would have to teach her a lesson. It's better to let her marry to Hyuga, and see if she still opposes me all day long. Kaguya thought about it, and said nothing along the way. Wie looked at her distressed look and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I can't just wait for her to pay the 30 million taels with a clear conscience. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't owe me this. I can't really be a gigolo. I have to think of a way. Wie thought distressedly. On the other side, Tsunade was still drinking slowly. Tsunade, are you really going to take the 30 million taels? Akimichi Tufeng suddenly pulled open a chair and sat opposite her. Uncle Tufeng seems to have a good relationship with Hyuga Toya. Tsunade laughed. Akimichi Tofu was a disciple of Senju Tobirama, so Tsunade knew him. That kid is pretty good. I've been watching him since he was 3 or 4 years old, Akimichi Tofu pondered. If you're short of gambling money again, why don't I help Wie pay the 30 million taels? That won't work. I just want to see Kaguya's sad face. How can I let her mess it up? Tsunade waved her hand and smiled. When she makes up her mind to embezzle the family's money, I'll say she doesn't need it anymore. I'll give her the 30 million taels. I wonder what her expression will be. Akimichi Tofu was instantly at a loss for words. You didn't plan to take the 30 million taels. Of course, Tsunade waved her hand and said heroically, how can I get back the money I lost? This is related to my gambling style. Hinata Wie. On the street, Wie, who was lost in thought, suddenly came to his senses, only to find that Kaguya's back had disappeared without a trace. A familiar voice came from behind him, and when he turned around, a sound of breaking through the air sounded at the same time. Hinata Naya. When Wie exclaimed, an old palm had already fallen hard on his chest, and the chakra penetrated into the meridians, instantly sealing the acupuncture points where the chakra flowed. You. Wie stepped back more than 10 steps, and then he eased the impact. My plan is ruined. It's all your fault. Hinata pressed on instantly, his palm like a knife, bang bang bang, almost instantly sealed all the acupuncture points on Wie's body. Just you want to beat me within 5 years. A kunao appeared in his hand, and his old face was full of cruelty. I will destroy you now, let's see how you can surpass me. Wu Ye watched the kunao pierce his heart. Chapter 31. Where was I touching just now? Puff. Wu Ye struggled to move away half a point, thus avoiding the heart area, but was also stabbed hard in the chest by the kunao. Cell division instantly accelerated hundreds of times, the body's energy burst, and the chakra doubled hundreds of times synchronously. Ah! Dash! He roared, gathered the chakra under his feet, and kicked out fiercely. Bang! Hinatanaya only had time to stretch out his hand to block it, but his body was kicked out by a huge force. Shua shua shua! Under the huge life and death crisis, Wu Yi's hand seal speed was also a few points faster than usual. In an instant, 3 chakra chains stretched out from his back, sweeping towards Hinatanaya like a water snake. This is the strongest ninjutsu he can use now, and it is also the only ninjutsu that can threaten the senior ninja. 8 trigrams palm, return to heaven. At this moment, Hinatanaya used the unique skills of the main family that Wu Ye was very familiar with. Bang! 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 The 3 chakra chains were bounced off by the expansion of the hemispherical chakra. Due to the huge pulling force and the unstable amount of Wu Ye's chakra, the chakra chains were actually broken. 8 trigrams empty palm. An air palm was slapped by Hinatanaya, and Wu Ye was instantly blasted to spit blood and fly backwards. Seeing that Hinatanaya approached him again, with a fierce look, and he would not stop until he killed him, he could only resist a few palms with difficulty, and the injuries on his body became more and more serious. Speaking of it, I was obviously blocked at the beginning, why was I able to use ninjutsu before? When his consciousness was confused, such a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Hey? That's not right. He shook his head fiercely, endured the pain, and thought calmly, Kaguya just told me not to leave her side recently, why was I attacked by Hinatanaya now? I clearly didn't open my Sharingan, so how could I see the movements of a Jonin clearly? Wu Ye's parrying suddenly stopped, and the fierce Bagwazang was still slashing at him. A pair of scarlet eyes emerged, and the Megatama slowly rotated. In his light red vision, he clearly sensed an abnormal mental interference. It's an illusion. Hinata Wu Ye made seals with both hands, and disrupted the chakra in his body according to what he learned in the ninja school, trying to get rid of the illusion. The world in front of him was obviously distorted and became more unreal, but the entire illusion remained intact. Such a strong illusion, is it from the Uchiha clan? Wu Ye ignored Hinatanaya's attack and frowned, could it be the person who peeped at the Konoha cemetery before? Just when he was at a loss, suddenly, a strong chakra surged into his body. It was like a breeze that suddenly blew in the turbid world, which instantly soothed Wu Ye's anxious mood. Boom! The entire fantasy world began to twist violently, and then it shattered. It was as if countless spiritual fragments were flying and disappearing, and the world in front of Hinata Wu Ye slowly returned to normal. A large area of a snow white and smooth filled his eyes. What is this, happening? Not only was there snow white in front of his eyes, but Wu Ye also felt that his face was full of soft and smooth touch. The strong fragrance rushed into the nose, intoxicating. Master, Hinata Wu Ye dared to sneak attack you. The voice of Hinatanaya suddenly came into his ears. The illegitimate child of Uchiha is really not a good thing, he must be expelled from the family. Wu Ye was startled and just wanted to look back, but suddenly a delicate hand gently stroked his head. Who said he attacked me? Kaguya's cold voice came into his ears. I was playing with my brother, so the elder also has to intervene. One hand was stroking, and another seemed to be attached to the vest, and chakra continued to flow into the body. Wu Ye instantly realized his current situation. When he attacked Kaguya in the illusion, he was hugged and restrained by her, right? The chakra in his body was also input by her to disrupt the mental power and break the illusion. Sister. Wu Ye raised his head and slightly distanced himself from Kaguya. The wonderful feeling of being hugged by her was really hard to describe. Don't take your hand away. Kaguya didn't even look at him, and her face was normal. From Wie's perspective, he could see her round and delicate earlobes were red, like a crystal grape. He subconsciously let go of his hand. Hinata Wie was shocked. Where was I touching just now? Why was my hand there? What attack did I use in the illusion? As soon as his hand loosened, Kaguya also let go of him and pulled him to her side. Wie looked carefully and saw that he had stepped into the Hyuga clan territory without knowing when, and the Great Elder Hyuga was surrounding the two of them with a lot of people. Great Elder, my sister and I are hugging each other, this is none of your business, right? After figuring out what happened, Wie immediately changed to an innocent look. Humph, everyone saw the chakra surge in your body just now. Hinata said, but a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Yuma was able to control a child and still be broken free, what a waste. I said, just now I was just playing with my brother. Kaguya said coldly, all of you get out of the way. Everyone knows that Hyuga Wie was the younger brother who was recognized by the head of the family yesterday. And you are so close today? Hyuga said earnestly, head of the family, don't be fooled by him. Even if you are not expelled from the family, you should be engraved with a bird in a cage. In the dark corner, Uchiha Yuma cursed in his heart, shameless old thing. He clearly said that he was forcing Hyuga Wie to leave the family, but now he changed his mind? It turns out that engraving a bird in a cage is his real purpose. Sister, can you catch the person who controls me? Wie pulled Kaguya's sleeve and whispered. Kaguya opened her eyes, and her Byakugan vision quickly expanded, and soon located Uchiha Yuma. Bang! But before she could point it out, the other party disappeared. That's a shadow clone. She shook her head. Hinata Wie frowned. This way he would suffer a hidden loss. Uchiha had a good plan. As long as he attacked the head of the Hyuga clan in public, he would not be able to stay in Hyuga. Even if Kaguya firmly supported him, he could not completely ignore the views and opinions of the clan members, otherwise he would be easily deserted. For Hyuga, whether Kaguya was forced to give up Hinata Wie or engraved the bird in the cage, it was a victory. He himself had a high status in the family, and with the recent events, it was not impossible for him to join the main family to remove the head of the family. Even if the bird in the cage was abolished in name, the bird in the cage of the branch family was not eliminated in reality, so they had no right to speak even if they had opinions. From this point of view, joining forces with Uchiha to do this would definitely be good for him. The bird in the cage system has been abolished, and the elder should not mention it again, Kaguya said coldly, let's all disperse. Kaguya can only suppress the opinions of the clan members with force. Although her strength has greatly improved, her control over the family is far inferior to that of the Great Elder. The clan members glanced at Kaguya and Wie with strange eyes, and then dispersed. It is believed that it will not be long before what happened here will spread throughout the family. But the content of the spread will probably not be what Hinata wants. After all, the gossip about the ambiguous relationship between siblings is much more interesting than any conspiracy. Hugging and touching breasts in public, Hinata can probably guess the result at this time. His face has darkened 3 times, the results are greatly reduced. Colluding with Uchiha and framing clan members, the Great Elder is acting more and more unscrupulously. Kaguya said lightly. Hinata did not deny it, but said in a low voice, the bird in the cage is the foundation of the Hyuga, and it must not be abolished. Patriarch, you will bring the family into an irretrievable situation. I will definitely dismiss you, definitely. He turned and left. Looking at his back, he actually had a righteous look, which made Wie unable to tell for a moment whether he was doing it for the public or for his own benefit. Or, was he seeking benefits for himself in the name of the family? Lack of strength, conspiracy to make up, just like that old scoundrel Danzo. Should we do something to weaken this guy's influence first, at least to make him dare not mess around with his qualifications? All kinds of tricks flashed through Hinata Uie's mind. Beside him, Kaguya sighed softly, "Don't let him catch us again recently." 30 million taels. Alas! Chapter 32. Can I buy you? Maybe, we can secretly follow Tsunade and win it from the casino. Wuye suddenly came up with such a weird idea. Kaguya glanced at him and said in a very strange tone, "This is a good idea, but there are too many people doing this, so no matter how Tsunade transforms, as long as there is a person who loses every time he gambles in the casino, everyone will rush in, so the odds are very low." Wuye looked up at her. I said, "How do you know so much? Have you done this before?" "I want it will take half a year to win back 30 million with this odds." Kaguya calculated. "Wuye, why don't you just stop looking for her? I can practice on my own," he suddenly said. "There is always a way to get close to Tsunade, why bother to stick to the master-disciple relationship? Besides, I always feel guilty asking Kaguya to help get close to Tsunade." "It's okay, I'll find a way." Kaguya shook her head. "Maybe we can sell the family mansion." "Well, it's not a good influence. There are a few ninjutsu in the family, which are not inherited from the family, so they can be sold. There are also some antiques." Her slight muttering sounded in his ears, making Hyuga Uie's face look weird. The dignified Hyuga family head was forced to sell the house by an Asuma head. Sure enough, Tsunade, who inherited the Senjul legacy, is still rich. Make money! Make money! Make money! For a whole day, Hyuga Uie was in his room doing brainstorming. 30 million taels! 30 million taels! 30 million taels! He didn't believe that he could still be short of money here with his memories of his past life. Without finance, you can't make money. House prices are stable, and you can't speculate on housing. There is no Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Catcoin. Wuye clapped his hands. Then there is only the routine of shell companies going public to raise money. Use it a little, sell concepts to raise funds and cheat money. Just like making cars, it doesn't matter if you can't make them, as long as you make a good PPT. What concept to use? Making cars is not good. The most profitable concepts are pornography, gambling, and drugs. Drugs can't be dealt with, gambling has long been developed and expanded, and pornography, Wuye went out for a walk and came back in disgrace. The custom street is really no match for them. A whole street, a large-scale life service block integrating hot springs, massage, and health care, you can't go in and roll anymore. He scratched his hair into a chicken coop. What other projects can raise funds? Are you opening a hot pot restaurant? But hot pot without Sichuan soup base is soulless. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Wuye's brainstorming paused. "Please come in." "Master, there is a girl named Kushina outside, do you want to see her?" This time it was a real maid. "Let her in, and don't stop her from coming to see me in the future." Wuye stood up, and while the maid was bringing Kushina in, he quickly smoothed his hair to avoid scaring her with a mess. "Wuye!" Kushina changed into clogs outside, and ran in with her snow-white feet holding the clogs. "Why didn't you go to class today? And why did you move here? Is your Sharingan exposed the other day okay?" After a series of questions, Hyuga Uie, who had just woken up from a brainstorming session, was a little confused. "So many things happened in the past 2 days that I forgot about the classes." He didn't apply for early graduation, so he still had to go to class. Speaking of which, Kushina and Tsunade are theoretically related. One is a descendant of the same clan as Uzumaki Mito, and the other is her granddaughter. Maybe she can call her sister? Should she ask her to help talk to Tsunade? Uie shook his head. "Forget it, you should eat less free food, otherwise you will get addicted." He briefly told Kushina about what happened recently, and she was very nervous when she heard the thrilling parts. Fortunately, the head of the Hyuga family is protecting you. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly saw the messy papers on the floor. What are these? Wei hurriedly gathered the papers together. Nothing, just some business plans. Well, they are all invalid. Business plan? Kushina blinked her big cute eyes. Wei, are you short of money? Hinata Wei paused. In a sense, at present, I am very short of money. How much do you need? Kushina shook her long red hair. I can give it to you. Wei looked at her with amusement. 1 asuma. No, it's 30 million taels. So much. Kushina covered her mouth. Yeah, I can't get it even if I sell myself. Wei looked helpless. Kushina's big eyes rolled around. Then, I will buy you for 30 million taels, okay? Hinata Wei. Do you have a lot of money? He asked with his eyes wide open. Kushina counted on her fingers. I remember, about 500 million taels. 500 million. Wu Yi's eyes circled. Why are all of you rich women? I don't want to work hard anymore. Mito Grandma transferred all of our Uzumaki clan's past assets in Konoha to my name, and there are still some savings, Kushina explained, but now our ninja tool shop has been sold. The ninja tool shop has been sold? Why? Wu Ye asked curiously. Kushina's pretty face was gloomy. Because our Uzumaki clan was exterminated, the seal scrolls that were originally made and sent to Konoha to sell are no longer available. Hinata Wu Ye was silent. There are so many people with tragic pasts in this world. The death of both parents and the extermination of the family are simply standard. Change it, so that children no longer need to go to the battlefield, and orphans are no longer everywhere. It is not in vain, right? At least his appearance has made the world a better place. This is meaningful. Speaking of seal scrolls. Thoughts drifted back. Wu Yi's eyes quietly lit up. It seems to be worth 100,000 taels each. Kushina nodded. It used to be 30,000 taels, but now we don't make new ones in Uzumaki, so the seal scrolls are getting more and more expensive. In a sense, the seal scrolls in the Naruto world are the storage rings in the fantasy world. Good stuff. Good business opportunity. Wu Ye immediately took Kushina's hand. Then can you make a seal scroll? Kushina's face turned red as her little hands were wrapped in warmth. I don't know how to make it. After a cold shower, Wu Ye calmed down a bit, let go of her little hand, and asked, then you should have a method to make it, right? Yes, do you want to see it? Kushina asked. Wu Ye nodded and asked, can I? Of course. Kushina ran out in a hurry. Wait a minute, I'll go back and get it. Half an hour later. Kushina handed him a scroll panting, look, this is the method to make it. Hyuga Wei took it carefully, opened it, and read it carefully. Well, I don't understand it. Chapter 33 worth 9 asumas. Kushina, don't you know anything at all? Hyuga Wei still gave up his idea of a euro exploring. Although he could understand the principle, his scum body would definitely not be able to learn without Kushina opening it. How could he expect himself to comprehend this kind of seal scroll related to time and space? That's just too much to think about. Grandma Mito has explained the principle to me. Kushina sat beside him. Sealing scrolls are different from ninjutsu scrolls. In terms of difficulty, it is much more difficult than storing ninjutsu on a scroll, because you have to find a space node and then seal the jutsu that opens the node on the scroll. In other words, ordinary ninjutsu scrolls seal ninjutsu on the scroll, while sealing scrolls seal a jutsu that opens a space node on this basis. Wei said. Kushina nodded repeatedly, each has its own difficulties. The difficulty of sealing ninjutsu is balance, otherwise it will explode by itself, and the jutsu that opens the space node is actually not difficult, but the difficulty lies in associating a space that can store things. The jutsu that opens the space node is not difficult. Wei couldn't help asking. In his understanding, the ninjutsu involving time and space is the most difficult batch. Yes, Kushina blinked innocently, as long as you make the 108 seals, and then let the chakra flow as required, you can perform it. 108 seals. Hinata Wei had no expression on his face. I heard from Grandma Mito that a particularly talented ninja can simplify the number of seals, or even not make any seals, and can open the space node through the reserved technique to teleport himself or an object. Kushina poked her cheek with her index finger. What's the name of that technique? Flying Thunder God, the technique of the second generation. Hinata Wei continued to have no expression. Yeah, it's Flying Thunder God. I heard that the second generation got the inspiration from the seal scroll. Kushina said. Well, I can only say that it is worthy of being a walking forbidden technique maker. 108 seals can be simplified for you. And he, Hinata Wei, can only rely on his wife. It's really sad. Kushina, can you show me how to perform it? He still asked. Okay, okay. Kushina was happy to respond to every request. Shen Mao Zi Hai Yu Zhou Wei Zi Ren Shen Yu Chen Yu Zhou Wu Wei Yin Si Zi Shen Mao Hai Shu Wei Zi Zhou Wu Yu Zi Yin Shu Yin Si Zhou Wei Si Hai. Originally, there could be more words, but Hinata Wei forgot the previous ones after reading the latter ones, and finally only remembered these. Of course, Kushina didn't write it down, she made seals one by one according to what was written on the scroll. In Hinata Wei's eyes, not only can he see the seals in her hands, but he can also see the direction and pause of the chakra flow in her body at the same time, and every change is clear. Space node, open! Kushina shouted softly, but nothing happened. She closed her eyes and didn't move. Hinata Wei looked at her strangely, and slowly, he saw her chakra extending from the palm of her hand, exploring in the void and darkness. His analytical ability is really unparalleled, and he can even see the images in the void clearly. Bang! After half an hour, Kushina opened her eyes dejectedly. Dispersed her chakra, and said, No, I still can't find a suitable space node. Those places are not stable. If you put things in, they may be torn to pieces in an instant. So, you can also open the space node according to the scroll, but you can't find a suitable storage space. Hinata Wei finally understood why she couldn't make a sealing scroll. Well, I heard from Grandma that in addition to the stable space we live in, there are many large and small spaces. Most of them are unstable, but there are also many spaces that are self-contained. Because they are not big, they are very stable and suitable for storage space. Kushina pouted, they can find it, but I can't. Let me try. Hinata Wei also became interested and directly learned what Kushina did just now, making seals and chakra flow. Space node, open. Soon, he successfully stretched his chakra into the void through ninjutsu. Wow! You are so awesome! I have been learning this for a long time, and you learned it just by looking at it. Kushina's eyes were sparkling, and her eyes looking at Wei were full of admiration. Hinata Wei almost laughed out loud. Learning other techniques is stupid, learning the techniques of wives is genius, which is really embarrassing. The void that he could clearly see when analyzing it before could not be sensed clearly through chakra. All the detected space nodes gave him a violent feeling. Needless to say, those were useless. Sure enough, he didn't even have the talent to learn this technique, so how could he have the talent to sense space nodes? Bang! Hinata Wei opened his eyes and spread his hands. Kushina grabbed his hand and comforted him. There are not many people in Uzumaki who have this talent of sensing space nodes. It's normal. Sure enough, can you only live off me? Hinata Wei lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Wei, how about I give you 300 million taels? Kushina tugged at his sleeve. Thank you, one asuma is 35 million taels, so I'm worth 9 asumas. Wei whispered. No, Kushina squinted her eyes with a smile. I said I'll give you 300 million taels to solve the problem, not to sell you. Wei continued to lie on the ground. Oh. So I'm worth 300 million taels just by showing my face. There's no way, we don't have the talent of sensing space nodes, so we can only take deposits. Kushina smiled. We can't, wait. Hinata Wei suddenly climbed up and came to Kushina's face, his breath spraying on her delicate cheeks. Kushina, you show it again. Oh, okay. Kushina was a little softened by his breath, and subconsciously listened to him, began to make seals, and circulated chakra. Yes, that's it, forward. Wei watched her chakras stretch into the void and observed carefully. Go down, okay, stop, go to the left, yes, the left, okay, stop, below the chakra, you feel it. Listening to his command, Kushina's chakra accurately sensed a stable space that was neither too big nor too small. Wow! Found it! She was so excited that the chakra in the void suddenly collapsed. Kushina scratched her head. It's okay, Wei smiled, after the first time, it will be much easier to get familiar with it in the future. This is a bit strange, but no matter. Do you have a blank scroll? We can try to make a real sealing scroll. Wei asked. Kushina shook her head, no, but you can buy it at the ninja tool shop, I'll go buy it. Wei grabbed her hand and said with a smile, you can't pay for everything, I'll buy the scroll. Kushina hesitated and whispered, blank scrolls are also 5,000 taels each. Wei's smile froze. Chapter 34 Happiness is yours. Go ahead. Keep going. Stop. Pay attention to the bottom. Be careful of detours. Come on. Victory is in front of you. Right. Right. In the ninja school class, Minato was confused. His two desk mates, one closed his eyes, and the other talked nonsense, and this state has been maintained for a whole morning. He had no idea what the two were doing. Happiness is yours, and I have nothing. It's done. Suddenly, Kushina opened her eyes. Wei immediately unfolded the scroll under the table, and her hand just pressed on it, and a black spell slowly took shape under her hand. The fifth one. Kushina smiled like a flower. Wei put away the scroll, then raised his hands, and smiled and clapped his hands with her, keep up the good work, and try to make 300 in half a month. Minato supported his head, with a melancholy look on his face. Happiness is yours, and I have nothing. Hinata Wei. Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, the Chunin teacher suddenly roared, don't think that you can avoid listening to my lectures just because you defeated the graduating class. He pointed his finger outside the door, now. Go out and stand in the punishment. The whole class focused their attention. Many people muttered to themselves. If they didn't have to listen to the class, why did you let them stand outside the door? Thank you, teacher. Kushina grabbed Wei's hand and ran out excitedly. It was obviously more convenient to make a sealing scroll outside. Chunin teacher. 2 weeks passed like this, and Hinata Wei and Kushina finally completed the production of 300 sealing scrolls. The next step is to sell them. Wei sat in his seat and thought, there shouldn't be any ninja tool store that will take so many scrolls, and the wholesale price can be less than 100,000 taels. It's best to open a store yourself, so where will the startup capital come from? Wei, I have money. Kushina raised her hand. Hinata Wei shook his head and said, your grandmother Mito left it, try not to use it, save it as a dowry. Kushina's face turned red, so you want to take it away later? Hinata Wei. Is that what I mean? Do I really mean that? Then where are you going to get the money from? Kushina asked again. Well, with these 300 scrolls, I have the capital to raise funds. Wei clapped his hands, let's go find Uncle Qfeng after class. Uncle Qifeng? Great, he also said last time that he wanted to make money with you. Kushina was happy. Hinata Wie. Uzumaki Kushina. The Chunin teacher roared for the 30th time in 2 weeks, get out. Yes. The two ran out happily one after the other. Minato sighed with his head supported. Alas, happiness is yours. And I, nothing. Wie, are you finally going to do business with me? In the barbecue restaurant, Akimichi Qifeng smiled and looked very happy when he heard their purpose. Well, we plan to open a ninja tool store, so we came to Uncle Qifeng for investment. Wie nodded. Ninja tool shop. Akimichi Qifeng was stunned. This requires a lot of professional blacksmith shops to source goods. Do you have any? Wie and Kushina looked at each other and laughed. Smile. We are not going to sell ordinary ninja tools, we only sell one thing. He stretched out his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand, spinning. We sell this. Akimichi Qifeng opened it and took a look, and was surprised. Sealing scroll? Did you two make it? Seeing Hinata Wie and Kushina nod together, his face became serious. Sealing scrolls are strategic materials. Before selling them to the outside world, they must first be supplied to the village. They can only be sold on the basis that the village has purchased enough. The village will also pay, right? Wie frowned. Akimichi Qifeng nodded, of course, but the price is only 80% of the market price. Wie's face darkened. Robber. Akimichi Qifeng smiled, but with me here, you can get the exclusive right to sell the sealing scroll, how about it? This is good. Wie's eyes lit up. Monopoly. How can it be bad? Although other stores do not have the source of goods, if someone resells them, it will still affect them. By the way, how much money do you want from me? Chudaya Qifeng suddenly asked. Wu Ye looked at him. Uncle Qifeng, do you have 30 million taels? I want to exchange 30% of my share for 30 million taels. 30 million taels. Akira Daya Qifeng immediately remembered Tsunade's request some time ago, and a smile appeared in his eyes. I can still get 30 million taels, but 30% is too much, 10% will do. After all, your 300 scrolls are worth 30 million taels. Then 20%. Wu Ye said with a smile. 20%. Chi Dao Chu Feng knocked on the table, thought for a while and said, then I will give you another shop in the downtown area, plus the decoration and the labor, all included, how about it? A shop in the downtown area? Wu Ye asked curiously, where is it? Chi Dao Chu Feng waved his hand. You should know that there is a shop selling the largest ninja tools in Konoha opposite Fengsui Street, right? It belongs to our Chu Dao family. I'll make the decision, and I'll give it all to you. In the downtown area, opposite Fengsui Street, the shop at that location is worth at least 50 million taels, right? Not counting the original ninja tool shop, and the shop there can't get the money even if it has money. Wu Ye exclaimed. Chu Dao Chu Feng smiled. I took 20% of your shares, but it's hard to say who took advantage of whom. Then it's settled. Wu Ye looked at Kushina. There are still 80% of the shares. Kushina, you take the majority. I'll take 10% as a technical investment. As for the remaining 30 million taels, give them to me for emergency use, okay? Kushina's big eyes flickered. I can't do it without you. I don't want these shares. I'll give them to you. This is a constant cash flow. Even if the relationship is good, it must be calculated clearly, Wu Ye said seriously. At least we must agree on it first, so as to avoid disputes in the future. I won't have any disputes with you. Kushina shook her head, her long red hair swinging back and forth. Aki Dao Chu Feng looked at Kushina's appearance, especially the little look she gave Hinata Wu Ye, and suddenly a hint of Ant's smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He, how about I give you an idea? What idea? Wu Ye asked. Chudaya Qifeng smiled and said, you two open an account together, and all the profits and dividends of the store will be transferred to this account. It will be considered as your joint property. No matter who wants to use it in the future, they must let the other know. How about it? Wu Ye pulled the corner of his mouth. Isn't this the common property of the couple? Kushina, what do you think? Chu Daikufeng didn't ask Wu Ye, but looked directly at Kushina. I think it's great. Kushina nodded her head. Chu Daikufeng clapped his hands, then let's do it. Hinata Wu Ye, Chapter 35 Young Clan Leader? Tianyu. Can you take out 20 million taels? I only have 10 million taels on hand now. After sending Hinata Wu Ye and Kushina away, Chu Daikufeng ran directly to the ninja tool sales store he had just promised to sell. The owner Tianyu was wearing a Chinese-style costume with white on the top and red on the bottom. He didn't look like a member of the Akimichi clan. 20 million taels should be able to be collected in one day. Tianyu scratched his head and smiled naively. I will have to pay the money that the young patriarch wants even if I have to sell everything I have. That's good, Chu Dao Chu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This way Wu Ye will be much more comfortable, and he will feel more at ease. Alas, the patriarch has been quite depressed recently, and only the young patriarch's affairs can make him happy. Tianyu sighed. Chu Daikufeng patted his shoulder. It's okay if you call him that in private, but he has been emphasizing that the family is gone. If he hears you calling him the clan leader or the young clan leader, he will definitely get angry. Tianyu smiled. Although the clan emblem has been hidden and integrated into the village, the bond between us will not be easily broken. Speaking of which, if the young clan leader had not been left in the Hyaga clan, so many things would not have happened recently, and he would not have been so lonely these years. He shook his head and said, why do you have to hide it from him? I can't understand the clan leader's thoughts. Chu Daikufeng said helplessly, he has never considered you as a force he can rely on. Now his eyes are almost blind. In his opinion, of course, the Hyaga clan is more suitable, but he didn't expect that Hyaga Kainyan would actually sacrifice himself. She was too stupid to refuse the clan leader to warn Hyaga Naya. Tianyu shook his head. This is the sense of belonging to the family. She feels guilty towards the family and Wu Ye, and she doesn't want to see him again. With such stubbornness and torture, perhaps death is also a kind of relief. Chu Daikufeng said. It's just pitiful for the young patriarch, who is like an orphan. Tianyu sighed. Chu Daikufeng laughed, that doesn't count. He doesn't know how many people are watching him grow up in secret, and they are anxious because he is hungry, and they are worried because he is sad. Tianyu smiling, he said, he grew up under the eyes of all of us, and it will continue to be so in the future. Akimichi Tofu patted his shoulder and laughed, he will be your president in the future, so watch him carefully. The next day. It's done so soon. Hinata Wu Ye and Kushina followed Akimichi Tofu to the ninja tool store, and looked at the three-story shop in front of them and fell into deep thought. Is this really worth 50 million taels? It may have to be doubled. Isn't it okay to go through the transfer procedures and then transfer the money to you? As for the scrolls, the village has reserved 200, but the payment will be made next month. Akimichi Tofu said. Also, the clerk has transferred it to you. He pointed to Tianyu and the woman next to him, and said, Tianyu and his wife. President. The two immediately said respectfully. Hinata Wu Ye glanced at them and suddenly felt that the style of the clothes was very familiar. Damn, isn't this what Tian Tian is wearing? Aren't they Tianation's elders? He just happens to be running a ninja tool shop. Hey? This shop is open on both sides? What is sold in the back facing the customs street? Wu Ye suddenly walked over curiously. Wait. Akimichi Tofu nervously grabbed Hinata Wu Ye, there are only some clothes sold there, don't go there, just wait to collect the money, don't worry, you won't lose money. Oh. Wu Ye glanced at him. Clothes sold on the customs street, Just think about it and know that they are not decent. Forget it, I'll go and see it myself next time. Teacher, why did you bring me to such a place? Just at this moment, a familiar voice came into the ears from the opposite side, and Wu Ye and Kushina subconsciously looked at each other. Minato. Hinata Wu Ye rolled his eyes, shook off Akimichi Tofu's hand directly, and ran through the passage. Minato, is that you? Kushina immediately took small steps to catch up. Seeing that they had already run to the other side of the store without him noticing, Chu Daikufeng's face darkened. Tianyu, didn't I ask you to seal the aisle to that side? If Wu Ye gains any new attributes because of this, your clan leader will kill you. Tianyu sweated profusely. I didn't expect you to bring him here so soon. When they chased to the other side, they saw that Wu Ye and Kushina, two curious babies, had already climbed to the second floor. Well, the first floor is revealing dresses, the second floor is sexy underwear, and the third floor is cosplay? Wu Ye looked at the ninja clothes in front of him and fell into deep thought. There are actually people who like women to wear ninja clothes? However, ninja clothes usually protect vital parts. Why are there two small holes on the chest of this clothes? A big hole behind the pants? It's worthy of being a certain ethnic customs street. It's fun. How can there be such clothes? Kushina imagined what it would look like to wear such clothes, and she felt that her little face was about to burn. Hinata Wu Ye looked at her, then at the clothes, and his eyes slowly began to change. Kushina, if you wear it, this store has great potential. If you add the cosplay culture of the whole world in my memory, then... Bang! He was just thinking about it, and suddenly Kushina's red hair exploded, jumped up and gave him a hammer on the head. Don't think about these perverted things. Wu Ye almost subconsciously hugged his head and squatted to defend. I don't know who learned it from. Haha, I haven't seen Kushina hammer you for a long time. Minato, who had been following them up, was very satisfied. Finally, I have a share of happiness. Inspiration. It's all inspiration. Oh ho ho. A strange laugh came. Wu Ye looked up and saw the handsome white-haired Uncle Jiraiya staring at the clothes, writing something in his notebook, and his saliva was about to flow down. Teacher, have you seen enough? Didn't you say you came here to find inspiration for writing? Why did you come here? Minato said helplessly. Minato, have you become Jiraiya's disciple? Hinata Wu Ye asked curiously. Although he knew that Minato, the only person who was not involved in yellow, would be accepted by Jiraiya sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so soon. Could it be that he was favored by him in the last battle? Well, Jiraiya said that I have a good talent. Minato narrowed his eyes warmly. Wu Ye patted his shoulder. In fact, you and him are not compatible, do you know? Hey! Minato scratched his head, confused. As far as I know, Jiraiya and his teacher Sanda may have some special fetishes, but you don't seem to have them. Wu Ye smiled. And the future Kakashi and Naruto, the yellow gene is simply engraved in their bones, and the master and apprentice have been in the same line for generations, only Minato is an outlier. Maybe he has some hidden attributes that have not been discovered? After all, his name is Young Daimei. What? Even the Hokage likes to peek, cough. Minato quickly covered his mouth. It seems that he has seen through the nature of his teacher. Little boy, don't ruin my reputation. I was just collecting materials. Jiraiya finally straightened up, wiped the saliva from his mouth, and said seriously, can a writer's work be called peeping? Chapter 36 I'm not going to write about intimate paradise. Master Jiraiya, what book are you writing now? Hinata Wu Ye asked curiously. He was really curious, because he wanted to know if the Intimate Paradise series had been published. If you don't appreciate this kind of divine book, it would be a waste of time traveling. The Legend of the Brave Ninja. Jiraiya took out a book from nowhere and stuffed it into Wu Ye's arms. I'll give it to you. Read this immortal's masterpiece carefully. Hinata Uie picked it up blankly. Why haven't I even heard of it? Have you heard of it? He looked at Kushina and saw her shaking her head. Jiraiya's face darkened. That's because I'm not famous yet. One day, everyone in the ninja world will read my masterpiece. Hinata Uie pondered for a while, and suddenly said, Jiraiya-sama, in fact, many writers choose to eat shit before expressing themselves. Hey? Eat shit? Jiraiya scratched his white hair to express his confusion. Hinata Uie said seriously, that is to say, when an author is unknown, no matter how good he wants to express, no one can see it. Only when he becomes famous will there be enough people reading his book, and then he can express himself. Jiraiya's cynical expression almost subconsciously restrained a little. You mean, if I want everyone to read my brave ninja legend, I first need to write something else to make myself a best-selling author? Yet, I believe that with Jiraiya-sama's writing style, writing vulgar content close to the masses will definitely be very popular. Uie showed an innocent little look. That makes sense. Jiraiya suddenly clenched his fist, his face seemed to be shining. With the strength of this immortal, I will definitely become famous by writing a vulgar book, and then publish the legend of the brave ninja. Yet. Minato's face fell a little. I think the teacher's The Legend of the Brave Ninja is very well written. Why do you want to write a vulgar book? I was originally trying to stop him from coming here to collect materials, but you... Minato, you don't understand. Jiraiya's face was serious, and he looked like he had made a great sacrifice. The teacher didn't like to write Intimate Paradise. The teacher wanted to express himself and let more people see the legend of the brave ninja. This is a great writer's compromise with the public. It is absolutely not what I like, understand? Minato, this is like it's not me who loves the golden body, it's the world who loves the golden body. Jiraiya-sama is really high. Uie applauded. Minato slapped his hand away in anger. Teacher's reputation will be ruined. Not to mention that you have to peek to find materials. If you are discovered, it will be over. Minato, this immortal is to enlighten the ignorant world. What does this worldly reputation mean? Jiraiya waved his hand, his face shining. I will go to collect materials, all for the sake of saving ignorant people. Teacher. Minato followed him, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, Jiraiya knew that he couldn't do peeping openly, but now he was flattered by Hinata Uie. He couldn't imagine what would happen next. Uie, do you really think that Jiraiya can write vulgar books and magazines to accumulate popularity first? Kushina asked curiously. Hinata Uie hugged his arms and smiled. Writers are a group of creatures who write what they think. Even if they know that they have to fit the public to be seen, they can't write such things, because that is not their nature. Jiraiya-sama can write Intimate Paradise because it is in his nature. Kushina frowned. Then why do you encourage him to write? Because I want to read it. This is called fancy urging. Uie spread his hands. You want to read it? Kushina put her hands on her hips. You actually want to read such a publication? What do you want to do? Uie blinked innocently. I just plan to learn some postures, otherwise I don't know how to use these clothes. He pointed to the strange clothes around him, and then welcomed Kushina's head pounding. Hing! Kushina shook his fragrant red hair in the face and went downstairs. Actually, the clothes in my mind are more important than these. Hinata Uie muttered softly, rubbed his head, and followed Kushina downstairs. Akimichi Kyufeng and Tianyu looked at his back, looking lost. Tianyu, do you think Uie has really awakened some extraordinary attributes? Chudao Kyufeng grinned. Tianyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the clan leader knew, I would really be beaten to death. My condolences. Akimichi Kyufeng patted his shoulder. Tianyu. Sister, these are antiques left by my father, how can you let me sell them? Hinata Uie walked back to the Hyaga mansion slowly with a bank book of 30 million taels. I happened to hear the voice of Hinata Hayashi in a state of exasperation, followed by Kagaya's voice that was so cold that it was not human. These calligraphy and antiques are neither ninjutsu scrolls nor secret techniques. Is there any need to keep them? But these are the inheritance left to us by our father. Hinata Hayashi shouted loudly, how can sister sell the family property for an outsider? Brother, keep your voice down, it will be bad if the tribe members hear it. It was obviously Hinata Hayashi who held him back. Kagaya's voice was still cold. You think sister's life is not worth this property worth tens of millions of taels, right? I promised Kainyan to take care of Uie, so I must do my best. Sister. Hinata Hayashi's voice sounded like he was about to cry. It's just tens of millions of taels, you can mortgage it, and next time I will do more S-level tasks, the rewards will be saved, and I will not exchange ninjutsu, and I will redeem it from you within half a year. Don't talk nonsense. Kagaya seemed annoyed too. Humph. Hinata Hayashi finally picked up the scroll containing the antiques and walked out angrily. Hi. Just then, Hayashi's smiling face appeared in his sight without any warning. You bastard. As soon as Hayashi saw him, he was furious. Where have you been? Do you know that my sister has taken almost all the antiques that can be sold in the house for appraisal these days for you? Stop talking nonsense, go quickly. Kagaya's cold voice came. Hyaga Hayashi said indignantly, why don't you go by yourself? Kagaya said lightly, do you want the news that the head of the Hyaga family mortgaged the family property to spread throughout Konoha tomorrow? Hyaga Hayashi's face darkened, then I don't have any face. Seeing him walking out angrily, Uie sighed and stopped him, slow down. What? Hyaga Hayashi's fists creaked, and it was obvious that his good family education was not enough to suppress his anger. Uie took out the passbook from his arms and stuffed it into his hand, then took the scroll in his other hand and smiled, hey, this is 30 million taels, sell all these calligraphy and antiques to me. Hyaga Hayashi. Chapter 37 Flirt with Kagaya. Hyaga Hayashi behind him opened the passbook, his eyes almost bulged into cataracts. Uie walked in with the scroll. Sister, these antiques are for you as a gift. He stuffed the scroll into Kagaya's hand, and the word sister was more sincere than ever before. How many people can mortgage their property for a trust? Where did you get these 30 million taels? Hinata Hayashi had already run over and started counting the zeros in the passbook with Hinata Hayashi. Kagaya was still calm, kneeling in front of the coffee table, sipping tea slowly. The smoke curled up, making her white jade face look like a dream. Uie sat opposite her, poured himself a cup of tea, and then began to talk about the financing process. Time passed slowly, and even the Hyaga brothers were attracted to listen to Uie's business plan quietly. Well, that's it, I got 30 million taels in cash, and a shop in the downtown area. Finally, he finished speaking, his mouth was dry. Uie raised the teacup and drank it in one gulp, feeling very comfortable. Kagaya's white eyes stared at him without saying a word. What's wrong? Uie still held the teacup in his hand, with a confused look on his face. Nothing, Kagaya retracted her gaze and said coldly, well done. That. Hyaga Hisashi hesitated, but still reminded Uie, you are holding my sister's cup. Ah. Uie called out softly. Kagaya had no expression on her face, only the slender hand lying flat on her thigh trembled slightly. The Hyaga brothers had a strange lemon color on their faces, which made Uie couldn't help but suspect that they were sister Kan. So, Uie thought for a while and handed over the cup in his hand, do you want to have a sip too? Hyaga Hisashi's face flushed, and he waved his hand quickly, ah. No, no. Oh, that's a pity, Uie smacked his lips, it's sweet and delicious. Swish, 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 all three pairs of white eyes looked over. Hyuga Hayashi stared at the empty cup in his hand. I don't know what he meant by asking him to take a sip just now, to lick the cup? Hyuga Hayashi looked indignant. Are you teasing me on purpose? Wei blinked his black and white eyes with an innocent look. So did he do it on purpose? Or on purpose? Or on purpose? Let's go. Kaguya suddenly stood up. Let's go to the training room to practice. Wei and the Hyuga brothers trembled at the same time. Sister, should I practice with Hayashi today? Hyuga Hayashi asked with a 1 in 10,000 chance of luck. Kaguya kept walking. Fight with me once each, let me see if you have made any progress in the past half-month. The Hyuga brothers made bitter faces at the same time, and Hyuga Wei silently found the bandages and wrapped his hands and feet like a mummy. Finally, I know why Niji, who said you died so miserably in the future, always wraps it around it. It must be because he practiced too much and it hurts. Walking into the training room, Hinata Hayashi stood opposite Kaguya with a fearless expression, while Wei and Hayashi sat aside with grief. Kaguya's Byakugan opened instantly, and a wonderful thing happened unexpectedly. Is this Kaguya's Byakugan opening perspective? Wei was surprised to see that Kaguya's chakra quickly concentrated in her eyes, blood vessels bulged, stimulating blood power, and her Byakugan opened. Can I analyze her bloodline limit? He almost shouted out. It was really too surprising. Was it because Kaguya had a good impression of him, so he could make a preliminary analysis? Where did this good impression come from? Was it because he returned the antique worth 30 million taels to her before, or was it because of the teasing of drinking a glass of water together? Forget it, don't dwell on these, let's see if we can open the Byakugan first. He stopped trying to find out the reason, and focused all his attention on Kaguya's eyes. If it can be opened, the family situation will be much better, and Kaguya will be less stressed. He began to describe the process of Kaguya's Byakugan opening in his mind, analyzing it step by step. He could understand the previous part, it was nothing more than chakra stimulating the blood and activating the Byakugan. But at the moment of activation, he couldn't understand it at all. Why did her chakra turn into 7 colors in an instant, and instantly fill her eyeballs? Will it really not explode? Is it 7 chakra attributes? Wu Ye exclaimed in his heart, this guy is really the reincarnation of Kaguya Otsutsuki? All 7 attributes. So, this is why she can use the Byakugan to intimidate others. He frowned, then do I have so many attributes? The chakra was mobilized in the body, quickly gathered in the eyes, passed through the blood vessels where Kaguya's chakra passed, and activated the blood. There was no problem with each step before, but Wu Ye could not feel the pain on both sides of his temples. Bulge. The bigger problem is that he doesn't know how to divide it into 7 types of chakra attributes. Is it because I don't have so many attributes in my body, or I haven't analyzed it clearly? He recalled the scene when he analyzed Kushina's diamond seal before, which required yin attribute chakra. At that time, he could clearly understand how to transform yin attribute chakra, but now, he has no idea how the 7 types of attribute chakra are transformed. It seems that there can only be one reason. Kaguya's favorability towards me is not enough to make her willing to share the biggest secret with me. Wei nodded secretly. This is normal. If a simple flirt can pull the favorability to the top, then he will doubt whether Kaguya's sister hides a nymphomaniac heart under her appearance. Since it can't be transformed into 7 types of chakras and opened at the same time, can I directly input the attributeless chakra into it, and can I open the ordinary white eyes? Chakra moves with the heart and instantly flows into the eyeballs. Which is completely different from the feeling of opening the Sharingan. His vision quickly turned grey, and countless scenes flashed past him in an instant. He even saw the 3rd Hokage in the Hokage building. What is he looking at with that expression? Glass ball? Telescope technique? Damn! The old pervert is peeping at the female bathhouse again. Hey! At this moment, the 3rd Hokage suddenly raised his head, his eyes became serious. That look seemed to have seen through Wie's prying. With a wave of his hands, the image of the glass ball in front of him changed, and his perception caught up with Wie's white eyes. Who? At the moment he tracked down the Hyuga mansion, Kaguya suddenly glared. An invisible pressure spread from her body, instantly bouncing off the third Hokage's perception. Zzz. The glass ball became chaotic as if it had lost its signal. The third generation shook his head and smiled. It seems that Hyuga Kaguya is teaching his brother. The pupil power just now may be accidentally seen by Hyuga Hayashi or Hyuga Hayashi. Forget it. Generally speaking, the Hyuga clan members will not casually explore the village. If they see any hidden parts, it will cause an accident. Of course, the really important places are naturally protected by barriers, and organizations like the Root are even more tightly sealed. Only the Hokage building, because of the existence of the absolute combat power Hokage, will occasionally close the barrier to breathe, especially when it was deliberately released to Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll. Chapter 38. Did I ask you to use the perspective eye? Is this the Byakugan? Kaguya's uncertain voice came, interrupting Hyuga Wie's messy thoughts. Only then did he realize that Kaguya had flashed in front of him and was staring at his eyes. The Hyuga brothers were also attracted. What strange eyes! What's wrong with my eyes? Wie got up and walked to the window, and with the reflection of the glass, he could see the condition of his eyes a little more clearly. No wonder they were surprised. Even though Wie had seen all kinds of beautiful contact lenses in his previous life, he had never seen his eyes now. There were no bulging blood vessels on both temples, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of silver. They looked very similar to the Byakugan, but they flashed with a faint white light. You should have opened your Byakugan, right? Kaguya asked. Wie nodded. Well, just now I saw my sister open her Byakugan, and suddenly I realized how to stimulate the blood circulation. So your Byakugan has always been there, but it was just covered up. Kaguya nodded and said, just now you covered the pupil power to the Hokage building, so the third generation could sense it. Wie scratched his head. I didn't expect to see it in the Hokage building. Kaguya suddenly fell silent. But Hinata Hayashi couldn't help shouting, you can see 3,000 meters away when you open your eyes for the first time. How far did you see when you opened your eyes? Wie blinked. Hinata Hayashi turned his head and shook his head back. Hayashi only saw 1,000 meters when he opened his eyes. Kaguya said calmly. Puff puff puff. This finishing blow almost made Hayashi Hinata vomit blood. What a sister! Why do his eyes look different from normal Byakugan? Hinata Hayashi said with some envy, the blood vessels don't need to bulge, and they will glow. Which is better looking than ours? Hinata Muya spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. Kaguya thought for a moment and speculated, it may be because your Byakugan is hidden, and the Sharingan is visible, so it can't replace the original eyes, and can only cover the surface. At the same time, because it is a cover, not a stimulation of the original eyes, there is no need to transport blood to congestion, and the blood vessels do not need to bulge. The ancestor-level Byakugan player analyzed it thoroughly. This is also good. On the battlefield, the enemy ninjas don't know that you have Byakugan, and it is not easy to be targeted. She said again. The Hyuga brothers immediately showed envy. Kaguya suddenly said, by the way, try to see if you can open the Sharingan at the same time. If you can use 2 bloodline limits at the same time. I'll try. Hinata Wie once again mobilized chakra from different blood channels to the eyes, and the spiritual energy was instantly amplified. The next moment, a pair of scarlet Sharingan appeared in the eyes, but the fluorescence of the Byakugan also disappeared at the same time. No, the 2 ways of opening the eyes require different chakras. The Byakugan uses non-attribute chakra to stimulate the blood, and the Sharingan uses yin attribute chakra and extreme spiritual energy. The 2 bloodline limits finally reach the eyeball through the same channel, so only one can be opened. He analyzed secretly. Hinata Uie tried to open the Byakugan again, and the Sharingan disappeared immediately. It seems that the two eyes cannot be integrated. What a pity! Kaguya said. Hinata Uie was not disappointed, but thought to himself, the current Byakugan is opened by non-attribute chakra. If it is 7 attributes, does it mean that the conditions for opening the Sharingan are met? He raised his head and looked straight at Kaguya. Fall in love with me, sister, so that you can see the magical scene of the Sharingan and the Byakugan opening together. What's wrong? Kaguya asked curiously. Don't you know how to use the Byakugan? The Byakugan has 2 modes. Just now you focused your pupil power to make it a perspective eye. Now you can spread your pupil power around your body in a hemispherical shape, which is the inside eye for all-round observation of the Byakugan. She explained. He could see 3,000 meters before. Theoretically, the all-round observation can be at least 100 meters, right? Hinata Hayashi asked curiously. Hinata Hayashi curled his lips. It's not calculated like this. The pupil power distributed around you to form a hemisphere is much more than that required for one-way observation. When I can see 3,000 meters away, I can only see 60 meters in all directions. Uie clearly felt that the attitude of the Hinata brothers towards him now seemed to be really close, unlike before, when they completely looked at outsiders. It is not the lack of things that is worrying, but the inequality. Everyone has cataracts, so they will not be discriminated against. This should be understood, right? The pupil power is hemispherical, with 360-degree insight. Hinata Uie suddenly found that he was like opening the whole map, and instantly became a god's perspective. He could even see himself in the center, well-proportioned body, delicate appearance, perfect. So, I am a hero operating the full map mode. Feel it carefully. It is different. Although there is an all-round perspective, the main perspective in front will see more clearly and more realistically. The view behind is like having a rear-view mirror, and it needs to be judged to depict the real situation. How about it? How many meters can you see? Hinata Hayashi asked impatiently. Well, about 90 meters. Hinata Uie said. Hinata Hayashi's face fell again. It's great that my pupil power is not restricted. Now my perspective eye can see up to 5 kilometers, and my inside eye can only see 80 meters, and there is a blind spot behind my head that I can't see. Hinata Hayashi said enviously. After he said that, Hinata Hayashi was embarrassed to show his face. After all, he was not engraved as a bird in a cage. Okay, you go to practice. Kaguya waved her hand. Uie, come here, I will teach you the soft fist method from now on. Oh, okay. Hinata Uie followed happily. Although the soft fist is very lame in the later period, it is still very useful now that the combat power has not been inflated to the point where the shadow level upper ninjas are worse than dogs. To be precise, the soft fist is not soft, but a very strong ninjutsu. Kaguya stretched out her white jade slender hand, 4 fingers together like a knife, a layer of light chakra appeared on the fingertips. Since the Byakugan can clearly see the opponent's chakra meridians, we can inject chakra into the opponent's meridian acupoints, and then cut off the chakra supply, making it impossible for the opponent to mobilize chakra. Her hand suddenly moved forward, making a rapid sound of breaking wind. Just like this, only with enough force can the chakra be successfully injected into the opponent's acupoints. This is the soft fist method. The next step is to identify the acupoints. Kaguya took a step back and signaled Uie, I let the chakra flow throughout the body, you open the inside eye to look at me, every part where the chakra flows to a turn is the A-cup ointment. Let me see. Uie responded by opening the Byakugan and looked carefully at Kaguya's body. But Kaguya's white jade-like pretty face turned pink, like a drop of first blood falling on the snow, beautiful beyond words. I told you to use the inside eye, not the perspective eye. Before Uie could see clearly, there was a bang and the shape of the character Tai flew towards the wall. Chapter 39 Kagaya Who Can Pacify the World. The two modes of the Byakugan, the perspective eye is equivalent to a telescope, and it is a telescope that can penetrate all kinds of obstacles, while the insight eye is a god's perspective, observing 360 degrees. But no matter which mode, the world you see is black and white. The only difference is that the perspective eye can peel off layer by layer, and the insight eye can directly see the chakra meridians. I didn't see anything, really. Hinata Uie sniffed and dragged his almost falling apart body back. Sister, you know, the perspective eye has to be peeled off layer by layer, and it's still black and white, just see the outline, shape, size, etc., no color. The Hyuga brothers stopped practicing spontaneously at some point, and at this time they were all stunned by his shameless words. What do you mean just see the outline? What did you see? What do you mean see the size? Isn't this enough, bastard? Next. Kagaya's voice came faintly, as if squeezed out from between teeth, gloomy. I'll show you the unique skills of the main family. Hyuga's body sank, her left foot stepped forward and her right foot retracted, her left hand extended with the palm facing forward, and her right hand extended behind her. The standard Bagua palm posture scared Uie so much that he turned around and ran. Help me! Soft fist. Bagua, 128 palms. Puff 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 puff. A total of 128 sounds, and chakra light burst out from all parts of Uie's body, very rhythmic. Bang! Hyuga retracted her hand, and Uie became a human-shaped mud on the ground. Tisk tisk tisk, so miserable. Hinata Hayashi laughed gloatingly. So miserable. Hinata Hayashi felt sad for the rabbit's death and quietly retreated. Use your Byakugan to observe every acupuncture point I blocked, I think you will remember it very clearly. Kagaya said coldly. But my chakra meridians are all blocked, and even my Byakugan can't be opened. Uie frowned. Lying down. From this angle, he can follow Kagaya's training uniform from bottom to top and see her pointed chin all the way. Wait, isn't it a bit strange to see the chin? If it was Tsunade, what she saw should be the southern hemisphere. So Kagaya can conquer the world, hey! The sealed acupoints can be opened with chakra. The more chakra, the faster it will open. Hinata Hayashi squatted beside Uie and mocked, stupid, you don't even know this. Little brother, you are getting carried away. Uie closed his eyes and concentrated on attacking the acupoints. So, the Bagua 2 power palm is useless to the Senja or Uzumaki clan who have Chukdenla, they can open it in an instant. Hinata Hayashi saw that Uie ignored him and was annoyed again. But at this time, Kagaya's cold voice came from behind, Hayashi, are you free? Come, practice with me now. Hinata Hayashi. Looking back, his fellow sufferer Hinata Hayashi had already huddled in the corner. It's over, accidentally crossed the tower, damn. The next day. One hand for money and one hand for goods, where is the money? In the grove on the bank of Konoha Creek, Tsunade was conducting underground handover procedures with Kagaya. Take it. Kagaya took out the passbook and inserted it accurately between the two balls. Tsunade was wearing loose clothes today, unlike the usual lock of the Jonin green vest. Although the size cannot be compared with the future, it can still be barely clamped. Jealous again? Tsunade's eyes deliberately circled from Kagaya's chest, then she took the passbook from her chest and looked at it. Hey? There are really 30 million ryo? Did you sell your property? Keep it and teach you well. Kagaya's expression turned cold, and it was unknown whether she was angry because she was ridiculed for being flat, or because she almost sold her property. With such an icy face, she must have sold her property, haha, Tsunade laughed comfortably, hey, I'll give it back to you. If you lose, you lose. I won't take back the lost bet. As she said that, she also inserted the passbook back, but because she couldn't find a support, she could only pin it on the overlap of her kimono. Tsunade. Kagaya was furious at her action of looking for support, and took the passbook and threw it over. Are you provoking me? Hey, 30 million ryo, really give it to me. Tsunade took the passbook and said. Kagaya took a deep breath to calm herself down. This is the money we earned in 2 weeks. Not from me. Hey? You earned it. Earned 30 million in 2 weeks. Tsunade flicked her yellow ponytail, turned her head and looked at Wei. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Gambling money is in short supply recently. If he can really make money like this, then in the future, he. To be precise, it's not me alone who earned it. It's with Kushina, plus the support of Uncle Qfeng. I won't be able to earn it so quickly in the future. Hinata Wei knew what she was thinking when he saw her eyes, and quickly nipped the seed in the bud. He didn't want to become a big fat sheep's money-making machine, that would really be a loss of as much as you earn, endless, dark and dark. Tisk, boring. Tsunade curled her lips and stuffed the passbook into Wei's arms, put it away. With Kagaya's favor, I will teach you. You mean? Kagaya's cold voice came, the so-called 30 million taels, are you lying to me? You didn't intend to take it from the beginning. I just want to see your icy face get angry. Tsunade stretched out her hand to pinch her face, just for fun. Pa! Kagaya stretched out her hand and slapped her hand away, saying without looking back, Wei, step back. Hinata Wei stepped back a few steps in a daze. Step back 100 meters. Kagaya said again. This strong sense of crisis. Wei ran away. Boom. The next moment, Tsunade took the initiative, jumped high, and stepped down with a painful kick. That posture, stepping on the ground, must be a pit of dozens of meters. Bagua palm, returned to heaven. Chakra emerged from Kagaya's acupuncture points all over her body, forming a high-speed rotating hemispherical shield. Tsunade was bounced back, and then Kagaya rushed up fiercely and fought with her. It was obvious that this was not the first time these two had fought. When Kagaya's chakra blocked her acupuncture points, Tsunade would immediately break through with chakra without any pause. And Tsunade's chakra condensed strange punch or pain kick would always encounter return to heaven or bagua empty wall palm, and could not get close at all. Boom boom boom. In the end, the only one who was injured was Xiao Shulan, as if he had been dug back and forth by an excavator countless times, and his original appearance could no longer be seen. Bun, pressure. At this moment, a strange pressure from the pupil suddenly appeared on Tsunade. Even if she immediately used her own chakram to attack, she inevitably hesitated. Soft fist technique, Bagua. 256 palms. Instantly, only Tsunade who was being beaten and Kagaya who was constantly flashing were left in the field. Puff 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 puff. Boom. But after only a dozen or so hits, Tsunade suddenly threw a powerful punch, knocking Kagaya who was in the inertial Bagua palm combo away. Who? The two were dozens of meters apart, panting. What ability did you just have? Who? I've never seen it before. Tsunade quickly opened the blocked acupuncture points. Newly awakened power, Kagaya breathed slowly and stood up straight again. How did you interrupt my Bagua palm just now? Tsunade's red lips curved. Of course, all the chakra was impacted into the arm meridians, and it burst out in an instant. Will the chakra meridians be torn? Kagaya frowned. Tsunade covered her right arm with her left hand, and her green chakra wrapped around her right arm. Would I be afraid of being torn apart? Don't you know that I'm the best medical ninja in Konoha? Wu Ye heard this and immediately felt a frown on his forehead. A small light bulb lit up. So, in the future, can it be repaired after being torn? Great! Chapter 40. Even the kids know everything. Besides relying on chakra and medical ninjutsu, what else can you do? Kagaya was obviously a little angry. Maybe she thought she could win once with her awakened ability? That's why she took the initiative to attack, but her dream of stepping on Tsunade was shattered by a punch. It's okay as long as the ability is useful. Don't you rely on the Byakugan bloodline. Tsunade hugged. In a short moment, her arm was completely restored. It also made Wei have to imagine again. Can she repair it again and again when she was there? This tearing pleasure should be unique, right? Just wait, I'm a few years younger than you, you'll definitely lose in a few years. Kaguya turned around, her long white hair fluttering 180 degrees, and then fell behind her. Teach well, if I find you hiding something. Humph. Don't think that you saved me, that's your mission, Tsunade said unhappily, who stipulates that the master must pass everything to the disciple? I'm hiding something, what can you do? If you don't pass it all to him. Kaguya reached out to gather the hair by her ear, and suddenly turned back, a smile flashed in her pure white eyes, then send yourself to Hyuga, so that you can give him everything. Send myself to Hyuga. Tsunade was obviously stunned, and then she became furious, put her hands on her hips and cursed, asshole. I'm more than 10 years older than this kid. Humph. Kaguya ignored her, turned around, and left. Tsunade was angry for a while, then her eyes focused on Wei, and her face gradually became weird. Why are you looking at me like that? Wei was confused. Call me teacher from now on. Tsunade grabbed his neck without saying anything and pulled him over. Hey, kid. Kaguya just recognized you as her brother, right? Yeah. Wei staggered under her arm and almost fell. She is really strong, it will be difficult to control her in the future. In other words, you and her are not siblings, so. Tsunade let go of his neck, poked his chest with her elbow, and laughed evilly. Hey, kid, how about you marry your sister? What? Wei looked shocked. He was really shocked. What's the matter with these two people who seem to love and hate each other? Kaguya wants him to marry Tsunade, and Tsunade wants him to marry Kaguya, just to make fun of each other? Then why don't you be together, you can compete in bed for the rest of your life. Look, she's only 5, 6, 7 or 8 years older than you, unlike me, who is a generation older than you. It's totally feasible, right? Tsunade tried her best to encourage. Think about her appearance, there's no one prettier in the whole Konoha, aren't you tempted? Although she's still a child, she already knew that she wanted them all. Wei looked up at her and smiled. I think the teacher is still prettier. Tsunade choked, a little confused about whether this was a compliment or the truth, mainly because the expression on his face was too sincere. If you're talking about body shape, then I can crush her by 3 streets, but if you're talking about face. She pouted, when I show you what that icy face looks like when she smiles, you'll understand. Teacher. Have you ever seen my sister smile? Wei asked curiously. Tsunade pinched her chin and thought for a while. I saw her once, in front of her tribe member named Hinata Koton. Well, it was also the only time I saw this guy smile so simply and happily. Is that so? Hinata Wei whispered, it turns out that they have a really good relationship. Tsunade nodded, it's a pity that I heard that Hinata Koton died. Well, dead. Wei was silent. Tsunade noticed something and suddenly looked up. Kaguya is so cold, how could she suddenly recognize you as her brother? Last time she also said that your mother just passed away, so Hinata Koton. Hinata Wei whispered, she is my mother. Tsunade opened her mouth and closed it silently. Come on, little Wei, let me see if you have the talent to learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade waved her hand and walked to the river. Wait a minute, teacher. Wei took out the passbook again, walked up and handed it to her. You should accept it. Tsunade turned around and said in surprise, didn't you say you wouldn't accept it? Just as a gift for apprenticeship, Wei smiled, I heard that the teacher likes gambling, so take it to the casino. It doesn't matter if you lose it all, as long as you are happy. Tsunade looked at him with a strange look. You want me to lose it? This is 30 million taels. Well, Wu Ye nodded repeatedly. Money is originally something outside of the body, isn't it, for happiness? If the teacher can get happiness from it, then the 30 million taels are worth losing. Okay. It suits my taste. Tsunade patted his shoulder, laughed and took the passbook. I will keep these 30 million taels for you, and you can take it whenever you want. I don't believe you. Wu Ye rolled his eyes silently. He dared to bet that she would lose all the 30 million taels in less than half a month. It doesn't matter, just treat it as a future gift. Let's go to the river and catch a fish first. Tsunade sat down by the stream and pointed at the stream and said, standing on the water to catch it, is that okay? Wu Ye nodded, walking on water and climbing trees. He has been training himself in this extremely practical chakra manipulation technique since he was able to extract chakra. Standing on the water to catching fish is not a simple matter. It not only tests the ability to stand steadily on the water, but also tests the eyesight and speed of the shot. So, Wu Ye silently opened the Sharingan. When it comes to motion capture, the Sharingan is better. Splash! When the fish's swimming trajectory appears clearly in the field of vision, it is too easy to catch the fish. You need to open the Sharingan to catch a fish. Tsunade sat on the shore and looked at him sideways. Wu Ye jumped up with the fish in his hand and smiled. It's okay as long as the ability is useful. This is what the teacher said. Tsunade choked and pointed to the big rock beside her and said, let's beat it half to death first. Bang! Wu Ye understood and hit it hard, causing the poor fish to faint. If you don't beat it half to death first, how can you demonstrate medical ninjutsu? Buzz! Sure enough, Tsunade's right hand was covered with a layer of green chakra. Look, this is the chakra used for treatment. It stimulates the patient's cells to divide faster and achieves the effect of extremely fast healing. She covered the fish with her hand. After a while, the fish's tail slapped the stone and came back to life. Plop! Tsunade threw the fish into the river casually, then turned to look at Wu Ye. To stimulate cell division, chakra transformation is required to replace it with a vibrant attribute. This is also a unique talent. Not many people can comprehend it. You need to feel it yourself. Wu Ye immediately understood. Her palm fairy technique requires yang attribute chakra. Theoretically, since his body has the passive recovery ability of the first generation of Hokage, yang attribute is a must. But he was confused about how to transform chakra into this attribute. That's right, he just failed to analyze Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Although he became her disciple, she only regarded him as a disciple. How to break the situation? Chapter 41 Less ambiguity and heartbeat. 3 whole days. Hinata, Wu Ye and Tsunade spent time by the stream. Catching fish, slapping fish, treating fish, releasing fish. Oh, if they accidentally slapped them to death, they would roast them and eat them. Wu Ye, after 3 days of tossing and turning, I came to a sad conclusion. Tsunade rubbed her temples and said in an extremely helpless tone, I don't know how you awakened the Sharingan at such a young age, and I don't know how you can learn the diamond seal, but you really have no talent in ninjutsu. Note, I'm not talking about medical ninjutsu, let alone A-level palm fairy technique, but all ninjutsu talents. Your ability to understand this is unprecedented. Poor. She frowned. With your talent in ninjutsu, it's probably impossible for you to even learn the 3-body technique, so how did you learn the diamond seal? It is obvious that Tsunade originally taught Wu Ye as a genius, so she demonstrated the palm fairy technique to him right at the beginning. But after 3 days, she finally realized that Wu Ye had no talent in ninjutsu at all. Talking to him about the principles of ninjutsu is harder than playing the lute to a cow. He can clearly repeat it clearly, but he becomes a fool when he practices it. Wu Ye spread his hands and showed an extremely helpless expression. He was also desperate. He thought he was very talented in picking up girls, but how could you pick up a woman who treated you as a junior and a disciple? Especially when you still have a harmless child's face, no matter what you do, she will only think that it is just a joke, the kind of play with children. How perverted would Tsunade be to be attracted to Wu Ye at this age? So, he fell into a dilemma. Actually, I think I can still save it. Wu Ye covered his face in embarrassment. In fact, he is really not a useless person without talent. In fact, he can quickly understand those ninjutsu theories. But the problem is that when practicing, his body is like a layer of membrane, and he can't practice those theories. It seems that only when the other party is moved and penetrates that layer of membrane can he open up the Ren and Du meridians. He had no idea why his body blocked his talent development. Tsunade sighed and reached out to rub his hair. Maybe you are the kind of person who has a high ability to comprehend specific ninjutsu, but unfortunately you don't have talent for what I am good at. Who do you say has no talent? At this moment, Kagaya's cold voice came from behind the two of them. Wu Ye looked back and saw her standing in the bright sunshine. Like a glowing snowman. What are you doing here? Tsunade frowned. Kagaya also frowned. Can't I come to see how you are teaching? Tsunade stretched out 3 fingers and said dissatisfiedly, it's only 3 days. What do you expect me to teach him in 3 days? Are you idle? Then go out of the village to do a mission, the situation is very tense now. Kagaya paused. She didn't know why she couldn't help but come here, mainly because, teaching the 2 brothers Hayashi and Hayashi felt different from teaching Wu Ye, and she always felt that something was missing. If Wu Ye knew what she was confused about, he would definitely tell her. Of course, there is no hazy ambiguity in heartbeat. With the foundation of Byakugan perspective, and drinking a cup of tea together, Kagaya could never really teach him as a younger brother when teaching him. Compared with Tsunade, her state of mind is completely different. If I hadn't come, how could I hear you say that Wu Ye has no talent? Kagaya naturally wouldn't show what she was thinking, and she still looked cold. He has no talent to awaken the Sharingan, awaken the Byakugan, and learn the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan? It's nonsense. He also awakened the Byakugan. Tsunade was surprised. There is no record of the existence of people who have both Byakugan Sharingan and Uzumaki secret technique in the history of her Senju clan. There was hybridization in the Warring States period, but it was unique to be able to hybridize like this. Only. Wu Ye, didn't she teach you well? Kagaya asked, shaking her snowy hair. Hinata Wu Ye shook her head quickly. No, the teacher taught very carefully, I just couldn't understand it myself. Really? Kagaya was doubtful. Wu Ye nodded repeatedly. Tsunade hugged, did you hear it? I didn't hide anything. Kagaya frowned, I don't believe it. Then you teach yourself. Tsunade was furious. Try it. Kagaya pulled Wu Ye, come on, let's continue from last time, I will continue to teach you soft fist. Oh. Wu Ye could only follow. Tsunade hugged, leaned against the tree trunk and prepared to watch the show. I don't believe that your icy face can teach better than me. Open your eyes first. Kagaya said. Wu Ye nodded, and a layer of white light covered his eyeballs. Hey! Tsunade became interested. I should have remembered the 128 acupuncture points I asked you to remember last time, right? Kagaya said. Wu Ye frowned, I remember it very clearly, I can't be clearer. How can I not remember the acupuncture points that I worked so hard to open? Okay, now I will teach you how to use soft fists to inject chakra into the enemy's body and block the acupuncture points. Kagaya put her right hand together into a knife, and a layer of chakra light suddenly penetrated and then disappeared. Do you understand? She asked with her hands back. Wei shook his head blankly. Ha ha ha, Tsunade suddenly laughed with her hands on her hips. Is that how you teach? You didn't even say where the chakra is output from, how much is output, how to inject it into the enemy's body, and how to block the acupuncture points. Kagaya's face turned cold. Wei stretched out his hand with a confused look on his face. Sister, the teacher is right, can you point it out? From which chakra meridians are released? In fact, he has already analyzed it thoroughly. So, is he doing this now to save some face for Tsunade? Of course not, he is doing it for ambiguity and heartbeat. Kagaya hesitated, then slowly reached out and grabbed Wei's hand. The soft and sensitive skin pressed together, and a wonderful sense of closeness arose spontaneously. He is my younger brother, he is my younger brother, he is my younger brother. She muttered in her heart, but the last perspective scene and the glass of water involuntarily emerged in her mind. Kagaya's breathing was slightly disordered, and her mood was not calm. She found that wonderful feeling again, which was completely different from the feeling of teaching Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hayashi. Fortunately, Kagaya has always been cold and expressionless, and Tsunade can't see any changes in her at all. Only Wei could notice that the slender hand she was holding on to him trembled quietly. The iceberg beauty is melting, keep up the good work, and keep working hard. Chakra is not actually output from the fingertips, but from the palm of the hand to wrap the entire palm. Kagaya's slender fingers pointed at Wei's hand, slowly sliding across, cool and pleasant. Tsunade's eyes suddenly stopped. At this moment, there were falling catkins, mixed with the beams of light leaking through the tree cracks, and sprinkled on the two snowmen, Kagaya and Wei. The whole world seemed to be quiet, only Kagaya's beautiful voice was quietly flowing, beautiful and beautiful. Finally, through the extremely fast rush of 4 fingertips, drive the chakra of the entire palm to impact the opponent's body together, forming a chakra sprint, and then you can hit the opponent's body. After saying this, Kagaya quickly let go of Wei's hand. Tsunade was stunned. Since Kagaya grabbed Wei's hand just now, she felt that she was isolated from the outside, and only now did she enter their world again. She coughed lightly, to show her presence. This is pretty good, but based on my experience of the past 3 days, he should not be able to understand it. Chapter 42 with a snap. Is that so? As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Wei's right hand suddenly closed into a knife, and a thin layer of chakra covered it, and then suddenly rushed out from the fingertips and disappeared. Tsunade stared. If she was Orochimaru, she would probably say, "This is unscientific." That's right. But Kagaya was very excited. I said you are a genius, how could you not have enough comprehension? Hey, have you taught before? How could he learn it in one go? This is completely different from his performance a few days ago. I don't believe it. Tsunade stood up angrily, you must have teamed up to deceive me. Why can't I learn it after 3 days of teaching, but you can learn it after 1 teaching? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Kagaya gave her a contemptuous roll of the eyes, then I will continue to teach new content. The next step is to inject chakra into the acupuncture points observed by the white eyes, and through the self-closed loop of chakra, the effect of cutting off the flow of the opponent's chakra can be achieved. Kagaya said, hesitating a little, and still grabbed Wei's hand. She had already grabbed it, and deliberately avoiding it would seem hypocritical. Well, she had no choice, and she was not greedy for the heartbeat of sticking together. Next, I will use soft fist to block the acupuncture points on your wrist. Feel it carefully and don't rush to break through. As she said this, Kagaya's right hand became a knife, and it stabbed Wei's wrist with a snap, causing pain. As for why it was a snap, it was not because of the wrong onomatopoeia, but because the sound produced by acupuncture is like this, snap, snap. Do you feel it? The chakra that rushed in at high speed broke through the barrier with force, circulated in the acupuncture points, and completed the blockade. Kagaya let go of his hand again. Wei mobilized chakra to break through the blockade, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I understand. You understand again? Tsunade stared at him from the side. Eyes. Wei turned around and smiled. Teacher, how about you let me try it on you? Try it? I don't believe it. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and walked over. Come. Hinata Wei grabbed her hand without hesitation. It was fleshy, not as bony as Kagaya, but soft and delicate. He quietly observed Tsunade's expression, but found that she had not changed at all. What? Tsunade was confused. Suddenly it doesn't work anymore. Nothing. Wei shook his head and sighed in his heart. Tsunade had no feelings for contact with him. That's right, who would feel anything when holding hands with someone who is a dozen years younger than themselves? That's not perverted. So, how to turn Tsunade into a pervert? Urgent. He made a knife with his right hand and accurately pressed acupuncture points on her wrist. Pa! Tsunade felt like she was stabbed hard, and when she looked down, a red dot had appeared on her wrist. Okay, teacher, feel if the acupuncture points are blocked. Wei withdrew his hand. Tsunade's chakra circulated slightly, and she found that it could not be sent to the meridians in her hands at all. Well, it's blocked tightly, and there's no leakage at all. She had a blank expression on her face, but she was actually roaring in her heart. This is very unscientific. Now, what else do you have to say? Seeing Kagaya's white eyes in front of her, and then looking at Wei's white eyes next to her, Tsunade felt that she was really rolled her eyes twice. I don't believe it. Come, I will continue to teach you how to transform medical chakra. Tsunade dragged Wei to sit down, rolled up her sleeves, and said viciously, I will teach you this time. If you can't learn it again, I will let you taste my strange power punch. Hyaga Wei. After half a day, Tsunade lay on the ground powerlessly. This is really unreasonable. She murmured, how can this happen? Learning the Byakugan gentle fist is a genius, learning other skills is a fool, and it's hard to tell that it's fake. Even if each ninja is good at something different, the difference shouldn't be that big. Wu Ye sat beside her, spreading his hands, feeling helpless. Even though he taught her step by step and made a lot of physical contact, Tsunade didn't have any thoughts about him. She is still a woman with a normal view of love. Could it be that we overestimated him? Tsunade sat up straight, looked at Kagaya and said seriously, maybe he just happened to have a strong understanding, and the soft fist method is a basic combat physical technique that all of you Hyaga clan can learn, and the difficulty is too low, so it seems that he learns quickly. It took me a whole day to fully understand the soft fist method, Kagaya glanced at her and said dissatisfiedly. Then I will teach him the main family's unique Bagua Palm now, which is as difficult as A-level ninjutsu. You wait. Come, she stretched out her hand to pull Wei up, I will teach you Bagua Palm. Tsunade stared at it intently, just to see who had the problem. Bagua Palm is a ninjutsu that uses specific positioning to block many of the enemy's acupoints in a short period of time at an extremely fast speed. According to the number of blocked acupoints, it can be divided into Bagua 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms and 128 palms. The more acupoints are blocked, the harder it is for the enemy to break through, and they can only surrender. Kagaya explained, but the difficulty lies in how to use Bagua positioning to seize the enemy's momentary flaws and start from the first palm to continuously complete the following palm techniques. So, you must first get these 128 acupoints clearly, and then remember the 4 acupuncture routes. Wu Ye heard this and suddenly raised his hand. Why 128? Didn't my sister just hit 256 palms? Kagaya glanced at Tsunade, her chakra is too large, I am worried and plan to fight another round. Wu Ye, 4 acupuncture roots correspond to 4 flaws, which are. Kagaya was halfway through her words, and Tsunade suddenly stretched out her hand to interrupt. Wait, I will avoid it. Seeing her turn around and sit down at the tree roots dozens of meters away, Kagaya's mouth twitched, as if to hook up. But her mouth moved, but she didn't smile in the end, which disappointed Hinata Wuye, who was staring at her. In the process of fighting, the enemy will inevitably have flaws in the 4 directions of front, back, left and right, and the first acupuncture point is the key. There is an acupuncture point on the left shoulder, right shoulder, front chest, and back, which is most suitable as the first one. Kagaya said while stretching out her hand to poke him. After hitting the first A-cup ointment, the follow-up must be followed up at a very fast speed, so it is extremely important to coordinate with the bagua movement. She found a branch, drew the bagua pattern on the ground, and then stood in it to demonstrate. You stand in the center of the bagua, and I will hit you once, at the slowest speed. You pay attention to the changing pattern of my steps, as well as the route and order of acupoints. The A-level difficulty ninjutsu is indeed complicated to learn, but for Hinata Wuye, as long as he sees Kagaya perform it once, he can analyze it completely, and it takes almost an instant to learn it. So the teaching content is actually quite boring, but Kagaya's fingers pass through the acupoints of the body, and the fragrant breeze blows on the face. The icy figure rotates around her body, like a fairy dancing, which makes people's heart beat. Wuye is going to get drunk. Chapter 43 Practicing on whom? Why do these two people look like a painting again? Tsunade looked at this from a distance and couldn't help but be amazed. Whether it was Wuye standing still in the center or Kagaya dancing in slow motion around them, they all looked like part of the stream and the woods. The harmony of movement and stillness made the snowman a painting. This is the first time, how much did you remember? Kagaya stopped moving. Although Wuye also wanted to show off and do Zhongwuji's, I only forgot half of it. The thought of wanting to see her dance again occupied his mind. I only remembered I have learned most of it. Can you do it again, sister? He said. You have memorized most of it. That's good. It's faster than I did the first time. Kagaya nodded, and her slender fingers touched various parts of his body again. At the same time, her willow waist spun lightly, her snow-white hair fluttered, and the fragrance invaded Wuye's nose. Such a wonderful experience encompasses the 4 senses of sight, hearing, smell, and touch, which makes people unable to stop. Finally, after Kagaya hit it for the 3rd time, Wuye did not ask again. Sister, can I try it? He asked. Kagaya stopped her hand and stood up. Hearing this, she was surprised. Don't you need to digest it? Can you perform it now? In order to avoid being too shocking, Wuye thought for a while and said, I am sure that I have memorized the 4 A-cup ointment roots and the 8 trigrams, but it may be wrong to combine them with soft fists. In this case, you practice like I did before, without soft fists, just tapping on the acupoints. Kagaya said. Wuye seemed to hesitate. Who should I practice on? Of course. Kagaya subconsciously wanted to talk about herself, but was stunned. Well, this is a bit too much physical contact, especially in slow motion, being pressed on the lower abdomen. Kagaya suddenly turned to look at Tsunade. Hey, Tsunade, aren't you a teacher? Come here and be a target. Be a target. Tsunade came over with her arms folded, and asked suspiciously, how to do it. Kagaya said in a nonchalant tone, just like Wuye did just now, just stand in the center of the gossip and don't move. Why don't you come by yourself? Tsunade asked. Kagaya continued nonchalantly, I need to watch from the side to accurately point out his mistakes. Like this. Tsunade was far away before, so she naturally didn't see the location of each acupuncture point clearly. Now that Kagaya said it was reasonable, she no longer doubted it. Come on. She stood in the center of the bagua pattern indifferently. Wuye nodded, and his hands began to move, starting from the left shoulder point, while his body moved a short distance within the bagua range, and soon his fingers touched his heart. Tsunade suddenly felt something was wrong, but it had already started, and she couldn't stop it suddenly. But Wuye's hand went down more and more. If it was a real blow, she wouldn't feel anything strange at all, because it was a chakra impact, but now it was in slow motion, almost like stroking, which was different. Slowly, a sense of itching surged in the body. No, Wuye, the lower abdominal point is too high, a little lower. Kaguya suddenly spoke. She looked expressionless, but in fact, looking at Tsunade's red face and awkward appearance, she was already happy in her heart. Fortunately she didn't do it herself. Still down. Tsunade was startled. Wuye also looked at Kaguya inexplicably. He wouldn't deliberately click the wrong button just to do it again at this position. Kaguya suddenly blinked at him. Well, only one blink. Wuye's eyes widened slightly. This assist came too suddenly. Yes, I know. His hand decisively moved down an inch. Snap! The soft touch flashed, but was slapped away by Tsunade the next moment. I'm a medical ninja, don't I know if there are acupuncture points in this place? Tsunade turned around and was furious. Kaguya, you are teaching nonsense. Ah? Really? Kaguya frowned seriously. Did I see it wrong just now? Of course I was wrong. Tsunade roared, but her eyes suddenly narrowed. You guy! You didn't do it on purpose, did you? Kaguya looked at her coldly, with a look of disdain. What good does it do me to do this on purpose? Wuye endured, and didn't roll his eyes at her on top of his eyes. Sister, your character has collapsed, do you know? Well, now it's your turn to be the target. Tsunade came out. Kaguya frowned again. I'm the target, who can tell if he's hitting it right? Tsunade sneered with her arms folded. You don't know if you're hitting it right when you're the target? Who are you fooling? Can't you sense it? Well, even if that's the case, let me see if he's hitting it right. Although I don't know the order, I still know the acupuncture points of the chakra meridians. Kaguya. What? Don't dare. Tsunade continued to sneer. So, you just deliberately tricked me just now, right? Humph, then I'll do it, you watch me carefully. Kaguya suddenly said. Wuye said nothing. The two of them are assisting each other, of course they can't mess with each other. This wave, I'm in the atmosphere. Wuye, stop practicing, just use the soft fist method, I won't resist. Kaguya said, standing in the center of the bagua. Ah! Wuye was startled. What if I hit the wrong palm? Kaguya's mouth curled up quietly. You can't finish it. With your current chakra, you can only hit 16 palms at most. You shouldn't hit the 16 acupoints wrong. Tsunade heard this and suddenly widened her eyes. Isn't it 128 palms? But Kaguya shook her head calmly. I just suddenly thought that he doesn't need to master 128 palms now. It's more important to be able to use 16 palms proficiently. You, shameless. Tsunade's eyes were straight, obviously she had never seen Kaguya playing rogue. However, can Hinata Wuye really not finish 128 palms? Really? He silently loosened the bandage in his left sleeve, then stood up a thin blade inside, and then slowly wrapped it. Hiss! The blade embedded in his arm. It hurts. If Wuye is an NPC, then the health bar above his head must be continuously decreasing, and -1, -1, -1 must be constantly appearing on his forehead. Young people don't know how to cherish. Unfortunately, you still need to be careful when you are trying to save your life. Sister, I'm here. He immediately lowered his body and took a stance. Soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 128 palms. At first, Kaguya was expressionless, but when he hit 16 palms and didn't stop, she was shocked. Pa 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 pa, pa pa pa. 4 consecutive shots each time, very rhythmic. Almost at the moment when she finished hitting and stopped, Kagaya's whole body softened and fell on Wei. He quickly reached out and hugged her slender waist. Sister. Kagaya struggled to get up, but her body fell even softer in Wei's arms. Warm and soft, fragrant and charming. Her soft white hair rubbed against her ears, and her pointed chin rested on Wei's shoulder. All the chakra points are sealed, and I can't stand up for the time being. Kagaya's voice was rarely weak. Then I'll hold my sister, and you can use chakra to flush the acupoints. Wei first pulled out the blade from the bandage, wrapped it tightly against her skin again. And then hugged her tightly with both hands. Kagaya was only half a head taller than him, and now her head was resting on his shoulder, just right. Countless broken leaves were lifted up during the bagua palm, and they slowly fell down at this time. Tsunade looked at the 2 hugging snowmen in the silent falling leaves, and sighed helplessly. Why are these 2 people in the picture again? Chapter 44 Shy? I say, you 2 should just get married. Tsunade's voice came faintly, and Kagaya, who was lying on Wei in a daze and even forgot to flush the acupoints, suddenly came back to her senses. Let me go quickly. Her voice was a little urgent. Wei still hugged her waist tightly. If I let go, wouldn't my sister fall to the ground? Then let me sit on the roots of the tree and lean against the trunk. Kagaya said again. Wei's eyes looked over her thin shoulders. There are roots, and the trunk can be relied on, but he doesn't want to let go. Sister, the ground is very dirty. He turned his eyes quietly, and said, how about I let the teacher hold you? No. As expected, Kagaya refused righteously. Tisk, do you think I want to hold you? Tsunade curved her red lips and said, to be honest, you 2 look very compatible, and you are definitely a good match for marriage. She began to implement her last idea. If the head of the Hyuga family married the younger brother she recognized, the scene would surely be very beautiful. As long as she thought of Kagaya's dark face being criticized at that time, she wanted to laugh. I think it's better for you to marry my brother. Kagaya's voice was full of coldness. Then I will be your sister too, and I will definitely take good care of you. Tsunade hugged. I am more than 10 years older than him. How can I be more suitable than you? I am also several years older. Kagaya glared. The 2 stared at each other across Wei. So. Wu suddenly spoke. You mean, if I am not younger than you, you can all marry me? Kagaya. Tsunade. Don't talk nonsense. Kagaya finally realized that if he didn't work hard to flush the acupoints, he would be held endlessly. The little devil's mind is very wild. Tsunade suddenly came close, her red lips pressed against his other ear. How about this, if you can take down your sister, the teacher will give you a chance. How about it? Not so good. Before Wu spoke, Kagaya said angrily, Tsunade. Don't teach him badly. Oh, you are anxious. Tsunade obviously didn't take the joke seriously. I don't know why, I am so happy to see you angry, I just want to laugh, ahahaha. You can't even teach a disciple well, what's so funny about you? Kagaya said coldly, the 8 diagrams 128 palms is the unique skill of the main family. The Hyuga clan has no record of learning it in half a day. Now you still say he has no talent? Tsunade's laughter was stuck and she was silent for a moment. Finally, Kagaya opened up the main acupuncture points and could barely stand on her own. She immediately let go of Wei's arms and turned to leave. I will come back to check the progress in a few days. If it is still like this, don't blame me for letting everyone know that Tsunade-sama can't teach apprentices. Tsunade and Wei just watched her leave. Her long white hair fluttered, and her back became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared at the end of the road. Sister, she seems to be walking a little fast. Wei blinked his eyes, thinking. Tsunade crossed her chest and said disdainfully, "Are you shy? Sister, can you be shy too?" Wu looked very strange. Tsunade reached out and touched his head. "Although she is good looking, don't really treat her as a goddess. She is only in her teens." "Oh," Wu raised his head, "Teacher, can I really like my sister?" After he said this, he looked carefully at Tsunade's expression, but saw that she was not abnormal at all, and smiled instantly. "Of course, come on. The teacher will support you." She even raised her fist to encourage. So, Wu knew that the poke in the lower abdomen and Kagaya's joke about marriage had no effect on Tsunade. She was still a woman with a normal view of love. So, how can he open her up? Wu's claws were numb and his head was in a mess. Sure enough, Tsunade taught him for a while without giving up, but there was still no progress. Tsunade also became confused. No one wants the disciples they accept to not be able to pass on their own things in the end. Tsunade-sama. Just as the two of them were confused, a ninja in a white coat suddenly appeared behind them. Tsunade immediately let go of Wu's hand and her expression became serious. He became serious and turned around to ask, "What happened?" The medical ninja saluted and said, "Our spies in the Sand Village sent back samples. It is a brand new poison, and it has been replaced on a large scale by the Sand Village ninjas on their puppets. Many of our ninjas have been poisoned during the border friction. We are currently helpless and the mortality rate is as high as 90%. I know, I will go to Konoha Hospital now." Tsunade got up and left, and at the same time turned back and said, "Wu, you come with me." "Yes." Hyuga Wu didn't ask why, and hurriedly trotted to catch up. The medical ninja looked at him strangely, but didn't ask more questions. "Is the laboratory ready? Are my assistants in place?" Tsunade asked as she walked. The medical ninja nodded repeatedly, "Everything is ready, just waiting for you to preside over the cracking experiment." "Yes." Tsunade nodded and strode forward. Wu followed her and looked at her sideways. "I have seen her drinking and teasing people recently, but I haven't seen her working seriously, which is quite novel." Walking into the Konoha hospital, medical ninjas would salute Tsunade from time to time, which shows that she has a very high prestige in the medical ninja team. The three of them walked straight to the depths of the hospital. Before pushing open the door of the laboratory, Tsunade turned around and said, "Wu, next to it is my data room, which contains my research notes. Go and have a look." As she said that, she threw a key over, then opened the door and walked in. The medical ninja glanced at Wu with an inexplicable envy, then followed in and closed the door. Talent is really hard to say. She is only 20 years old and has become the pillar of Konoha's medical ninjas. Wu opened the door of the data room next to him and walked in, slowly exclaiming, "The data room is worthy of being a data room. There are bookshelves all around, and the shelves are full of medical-related books, and there is a pile of notes on the table by the window." Wu sat down on the chair in front of the table, and after opening the book, he saw lines of beautiful handwriting. "I didn't expect that the hands that could smash the Konoha hospital with one punch could actually write such beautiful words." He was not interested at first, just took a look, but slowly became fascinated. Pharmacy? For preparing poisons and antidotes. He spent 3 full days in the reference room. Someone would deliver food at mealtime, and there was also a special lounge at night. In this way, Tsunade fell into the laboratory, and Wu immersed himself in the notes. In terms of contribution to Konoha, there are actually few people who can compare with her. Finally, after reading all the notes, Wu slowly closed them and sighed. When there is a gap in ninja combat power, there will always be newcomers to fill it, but the medical ninjutsu and detoxification ability that benefit all ninjas cannot be built without her foundation. What should I do next? I don't have the talent to learn ninjutsu. Do I have to learn to prepare medicine? That also requires the cooperation of medical ninjutsu. His eyes wandered in the data room again, and suddenly he was attracted by a refrigerator in the corner of the bookshelf, that is. He walked over and opened it, and found dozens of bottles of large and small medicine samples, each with its purpose written on it. Anesthetic sample, can paralyze nerves and make patients lose their sense of pain. Emergency contraceptive sample, prevent ninjas from getting pregnant accidentally during missions. Wu Yat. Human desire stimulating medicine sample, ninjas often indulge themselves without restraint after completing their missions, resulting in the disappearance of desire. This medicine can treat this extreme situation and help ninjas restore their physical and mental health. Wu Yat. Chapter 45. Just give me 3 seconds. Human desire stimulating medicine. Hinata Wu Yat could hardly control his hands. The refrigerator door opened and closed, and a transparent potion appeared in his hand. A strange look appeared on his face. There is such a thing, so the custom street is used for ninjas to indulge, and this thing is used to treat overindulgence, so. Hinata Wu Yat's expression flickered. It is undeniable that he had a very bad idea. He knew he shouldn't, but human nature would prompt him to think so. It's like an abyss full of temptations, and he can't help but want to jump in. Especially when such a bottle of potion appears in his hand. If something happens, even if there is an age gap, she can't just treat me as a disciple anymore, and the most difficult crack to open will be torn open. After that, we can develop steadily, and we don't have to worry about being intercepted by Kato in the future. Snap! Suddenly, Hinata Wu Yat raised his hand and hit his handsome face hard. Even if he is really a bastard who likes ambiguity, he has to keep his bottom line. The right cheek became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, he is a ninja, and his hand strength is stronger than that of an adult. Hyuga Wu Yat never thought that he was a person with good character, nor did he want to be a saint like Naruto or Naruto. He preferred to be a person with a good character but with a bottom line, and not to hurt others actively. This was what he required of himself. Put it back. He shook his head and walked back to the refrigerator with the potion. Bang! At this moment, the door of the data room was suddenly slammed open. Tsunade's figure appeared at the door, and Wu Yat's chrysanthemum was frightened, and he hid the potion in his hand in his pocket in an instant. Ha ha ha! I have cracked the latest poison of Sand Village. Tsunade put her hands on her hips and laughed boldly. Wu Yat, let's go. Let's drink and celebrate. Hey? What's wrong with your face? She frowned. Ah! I just accidentally knocked it. Hyuga Wu Yat pretended to be calm and said, I'll clean up the messed up notes and come right away. Just give me 3 seconds, 3 seconds. I can put the mysterious potion back. No need to clean it up, it's already quite messy. As a result, Tsunade didn't say anything, hooked Wu Yat's neck and turned go out. Let's go. Let's drink together today. I'll treat you. I'm not yet an adult. Wu Yat danced and tried to struggle. I didn't ask you to drink, Tsunade chuckled in his ear, I can't drink to my heart's content every time. With you here, at least I don't have to worry about getting drunk and no one to send me home today. So I'm just a tool. When Wu Yat realized the truth, he had been taken hostage, along with the special potion in his pocket. Wow! What a beautiful boy! Kawaii! Tsunade-sama, is he your disciple? I think I can rub his face for a year. I really can. Hinata Wu Yat was still politely greeting these female doctors, but in a short moment, several hands reached out from all directions. Pinching his face, patting his head, and someone even pinched his butt. Pa pa pa! He had no choice but to turn around, slap away all the hands, and hide behind Tsunade. He patted his chest with lingering fear, teacher, they are so scary. Ha ha ha! A group of female doctors laughed. Okay, okay. He is still a child. Tsunade waved her hand, hooked Wu Yat's neck and walked out of Konoha Hospital. The female doctors hurriedly followed, surrounded her, and laughed all the way. It can be seen that they have a good relationship with Tsunade, and they are also very relaxed with Wei, speaking and behaving casually. It is still the Qfeng barbecue restaurant. Tsunade took them straight to the private room, slapped the table and said, "Wine. I want wine. 10 boxes." When the barbecue was put on the shelf and the table was full of sake, the group of women began to drink. I don't know if it was brought up by Tsunade, but they slapped the table and urged people to drink and had a lot of fun. Wei could only grill meat silently. When a group of women get together, even the most shy ones will become bold. If he doesn't reduce his presence, they will beat him bald in a minute, especially when he is getting drunker. Thanks to Lady Tsunade's accurate analysis of the composition of the Sand Village poison, we were able to crack it in time, a female doctor said drunkenly. It's a pity that it took at least 10 days to prepare it and send it to the border. I don't know how many ninjas will die because of it. That can't be helped. We are medical ninjas, and some are just pharmacists. It's impossible for us to be stationed at the border. Someone said, besides, without Lady Tsunade, we can't crack it. The female doctor shook her head. If there are medical ninjas to deal with it in time, even if they can't detoxify, they can delay until the toxin is cracked, greatly improving the survival rate. I have proposed to the top leaders to set up a special border hospital at the border. The special funding has been approved and will be implemented soon. Tsunade suddenly put down the wine glass and said, "Great! The casualties of the ninjas will be greatly reduced." The female doctors were very excited. Why can't each ninja team be equipped with a medical ninja? At this time, Wei suddenly asked in confusion, wouldn't it be more effective than setting up a border hospital? The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and then the female doctors began to smile and shake their heads. It can't be done. The medical ninja system that will be vigorously promoted by Tsunade in the future has no sign yet. Hinata Wei really wants to know where the difficulty is. Maybe he can help Tsunade achieve her wish in advance. It is indeed the best solution to equip each team with medical ninjas. Not only can they provide timely treatment, but they can also ensure the ability of the ninja team to continue to perform tasks. Tsunade shook her head and said, "Unfortunately, the biggest problem at present is that there are not so many medical ninjas." "Why?" Wei asked curiously. "Is it because the ninja school doesn't teach it?" "Because it can't be taught. The concept of medical ninjas has not been proposed in the ninja world for a long time. The currently known medical ninjutsu requires extremely high talent. And ordinary ninjas can't learn it." Tsunade suddenly raised her head and took a big gulp of wine, her tone quite depressed. "I have spent several years researching, but I still haven't found a breakthrough. I don't know how to develop medical ninjutsu with B-level or even C-level learning difficulty." "Is that so?" Hinata Wei only then knew why medical ninjas are scarce at present. It seems that Tsunade has not developed low-level medical ninjutsu yet. She proposed that each team be equipped with medical ninjas after the end of World War II, which is about 7 or 8 years away. At that time, it must have been successfully developed. Maybe he could use his own analytical ability to help her develop it in advance. Hinata Wei fell into his own thoughts. "We finally cracked the Sand Village's poison. Let's be happy and drink." Tsunade suddenly slapped the table and almost stood on it. "Who can go back standing tonight? Don't blame me for being rude. Drink." Wei came back to his senses and could only hold his head and bite the straw to drink juice. "Happiness is yours, and I can only watch you toasting and drinking." Chapter 46 Women's Clothing. Women's Clothing. Women's Clothing. Tsunade-sama, where are we going to next? A group of female ninjas staggered and supported each other out of the barbecue restaurant. The smell of alcohol could be clearly smelled 10 meters away. Hinata Wei didn't want to smell it, but his dear teacher was hanging on him, and he had to rely on him to move forward. Shouldn't you go back? If you don't go home at night, if something happens, it will be fatal." he reminded secretly. Unfortunately, these women were so drunk that they couldn't understand the meaning of his words. This is Konoha, why would anyone die? Tsunade pinched Wie's face suddenly, he waved his hand and said loudly, let's go to the hot springs. Book the place overnight. Great! Hands were raised all around, cheering loudly, attracting the attention of everyone on the street. Hinata Wie was a little embarrassed. Well, you guys are going to the hot springs, so can I go back? Although he also wanted to see the current size of this group of female ninjas, especially Tsunade, but she would be beaten to death tomorrow when she wakes up. Even if he wants to see, he can't secretly open the perspective eyes in the future. I 1/2. Go back. Tsunade smiled and looked around. What do you think? Let him go home. No. I haven't teased him enough. Take a hot spring together. I want to watch him take a hot spring. A group of female hooligans immediately surrounded Wie. Don't treat boys as men, bastard. Look, it's impossible to slip away tonight, so just follow us obediently, ha ha ha. Tsunade was obviously staggering and drunk, but she didn't forget to trick her disciples. Well, it's not a trick, maybe it's a welfare? You drag me to book the place, aren't you afraid that some bad rumors will spread tomorrow? Wie reminded, holding on to the remaining bit of moral integrity. This is really not nonsense. After all, in the world of ninjas, people become adults very early, and there are people who get married at the age of 13 or 14. Boys really can't be treated as men. He can guess the headlines of Konoha tomorrow. Shock. A mysterious night of a group of female doctors and a boy. It's a big problem. Tsunade shook her head, looking dizzy. What should I do? Wouldn't it be enough to use the transformation technique? A female doctor's eyes suddenly lit up. Or we can dress him up as a girl. There are a lot of clothes on the custom street. Women's clothes? Great! The eyes of a group of women lit up, and even Tsunade became sexually excited. Women are always interested in dressing up. Come on, come on! Wie jumped back tactically, crossed his hands in front of him. Transform. I only accept transformation. Under the onlookers, he turned into Kagaya with a bang. Long hair fluttering, white eyes clear. Change your face back to your own. Tsunade said without a word, don't you know I don't want to see her? I just changed my clothes and hair when I changed back. Wie hesitated. Tsunade stretched out her hand and pressed it on Kagaya's face. Believe me, your own face is enough to wear women's clothes, and you won't be recognized. Okay, okay. Wie made a seal again. Wow! So beautiful! He had just changed back to his own appearance when he was attacked by several dirty hands. Ah, what a difficult night! After being dragged all the way into the hot spring shop after the transformation, Wie had given up resistance. When he got into the private room, he changed back to his original appearance. Fortunately, before the group of female hooligans took off their clothes, they finally realized that the boy was also a man, and covered his eyes with a hairband. Don't peek! Then, a group of dizzy crazy women began to take off their clothes, including Tsunade. She must have forgotten that Wie had awakened the Byakugan. After everyone wrapped themselves loosely in bath towels, Wie was able to see the light again. Why are you all looking at me? Wie suddenly panicked when he found that the group of female hooligans were surrounding him. How can you take a hot spring bath without taking off your clothes? A group of women hugged their chests. Wie was embarrassed. Hey, don't you take off your bath towels when you take a hot spring bath? How can I join you if you do? The hot spring is not transparent. Someone said with a chuckle. Wie's treatment would make Jiraiya roll on the spot with envy. So, wine is a good thing. Well, I'll change my clothes by myself, you go in first. Hinata Wie suddenly thought of the special medicine in his pocket. That thing is a bit long, what if it sticks out when taking off clothes? Then, he saw the lustful eyes of the female hooligans floating over. So, women are also very shy, especially when there are a group of women. It is even more out of control. Come, sister will help you take off your clothes. Sister will help you take off your pants. 7 or 8 hands reached out, and Wu Ye was instantly numb. Stop! Stop! I'll do it myself. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Not only did his body quickly become cool and exposed, but his coat was also taken by a doctor. Hey? What is this? What Wu Ye was worried about still happened. The doctor touched the bulging medicine bottle. Swish! He suddenly rushed over and grabbed it at the last moment. Hey! Wu Ye breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes in annoyance. Don't rummage through other people's things. Tisk! The doctor came over and pushed Wu Ye. Let's go. Let's go to the hot spring. Wait. Wait. I'll put my things down. In the end, Wu Ye only had time to quickly stuff the medicine into the closet, and was pushed into the hot spring pool by a wave. When a man is good looking, women will be much less vigilant, especially boys. I don't know if they were drunk from the heat or if they really didn't care. Anyway, the bodies that were covered before were now almost visible in the pool water, and no one planned to cover Wu Ye's eyes again. Although the hot spring water is white, it can't completely cover the body. On the contrary, the hazy beauty is more likely to arouse people's hearts. Wu Ye huddled by the pool, looking straight ahead, with a serious expression. Between men and women, usually when you are strong, she is weak, and when you are weak, she is strong. The more serious he is, the more polite he looks, the more these women want to see him shy and see him being teased. So, he doesn't even need to look secretly, those graceful bodies will come to his eyes one by one. Little Wu Ye, you can't be so shy, aren't the sisters' bodies beautiful? You are Tsunade's disciple, a destined medical ninja, you can't be so shy about women's bodies. He even forgot that he still had a bottle of medicine in the cabinet, and the cabinet door was not closed. Chapter 47 Look at my Tiangang 36 powders. So thirsty. Tsunade climbed out of the bath in a daze. Unlike the others who still had some thoughts of teasing Wu Ye, she was really drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Now she was just looking for water to drink by instinct, and the bright enamel kettle was not in her eyes, but the glass bottle in the cabinet attracted her eye. This seems to be Wu Ye's. She staggered over, picked it up casually, and opened the bottle mouth with a bang, especially skilled. The disciples is the teacher's, Sui's is mine, well, drink it. Gulp swallowed it into her mouth, and the rich fragrance spread to her limbs and bones, making Tsunade let out a comfortable moan. It tastes good. It tastes good. Next time. I'll ask Wu Ye for a few bottles next time. She put the empty bottle back into the cabinet, walked away in a daze, found a room, and fell on the tatami. Of course, the potion doesn't take effect instantly, it needs to be brewed. So, who would come to the hot spring drunk? When the temperature is high, the blood flow speeds up, and the drunkenness will only be more fierce. Wu Ye looked at the sleeping figures in the hot spring pool, and while he feasted his eyes, he also began to hold his forehead with a headache. What should we do now? Let them lie on the edge of the pool? What if I slip and drown? I don't know where Tsunade ran off to. With a splash, he stood up from the water, picked up a female doctor who had just asked him to study her body. Found an empty room and threw her in. Then he picked up 2 petite girls on the left and right, and sent them to another place together, letting them face each other and fall asleep in each other's arms. There was also a long-legged group, so he let them sleep with their legs clamped together. Finally, he was done and sent them all in. Hinata Wu Ye wiped the sweat off his face and panted slightly. It's not that he was tired, but that he was a little hot from the friction. If he wasn't still young, if it wasn't for the long-term future, if it wasn't for keeping his wife pure, This must have been a very messy night. And it's the kind that can't be held accountable. This is too much of a test of character. Hinata Uie rubbed his cheeks, supported his chin and sat by the hot spring pool, his feet in the water. They have filled up all the rooms, where can I sleep? Should I sleep in the same room with Tsunade? He was a little eager to do something, but also a little worried. Will I get hit by accident at night and then punch me? Jiraiya can break 4 ribs, and my small body. Wu Ye shuddered, forget it, I'll just spend the night in the locker room. Plop. Just then, a sound suddenly came from the room. Wu Ye immediately got up and walked in, and saw Tsunade, who was wearing loose clothes, sitting on the floor, holding a teapot in both hands, gurgling. But after a while, the teapot was empty and she threw it to the ground with a clang. What's wrong with you? It was then that Uie saw Tsunade's appearance clearly and was shocked. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes were dull and moist, and even the large area of a euro exposed skin was stained with a soft pink, emitting a faintly fragrant heat. Why is it like it's cooked? Hearing the voice, Tsunade raised her confused eyes. Hot, so hot, especially, hot. As she said, she suddenly pulled open the bath towel and threw it a few meters away. Hinata Uie. What kind of situation is this? Your relationship is not that serious. Comfortable. Seeing Tsunade rolling on the cold floor, Hinata Uie was completely dumbfounded. What's wrong? He walked over with a smile and picked up the bath towel, squatted down, and covered the jade back of Tsunade who was lying on the ground. I'll help you go back to the room to sleep. He took a bath towel and wrapped it around her waist and picked her up, but Uie's attention was aroused by Tsunade's sudden cat-like nasal sound, and he didn't pay attention to anything else for a while. Tsunade suddenly made a soft moan with an unknown meaning, and her hazy eyes suddenly met Uie's eyes. Following her instinct, the pink face came up, and the tip of her nose gently sniffed Uie's neck, just like a cat that smelled fishy. Awoo! When Tsunade's red lips pressed against his neck, Uie's whole body froze. His heart was pounding wildly, and the threshold that had been suppressed all night was almost broken directly. But reason controlled him to push Tsunade's head away, and whispered hurriedly, "Wake up!" Woo! Unfortunately, Tsunade pouted, slapped his hand away in dissatisfaction, and bit it again. No! Uie pushed her head away again. Bang! Tsunade seemed to have a temper. Uie didn't know what was going on. He was suddenly pushed against the wall, and his wrists were pressed against the wall by Tsunade. Was she pushed against the wall? Uie's head was full of question marks. What kind of a miracle was this? Just then, the corner of his eye finally swept across the cabinet on the wall. There, an empty potion bottle was telling him about its grievances. Really? Really? There is not a drop left. Hinata Uie was numb. He clearly remembered that the bottle was written as a 3-person portion. So, this Tsunade in front of him, she is already cooked. The wet breath spread all the way, from the neck to the collarbone, to the shoulders, to the chin. Talk-eeks. Hinata Uie is going crazy. Kato Dan. Jiraiya, and. Nawaki, please tell me, what should I do now? Bang! Hinata Uie suddenly jumped up, pressed Tsunade to the floor in an instant, and decisively pulled the towel next to her to tie her hands up. After he finished, he breathed a sigh of relief. If she wasn't too young, if she wasn't for long-term sexual happiness, if she wasn't. You are here today. You can drink as much as you want. Don't worry about no one to take you home. Tsunade's previous words were still echoing in his ears, and Uie sighed softly. It feels good to be trusted, and he doesn't want to ruin it like this. Therefore, analyzing Tsunade's breast enhancement secret is the most important thing. Snap! Just when Uie was daydreaming, the towel was suddenly pulled free, and Tsunade almost instantly pressed him to the ground again to chew on him. She is a ninja. In terms of strength, she can really crush me. Hinata Uie suddenly felt the crisis. If Tsunade wanted to do something to him, he really couldn't resist. Sorry, teacher. He extracted a lot of chakra from his body, and his eyes were covered with a layer of silver light. Soft fist technique, 8 diagrams 16 palms. He broke free and blocked Tsunade's 16 key acupoints, causing her limbs to go limp. Uie gritted his teeth and carried Tsunade into the room. The Byakugan could clearly see that Tsunade's body was subconsciously extracting chakra to impact the acupoints. Her strength was too strong, and it was impossible for Uie to completely control her. To deal with this kind of potion, there is often only one way to calm people down. Look at my Tiangang 36 free hands. Unfortunately, the potion for 3 people is not so easy to dissipate. Chapter 48 Princess Tsunade. Uie, why do you look so bad? Where's Lady Tsunade? Haven't you woken up yet? Little Uie, why are your hands still shaking so early in the morning? In the early morning, 7 or 8 female doctors got up refreshed. Then they saw the boy sitting alone in the living room, his face pale, his body weak, his hands trembling, and they immediately surrounded him. They could still remember some of what happened last night, and they knew that Hinata Uie was a bit miserable. Looking back at this time, it was a bit embarrassing, and a bit close. Although it seemed that he had been taken advantage of a lot, Hinata Uie had always been very polite. They were the ones who took the initiative to tease him, so they didn't blame him. On the contrary, they thought Uie was very good, much better than those bastards who peeked into the female bathhouse. Sneeze. Jiraiya and the 3rd generation sneezed at the same time. I'm fine, just a little tired. Hinata Uie obviously didn't want to talk more about the tragic experience last night, and stood up and said, I just ordered breakfast, sisters go eat, the teacher wants to go home and rest for a while, I'll take her back now. Tsunade is still in a coma, and it's unknown when she will wake up. But the messy appearance is still not suitable for her subordinates to see. The female doctors didn't notice anything wrong, so they went to the restaurant to eat together. Hinata Uie returned to Tsunade's room alone, helped her up with his sore hands, put on clothes one by one, then carried her on his back, quietly jumped out of the window, and left the hot spring shop. Anyway, it was a team building at public expense, so he didn't have to worry about the payment. Hoo-hoo! The cool breeze in the morning blew in, refreshing and pleasant. Tsunade's eyes suddenly trembled quietly, but she didn't move, letting Uie carry her through the streets and alleys to the Senju mansion. Being carried and running, their bodies inevitably rubbed against each other, and Tsunade's face slowly turned a light red. The memory of last night quietly returned to her mind. Those unbearable scenes were like a movie playing in her mind, and now she just wanted to die after remembering everything. How did it develop into this? Thinking of how she pressed Uie against the wall and the ground and bit him randomly, she felt that her whole body was burning. Why did it start again? Uie didn't encounter any difficulties in entering Senju's mansion, after all, Tsunade was on his back. It was just that he finally placed Tsunade on her bed under the guidance of the servants, but he saw her face flushed, and Uie shivered in fear. Really? Really? I have no strength at all. Then he saw Tsunade's face slowly return to normal, and he put his hand on his forehead. Well, it wasn't hot anymore. Hey, it seems that everything is fine. Uie breathed a sigh of relief, tiptoed out, and gently closed the door. Click! The moving wooden door was closed tightly, Tsunade's eyelashes suddenly trembled, and her face quickly turned red again. She suddenly hugged the quilt tightly, and rolled around on the tatami, twisting non-stop. How did it become like this? The bold Tsunade fell into madness again. Wu Yet, did you send my sister back? At this time, the voice of Rope Tree suddenly came from the corridor outside the door. Tsunade's rolling body suddenly stopped. Well, she is drunk and resting. Do you want to go and see? Wu Yi's voice came. Tsunade instantly loosened her legs that were clamped on the quilt, lay flat, put her hands on her chest, and slept peacefully. No, anyway, my sister didn't drink like this for the first or second time. Rope Tree said indifferently. Tsunade heard the footsteps of the two people gradually fade away, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, stretched out her legs, and rolled around again with the quilt clamped. I was almost opened by my own disciple. Although it didn't open, it was almost touched up. How can I teach him in the future? I'll go find Kushina. In the corridor, Wei nodded to Naoshu and walked towards Kushina's room. Because of Uzumaki Mito, she and Tsunade Naoshu lived together. Wait! Naoshu suddenly called him. Wei, I want to challenge you. Wei stopped and asked, now? His hands were still a little sore, and his condition was not good. Naoshu nodded, with a firm face. Recently, I have received guidance from Lord Orochimaru, and I will definitely not lose to you this time. Wei was interested. Has Lord Orochimaru accepted you as his apprentice? Well, thanks to my sister, Naoshu nodded. Originally, I lost to you, and Lord Orochimaru didn't want to accept me as his apprentice. Is that so? Wei suddenly smiled. It just so happens that I have learned new ninjutsu recently. He also wanted to try to see if he could defeat Naoshu without getting hurt. Following Naoshu into the wide training ground, the two faced each other from a distance. This time, I will definitely win. As a descendant of Senju and grandson of the first Hokage, Rope Tree, who has always aimed to become Hokage, naturally has his own pride. A large amount of Shitanla and excellent talent for water ninjutsu also gave him great confidence. It can be said that except for being defeated by Wei a month or two ago, his young memories are all successes. Shua shua shua. As soon as Wei moved, Rope Tree quickly retreated, while making seals with both hands. Water style, water wave. A fierce stream of water spurted out of his mouth, sweeping in a fan shape, forcing Wei's figure back. Sharingan. The single Megatama slowly rotated in the scarlet pupil, and all the dynamic water flow seemed to slow down a bit, and Wei easily passed through the gaps in the water flow. Bang bang bang! At this time, 3 water clones floated up from the water surface on the ground and quickly surrounded Wei. And Rope Tree continued to make seals on the spot, and another water wave rushed over. It was obvious that he was going to use his strengths to his advantage and use himself as a mobile turret. Teacher has analyzed that although the Sharingan with a single Megatama can enhance dynamic vision, it cannot see through the water clones. As long as I use the clones to hold him back, I can exhaust him. Shenchu was still making hand seals to ensure that while the water clones were broken by Wei, there would be a steady stream of water clones to replenish them. As for his other reliance, the Vajra blockade. Shenchu's mouth curled up quietly. That is a secret technique that can exhaust chakra. As long as he uses it, he will lose. Bang bang bang! At this moment, Wei suddenly accelerated, instantly breaking the 3 water clones, and at the same time using the substitute technique to distance himself, and his hands quickly made hand seals. Here it comes! It's the Vajra blockade! Shenchu's eyes lit up, and his hand seals changed instantly. Instant body technique. Suddenly, Shenchu's figure appeared in front of Wei without any warning, and interrupted Wei who was making hand seals with a punch. I won! The corners of his mouth curved up, and at the same time, several water clones rushed out of the water, and were about to take down Wei, who had exhausted his chakra. So you learned the instant body technique to interrupt my diamond seal, but it's a pity that I just made a seal for fun. I also want to try my new ability. Wei also laughed quietly. Chapter 49 Orochimaru, can you give me some blood? You stepped into my Bagua field. Just when Shenchu thought he had won, he suddenly saw Wie's eyes turned white. This is... Shenchu's eyes were straight, the starting move of the Hyuga clan's unique skills? Could it be the Byakugan? The next moment, he jumped back. Entering the range of Hyuga's Bagua, he must get out quickly, otherwise he will become paralyzed. All the water clones retreated with him, intending to confuse the line of sight. But the Byakugan can see the chakra clearly, and the water clone with only 1/10 of the chakra of the original body has no interference at all. Pa! Wie appeared in front of Shenchu with a whoosh, accurately avoiding his parry and hitting the acupuncture point on his right arm, making his hand soft and powerless. Pa pa pa, pa pa pa. Then came the popular combo link-like pile driving. Without being injured, Wie hit 16 palms. Hey, can't move. Shenchu's forehead was sweating, and his body stagnated in place. And Wie's right hand kunao appeared, pointing at his neck. But at this moment, Shenchu suddenly raised his right hand, and a kunao pointed at him at a faster speed. It seems that I still won. The smile on his mouth was not yet blooming, and Hyuga Wie in front of him suddenly turned into a broken wood with a bang. Substitution technique. Behind him, Wie's figure appeared, and at the same time, the kunao was against his back. I won again, Shenchu. Wie smiled softly. And he won by his own strength. He silently added in his heart. Rope Tree dejectedly let go of the kunao in his hand, puzzled, why do you seem to be on guard against my right hand? Logically speaking, I have been hit by the Bagua palm, and I can't raise my hand again. Wie took the kunao away and said with a smile, because I have seen how fast your sister can open the acupuncture points. Even if you can't open all 16, you can definitely open the first right hand, so I have been on guard against your right hand. That's right, I wanted to take advantage of your mistake, but I didn't expect you to take advantage of it. Rope Tree said helplessly. Wie thought about it, and suddenly said, Rope Tree, I think your ninjutsu talent is very high. In the future, you can be a ninja who specializes in long-range ninjutsu, and you don't have to rush to the front all the time. Rope Tree nodded, well, Teacher Orochimaru said so, but our ancestors are proud of charging into battle bravely and fearlessly. Even if the surname of Senju is gone, I don't want to let they are humiliated, so when it's time to kill the enemy with my own hands, I will never back down. What can Wie say? Maybe everyone has his own destiny, and Rope Tree may not be able to avoid the detonating tag that he will step on in the future. It's his nature, and there is no escape. Just like he, Hinata Wie, likes the feeling of ambiguity by nature, and can't deceive himself not to like it. Muniki, you are here too. Just then, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded from his ears. Wie almost bounced away from the spot, and when he looked back, it was indeed Orochimaru who was looking at him with that anatomical look. Teacher, you came to see me. Rope Tree waved his hand. Orochimaru nodded, but his eyes did not leave Hyuga Wie, especially his eyes. Rope Tree was once again ignored by Hualalai. It seems that Wie-kun has awakened the Byakugan, which is amazing, he said in a hoarse voice. At the age of 7, he can have these two major eye techniques at the same time. However, according to my current research results, the Byakugan is the bloodline limit that requires the purest blood. Theoretically, you can't awaken it so easily, so... Orochimaru seemed to unconsciously stick out his tongue and licked his lips. I wonder if Wie-kun can let me take some blood? Hinata Wie. 10,000 beasts roared through his heart. Wow, what does it feel like to be targeted by Orochimaru and studied? He is just like a guinea pig. He dared not let Orochimaru take his blood. He still did not figure out why his body would give strange information back to his brain, and the designated person could awaken his pupil power. This was his biggest secret and reliance. If something was really discovered by the research, he was afraid that he would be gone. Lord Orochimaru, This blood drawing, I'm sorry. Hinata Wei had not finished his refusal. Orochimaru suddenly stepped closer and said in a low voice, "It's just a little bit of blood, Lord Wei wouldn't be so stingy, right?" Wei was overwhelmed. Orochimaru. At this moment, Tsunade's savior-like voice suddenly sounded. Wei had never found her voice so beautiful. "He is my disciple, and he cannot be your experimental material." Tsunade appeared at the edge of the training ground, without even looking at Wei, but just staring at Orochimaru. "He became your disciple?" Orochimaru asked in surprise. Rope Tree looked at his sister in even greater surprise. He suddenly felt a little jealous, but he quickly suppressed it because he felt that this kind of jealousy was wrong. Tsunade nodded. "I was entrusted by Kaguya to take him as a disciple, so I must be responsible for him." Orochimaru, don't blame me for being too careful, it's really that you are too crazy every time you study, and you will never give up until you get to the bottom of it. He has a special identity, and many people are watching him openly or secretly. It's no good for you to do such a thing now. Orochimaru was silent for a while, then nodded, "You have a point." He glanced at Wei, then, "Let's have a chance to cooperate with Wei-kun in the future." Rope Tree, let's go. Yes. Rope Tree hurriedly followed his back and left. Hey! Hinata Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, teacher, He looked up and saw that Tsunade had disappeared. She slipped away too fast, didn't she? Wei suddenly realized, in other words, she remembered what happened last night? In an instant, his face became colorful. Although this matter was very helpful for him to break the deadlock, in terms of the result, it was really embarrassing. "Wei, are you really here?" Kushina's joyful voice suddenly sounded. Hinata Wei turned around and saw a fiery red figure rushing over. What else could he do? Of course. He opened his arms and hugged her. The soft body fell into his arms, and the fragrance came, delicate and sweet. "I heard from the maid that you were fighting with Noeki. Why isn't he here?" Kushina supported his chest with both hands, looking around, which was very funny. Wei let go of her and spread his hands and said, "She was taken away by Lord Orochimaru." So Kushina looked up and asked curiously, "Did you win?" "Of course." Wei casually lifted a strand of her red hair and entangled it with his fingertips to play with it. "Hee, I knew you were the best." Kushina put her hands on her hips and smiled happily. "When he was sparring, he always bullied me because I didn't learn ninjutsu as well as him, but he still couldn't beat you. Then why don't you use the diamond seal?" Wei said. Kushina pursed her lips. "He clones all the time, clones, 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 I can't tie up his original body, and the diamond seal has many seals, and I am often interrupted to seal." Wei thought about it and suddenly said, "Kushina, in fact, the diamond seal can be omitted, right?" He remembered that later, whether it was Kushina or Xiangling, they actually did not cast a seal when performing the diamond seal. So, can we simplify it in advance with the help of analytical ability? Chapter 50 The Sour Tsunade. No seal. Kushina was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. Grandma Mito said that if you really master the diamond seal to the extreme, you don't need to cast a seal, and the chakra can be directly converted into a chain. She pursed her lips. "I'm still far from it." "You are only 7 years old, you are already a genius if you can learn it." Wei took her hand and sat down at the edge of the training ground. "We can study it together, maybe we can simplify it." "Yes, you can also perform the diamond seal." Kushina was happy. "What do you want to know?" "I'll tell you everything." This innocent girl, this passionate love. "Kushina, use the diamond seal again for me, and do it more slowly," Wei said. "Okay." Kushina nodded, stepped back, and began to seal with both hands. In Wei's analysis perspective, it can be clearly seen that when the seal is made, Kushina's chakra flows through the meridians in the body at the same time. Every time the seal is made, the part of the chakra used to perform the diamond seal will be transformed. How is this transformation done? Because of the seal, or? Wei observed carefully. At this time, he found that the transformation of the seal chakra is in order. Kushina's spiritual energy will first fluctuate, and then the chakra will be transformed, gradually distinguished from other chakras in the body, and finally, at the moment of rushing out of the body, it will become a chakra chain. Wei, did you see it clearly? Kushina put her hands behind her back and turned a little. I can almost guess the use of the seal. Let me see it again. Wei said. Yeah. Kushina nodded and did it again. Wei finally confirmed his judgment. Hand seals are actually controlling spiritual energy, and spiritual energy can transform chakra multiple times to prepare the form required before performing ninjutsu. Then, in theory, as long as we can completely control spiritual energy, we don't need to make any hand seals. He closed his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body began to flow. But the difficulty is obvious. People have very weak control over spiritual energy, which is a kind of intangible thing. Extracting chakra is the simplest control, but to perform ninjutsu, the control of spiritual energy requires extremely high requirements. Except for a few geniuses, few people can simplify or even not make hand seals. Simplifying the number of hand seals means using fewer hand seals to achieve the same spiritual energy mobilization. Without hand seals, it means completely relying on one's own will to control spiritual energy. Wei covered the back of his head and felt a little pain in his head. I can only analyze the principle, but I can't improve my control over spiritual energy. I don't have that kind of talent. In other words, first he had to teach Kushina to perform the diamond seal without hand seals, and then he could copy it himself. Kushina, come, I'll tell you the principle of the seal. He took Kushina's hand and explained it in detail. This little thing can actually analyze the principle of ninjutsu seal. At the corner of the aisle, Tsunade folded her arms and looked at the practice field. There, the boy held the girl's hand and whispered something. The sun was shining brightly, shining on them, as if coated with a layer of golden light. Childhood sweethearts, two innocent people. Tsunade suddenly felt a strange and awkward feeling in her heart. I can't learn what I teach, but Kushina's secret technique can see through the essence at a glance. I know that this mentality is very problematic, but the inexplicable sour water is a stream, overflowing endlessly. It can't be blocked, it's wet. You did such an excessive thing to me last night, and now you are flirting with Kushina like nothing happened. Jealousy makes people blind. Tsunade's vision, Tsunade's heart, Tsunade's boldness suddenly disappeared at this moment. You. She didn't know how she walked out. When she found out, she was standing in front of Wei and Kushina with her hands on her hips. Sister Tsunade. Kushina raised her head. Well, I heard you were here, so I came to see you. Tsunade made up an excuse and her eyes drifted to Wei involuntarily, but she found that his eyes were looking at her with a piercing look. The sight moved from her face to her chest, and from her chest to her thighs. Even though she didn't do anything, Tsunade felt that the sight was real, making her body hot along with the sight. Asshole! He actually stared at me like that. Doesn't this guy know shame? He did such an excessive thing to me. Tsunade roared in her heart, wishing she could punch Wei directly. But with Kushina as a comparison, if he really punches her, will he like her more and not like? How can I have such a weird idea? Wei looked at Tsunade's face, which was changing constantly, and couldn't help wanting to laugh. But considering his own life, he was still trying to control it. Good morning, teacher, he greeted seriously. Did you have a good rest last night? Last night, did you have a good rest? Tsunade almost turned her head again and fled. A question mark appeared on Kushina's little head. You guys. Wei nodded. Well, Tsunade-sama is my teacher now. Oh. Kushina's little face suddenly dimmed. Noeka has a teacher, Minato has a teacher, and now even Wei has a teacher. Wei noticed her face and couldn't help scratching his head. Teacher, how about you also accept Kushina as your apprentice? He suddenly said. No. Tsunade blurted out, then shook her head and said, not to mention that I can be considered her distant sister, there is no need to add the title of master and apprentice. More importantly, almost no one can teach the Uzumaki sealing technique. Apart from the guidance of her grandmother before her death, she can only rely on herself to comprehend it. Is that so? Wei turned back and pinched Kushina's little hand. It's okay, I can understand your sealing technique, I will help you. Yes. Kushina was happy all of a sudden, just like just now, you can see through the essence, and have such a good idea. If you help me, I will definitely be able to master the family sealing technique faster. Tsunade listened, her face darkened. You can't comprehend the ninjutsu I taught you, right? Wei, can you accompany me to the ancestral hall? Kushina suddenly grabbed Wei's hand and shook it. Accompany me to the ancestral hall of our Uzumaki clan. Is it appropriate for me to go to your Uzumaki ancestral hall? Wei scratched his head. Appropriate, appropriate. Kushina said repeatedly. As she said that, she pulled Wei up. But before she could take Wei away, Tsunade suddenly blocked her in front of her with an expressionless face. Kushina, I still have to take him to practice, you go by yourself today. As she said that, without waiting for Kushina to answer, she grabbed Wei's arm and left with a flash of body. Kushina.